Hello, everybody. Welcome to 20XX Day 2. We are up to the top 16 now in the Alpha Bracket. We have a lot of really strong teams here today. The first match we're going to be seeing is Bet versus Talking Flower, the first of many incredible matches. Saf, how are you doing today? And are you ready for what's going to be, God, just game after game of intensity?
Fusion, I'm so ready, and I just want to say, you have Seattle's finest right here.
Power, Delta, Clef, Talking Flower's got like Yoshell, and there's just so many strong players in the mix here. Bet had a little bit of an easier time yesterday. They did take out Oro Jackson 3-0. They've been looking very strong recently, and they do have Lucina as well with them. Talking Flower did end up losing a game, or a set rather, but they're still here nonetheless.
Oh, that's so exciting, though. I mean, it's as you said, right? There's so many strong players that are coming out to kind of duke it out today. And it's one of those things where some of them aren't even on their actual teams, right? Like, you do have some pickup teams kind of sprinkled in here, which I think is always such a fun dynamic when you have really established teams in the bracket. Like, if we're looking at our bracket here, you know, we have like FTWin here, Moonlight is here, Duck Motive is here, Alliance Rouge is here, but then you have people that are just like playing together as friends, and they are still toe-to-toe with these really established teams. So I just always love a dynamic like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's... God, yeah, there's just so many strong teams, and there's already been quite a few upsets yesterday. I think something that we all pretty much had our eyes on was a Starburst going out. They're not in the mix here today. I believe they lost to Black Lotus. So that's something that's we're going to have to keep an eye for. Yeah, we can see our side of the bracket here. Bet versus Talking Flower going to be meeting up with the winner of Jackpot and Oro Jackson. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle because I think as the last like meta, you know, after the last patch or so, the meta's kind of been changing a bit. Not everyone's running Pencil Double Zuka anymore. It's still good, but everyone is kind of, you know, teams are kind of just establishing themselves, coming up with their own play styles. I feel like it's a little bit more ambiguous as to what's good. So really, who's going to come out on top is more up in the air than we might expect.
But that's how it should be, right? I mean, a lot of times I feel like, especially when we were in 2, we would get pigeonholed into this specific meta, and where you have to have at least 2 of these or 1 of these in order for this to be successful and for you to be able to move up in the ranks. But with having the meta being so much more flexible and being able to kind of mix and match a lot more things, it puts it in a really good spot, and it puts it in a really good spot for a lot of people to do that as well. Because I feel like sometimes people feel like they have to pigeonhole themselves into a weapon that maybe they don't really care too much for, or, you know, maybe they're like, oh, I'm a charger player, but now I have to play Pencil because of its pain output, because of how fast it gets cooler, you know, XYZ. But now it's like people get to kind of be a little bit more robust with their picks and what they want to do, which I think it makes the game a lot more interesting for people like us that get to talk about it and watch it and give the analysis, but it makes it interesting for the players that are playing, right? Because I always say this, Fusion, the first game in a matchup is always gathering information. Because you go out there, you see what the other team is bringing to the table. Maybe you've played them before, maybe you haven't. But you're gathering information, you're seeing what the comp is coming at you with what you're running, and then you go back before the second round and you're like, okay, what did we learn from that? How do we fix it? What do we need to do better? What do we need to do to keep ensuring our success type of thing? So being able to have this flexible meta is going to be so much fun, I think, moving forward. And it's just my hope that we keep it that way.
Yeah, that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. I know, so You kind of can get familiar with a lot of individual players through Sendo Q. I know Lucina has been grinding that pretty hard. They are one of the fewer high-level blaster players. They've been playing Rapid Pro Deco as well as Rapid Deco. I'm a big blaster fan. I'm hoping we do see some of that coming out here. On the other side, we see you Snipe. I think they may be rocking the Stamper. So I feel like if your weapon has more than a tiny bit of range, you might as well play it. There's so many good weapons in the game right now. But yeah, Talking Flower, certainly going to put up quite a fight. Yeah, Kara, U-Snipe, Soarn, and Yoshell, strong players in their own right. But you know, another part of this, of big tournaments like this, is that you don't really play out of region that much, right? You're going to end up playing a lot of the same teams. Even if you play in like SOS, you're only going to be playing against like North American teams for the most part, or South American teams. You kind of realize that there's there's like entire legions of teams from across the ponds that are better than you, or at least way better than you expect. So you could kind of just get surprised and taken out. So that's just something we need to keep an eye out for, because it's hard to know how these teams are going to stack up against each other before seeing it in action.
Yeah, and one thing that's really exciting too is that we are doing the counter pick method, right? It's a best of 5. But after this initial ship-shaped cargo Splatstones game, it turns into the counter-picking situation, which to me is so spicy, Fusion. It's always so spicy because you have to pick something that, like, okay, well, maybe we didn't do as well in this first game, so what can we do to try to give ourselves the upper hand moving forward into the round? And especially with zone ship-shape, I mean, it's very reminiscent of Schellendorf Museum, right? You have that top area, the glass, if you will. You have that top area that you can kind of utilize to your advantage, and there's a little bit of an opening there, sure, and you kind of can like just jump down into the pit where the zone is, and get into a couple fist fights if you'd like. But I feel like there's no weapons other than maybe the Zuka. There's no weapons that are really super advantageous on this map. I feel like this one is a little bit more robust. You can kind of get away with running a lot of different things here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I kind of expect we're going to be seeing power on, I would guess, the Snipe Rider or Charger. I feel like Snipe Rider's more likely from what I've seen from him more recently. But yeah, I think like Cooler is kind of like a constant. I feel like everyone runs Cooler nowadays. Yeah, and like you said, the counter picks is going to be very interesting. We're going to see what teams feel more comfortable on. Counter picks are often a little bit weird because, you know, teams end up picking things that they're not entirely like, you know, they think they're good at, and then it doesn't end up that way. But yeah, here we go. We do see Lucina on the Vanilla Blaster, as well as U-Snipe on that Stamper. So some interesting picks coming out. This looks nothing like the previous meta that we've seen. U-Snipe already trying to open it up through the zone, but gets taken out immediately. It's a neutral situation so far as both teams continue to battle for that zone.
Yeah, and I love that Clefapig and Power have just immediately taken this top right-hand side up here, because they have to kind of lure the members of Bet up there to try to take the fight. Clefapig going down mid Crab Tank, kind of unfortunate for Bet there, causing Power though to kind of get pushed into the corner with the Snipe Rider, but Bet has such a strong hold on the zone already. I mean, we're already through the first half of their points.
Yeah, here's Lucina moving through the zone. They're able to find a pick. Very nice job. Able to utilize the corners of the map to move in. But the U-Snipe coming in. 2 nice picks off of that. Able to get that melee kill and finish it off with a charge slash. Bet is still locked in their base at this point. Talking Flower doing a great job holding back the zone even after going multiple members down. They're just trying to slow down members of Bet coming in here. That Crab Tank able to slow them down, but Lucina moving up on that wall is going to make it tricky for them to continue to hold around these corners. Now, as members filter into the zone, here come the specials. There's going to be Blaster moving through the zone. Here's the bubble, and it looks like Bet is finally able to grab back that control and flip it.
Yeah, they were really quick to pop that bubble fusion. They wanted to get that shield out of there. It's a hindrance, it's a blockage, it's a wall that they have to get past to get more ink down on the floor. So they immediately took that bubble out when the opportunity presented itself. Talking Flower now just taking down these points. You can see the Zuka coming out to try to combat Soren on that crab tank, and successful in doing so, able to push them back and keep them away from the zone. But with U-Snipe having that Zipcaster online and opting to push forward, taking Beowulf out in the process as the lead is flipped for Talking Flower. But they had it out of control just temporarily, but they're not going to let that deter them as Talking Flower once again has control of the zone, and they are just ticking this timer away with about 2.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, it's Bet in control now, trying to lock out Talking Flower. The time is ticking down. Kara moving into the zone. The bubble being quite a hindrance. They can't paint the zone over the bubble. They try for it, but they're not able to do so. Bet is able to take that game 1.
Yeah, Bet executed that so well. I mean, originally they were a little bit locked out there at the beginning, but once they found their footing, it was smooth sailing from there, Fusion. And I mean, I really want to talk about Cleffa pick with those vanilla dualies. I feel like we say all the time that, like, oh man, crab meta this, crab meta that. But that's kind of died down these days. We don't really talk about crab meta as much anymore, but I am really greatly entertained that not only is like crab kind of still being in the works, but I like that we're picking the dually. We're picking the dually now instead of the splash, and I think that makes it interesting. It adds a little bit of flavor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people, after that dually buff where they roll so much faster, people have been liking it quite a bit. I think, Zuka's falling out of favor has certainly helped Crab come a little bit back into the meta. And it's just, you turning yourself into a backline, giving yourself an absolute boatload of range is just very good. You're able to kind of lock down from high ground and surprise people. It's just a good special, and I think that playing a weapon with like the best bomb in the game and that special sounds good as well. So yeah, I mean, especially when you're playing on maps with like more corners and whatnot, dualies is certainly something to keep in mind as an option. There's just like a lot of different ways to succeed nowadays, it seems.
Yes, and that's exactly it, right? That's why it's a good thing, and why I think it's good to kind of preach that the meta and the gameplay is in a really good spot right now, because you can be a lot more flexible with what you want to do. If you want to play Crab Tank, it's like, okay, well, you can do the splash, sure, which, has been showing itself time and time again, like since the beginning of the game. But now that the vanilla dually is kind of coming out into the presence and kind of being more popular as a pick, it's fun because it's like, okay, well, I have to learn how to roll and how to utilize the rolling and how does that change my ink output? How does my special build compare in comparison to the splash? How do I help my teammates more? How do I, you have to like, some weapons you can kind of do the same old thing, right? But sometimes when you have a different mechanic you have to add into the mix, it's like, okay, how can I use this to my advantage? How can I use this to help my teammates? And what can I do better? But the counter pick has been made. We're going on vacation, Fusion. We're going to Mahi Mahi, and we're playing Splat Zones.
Yeah, we are. The new and improved Mahi Mahi Resort, now 50% larger, more pool space, a lot more, kind of turf to move around on. We are going to be seeing Splat Zones yet again. So I kind of anticipate sort of the same deal coming out. And, that game, it felt... I couldn't really pinpoint exactly what was it that won Bet that game, but it felt to me like they were just kind of able to bounce back really quickly from their deficits. They were just able to... they're just able to bounce back quickly from like their deficits. As soon as they got locked out, they were able to get back in. So, I mean, if Talking Flower wants to come back online and take back this game, they just need to be careful to not like overextend after they get that advantage, because we saw that quite a few times from them in the previous game, and they just were not able to hold it very long.
And that's exactly what you need to be careful of, because it's one thing where you can get the advantage and then you're like, okay, we can push forward, we can kind of go into the base area and try to cover more ground. But yeah, once you start getting into those more close quarter fights inside of the spawning area, that's where it can get really dicey for overextending yourself. But you're absolutely right here, Fusion. No changes really on either side. We're going to kind of keep with the same comp coming out from Bet and from Talking Flower as well. So both Snipe Riders still present in the game. I love that we still see this blaster pick from Lucina. I think that bubble is really advantageous, and also using the Autobomb to kind of displace some other members. I always call Autobomb player 5 because it does have a mind of its own and it goes and does what it wants. But the opening push being done by Bet, but Talking Flower quick to respond.
Yeah, my goodness. Bet already moving back in. They get a near full wipe onto Talking Flower, and they're just looking to kind of hold out here. Now with the new Mahi, it's a little bit more difficult to just kind of run into the spawn and start spawn camping. Here's the bubble coming out. The Zipcaster ending up trading with that blaster, both ending up one-hitting each other there. 2 down on the side of Talking Flower. They're going to have a hard time moving in against all the members of Bet swarming around that zone there. KRH looking to try and move in with that 52, but not able to find that opening. Power's just kind of able to sit back and stay alive in this situation, and now the members are going down one by one onto Talking Flower. They have a bit of an opportunity here. The cooler's going to come out, but the time is ticking out. They are nearly out of time.
Yeah, Bet is doing such a great job of just the movement, making sure that they have a lot of space to work with. There's so much paint on the ground. I mean, that was a 0 to 100 push from Bet, and I loved their mobility that they had with each other. You could see the call-outs happening. They were all kind of fanned out in a way where they could all see each other, knowing where each other is at all times on the map, and especially with having Power being able to hold the backline and be safe back there. I mean, you could just see as soon as any blue ink made its way over to that zone, Bet was there to respond.
Yeah, now that's going to be 2-0 still for Bet. So with those 2 games up for Bet, now they only need 1 more to move on to quarterfinals. And, it's felt like Talking Flower has just had a little bit of a hard time getting back in, sort of the opposite thing we've been seeing from Bet here. It seemed like they were having a hard time kind of targeting the longer range coming out from Bet. They're just kind of unable to make it past the shot, make it past the blaster, because as long as that Snipe Rider's alive and just consistently providing those jumps back in, it's going to be very difficult to kind of make your way past, especially on zones where the game can just end so quickly. And, given that this is counter picks, I'm kind of wondering whether we are going to see something a little bit different coming out from them, because zones does not seem to be their cup of tea, going by how these first 2 games have happened.
And it's interesting too, right? Because it's, as you said, they're like, okay, this is what happened last time. What can we do next time? If we pick the same game mode, how can we change it? But I mean, Bet was there to respond. They were there. They were like, oh, okay, you're going to pick zones again? Well, we know exactly what we got to do here. We know exactly what's coming. We're going to just do our best and see what happens. And I mean, it was practically a 0 to 100 push for them. So they had it on lock the entire time, which, speaking of Talking Flower, it's like, how are you going to combat that going into this next one, depending on your pick? Are you going to maybe try to pick zones again? Are you going to maybe try to pick something else to where you can play a little bit more to your strengths, or maybe someone's specific strength for how you can combat Bet? But the thing is, Bet has so much mobility. They were constantly moving their camera angles around, just all eyes forward with looking where Talking Flower was coming from. Talking Flower could barely make their way out of the spawning area.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly had a hard time moving in, but I think a lot of it came with whether they were moving at the same time or not. There weren't too many situations during that game where all 4 of them were up. And I think that's kind of what the time pressure of zones can do to you. You just do not have time to rush into the zone. Like, even messing up once can cost a lot more. So I'm kind of hoping that we do end up seeing another mode where they aren't going to end up feeling quite as time pressured to move in. We do end up seeing tower control on Hagglefish. Yeah, the tower is going to be moving significantly slower. It's going to be easier to defend as it moves into the base there. So hopefully Talking Flower are able to get back on their feet, continue moving onward and upward into the enemy base, and just give themselves an extra chance to succeed here.
Yeah, and the major thing that I want to point out here with this one is that second checkpoint. With a lot of maps, it usually always comes down to the fights at the second checkpoint. First checkpoint, sure, it can be a little dicey, pretty out in the open. You have a lot of space to work with, especially if you're a backline, if you're setting up on that canopy. If you're the opposing team, you don't want to let that backline set up on that canopy. It can be really detrimental because if they have a lot of range and they have that open sight line, I mean, it can be real difficult to get that tower moving where you want it to go. But once you get it to that second checkpoint, I'm thinking about that front canopy, that elbow canopy area, because a lot of times that's where those close quarter fights happen, and that's where the game can really like shift for folks. And so how is the change going to happen here? And it looks like Bet is going to be sticking with their same formula. They got it, they know what they're doing, but Talking Flower is going to do the exact same fusion.
Yeah, both teams pretty confident with what they are running with here. We do end up seeing the exact same things coming out. We do have a blaster on tower control, of course, so that's something to keep in mind. Stamper able to do very similar things and just smack that tower. Crab Tanks coming out very early, not quite able to find anything just yet. That is going to force members of Talking Flower Bet a little bit back there. A member of Bet did end up getting taken out, but Bet's still going to have that advantage here. The Crab going to force members of Talking Flower all the way to that left side. They're kind of locked into their spawn at this point. They're running out of space, but they're able to double team a member in the middle of the map and just hang on to a tad bit of space there. But finally, they're going to end up losing some control in the mid there, and the trades just keep going back and forth, but here come the jumps yet again, all the way back to power, and Bet is still on their feet despite everything.
Yeah, and I really think that Talking Flower's got to be looking out for Cleffa here. Cleffa being able to have a really strong foothold on that right-hand side was absolutely huge for Bet, especially because they're taking a lot of distraction away from the tower. I mean, in this game, it's really all eyes forward on the tower, and especially with Bet having a 3-down scenario for Talking Flower, this is going to be really major for them to get onto that first checkpoint relatively uncontested here. You can see Talking Flower's already trying to make their way out of that elbow area and getting set up not only with the Crab Tank, but the pencil as well, and getting a splat there too, taking Cleffa out. Cleffa kind of overextended, really pushed far forward, but again, Cleffa is in a good spot to be doing that because you want to take a lot of distraction away from that tower.
Nice pick from Yoshell. That's going to take out the enemy Snipe Rider, and that is going to give Talking Flower quite a bit of tempo here. They're able to move forward. U-Snipe able to team up, help take out 2 members of Bet. Now with no coolers online, they seem to have an advantage, but Lucina was able to find 1 and a second, and still just taking back the entire middle of the map for Bet. That is huge. After multiple members go down, they're able to lock down the fort. Finally, Bet rolling back into that first checkpoint. They do have a bubble online. They are going to try and use it offensively. They're not able to move forward with it, but they do find a trade. Still, tower moving towards the first check. The Crab is going to lock it down and hopefully solidify it for Bet here. Yeah, they are going to be able to watch that top right, and this difficult checkpoint is out of the way, but it looks like Talking Flower still has a lot of members up focusing the tower, and they're going to be able to just hang on to this high ground here. It's just been a very stally game so far.
Yeah, Soren getting a double pick there on Bet is huge. They want that tower to be moving back towards the midsection, but they don't want to overextend themselves in the sense that they're going to jump on the tower to get it moving a little bit faster, especially because Bet has so much space to work with here. You can see U-Snipe going in there trying to look for a pick and trying to displace the members of Bet, but Power not letting it happen, as they are going to be able to push forward, holding that cooler and holding that space as soon as they get it. Cleffa pick, once again, setting up the Crab Tank up on that elbow. Absolutely huge, getting 1 pick, looking for the second, definitely causing a lot of damage there, but with U-Snipe able to push forward and taking out 2 members in the process, Bet is going to have to be stepping backwards a little bit.
Yeah, and the jumps just keep coming back in. Talking Flower has not been able to move the tower at all yet. They're able to find a couple picks, but the trades just keep coming back and forth. When one member gets taken out, Bet just answers back immediately. Here comes a jump back in, but it's a dually. Surprise. They're able to actually manage a jump out of that situation. They could have a Crab Tank for defense here, but the tower rolling slowly back in towards that middle, towards the first checkpoint. It's It's going to make it difficult for this checkpoint to be gotten too easily. Yosha looking for those points. The bombs and Zuka on tower, they're dancing around it and they grab it. That is going to be huge. Just a minute left in the game, but the picks are coming out onto Bet. The tower is going to be stalled by that first check, but Talking Flower has a real shot at getting back that lead here.
Yeah, and I really appreciate you, Snipe, kind of flying around with this Zipcaster right now, because a lot of distraction, again, as Cleffa was doing before, they were taking a play out of Cleffa's book, if you will, by trying to give a huge distraction, flying around in the base, taking those eyes away from the tower. Talking Flower now having pushed the tower down to the 52 mark, but in control of Bet at the moment here. But Talking Flower still has such strong control of mid, and they want to be holding on to it before Bet can get too comfortable to try to push forward.
Yeah, they need to keep in mind that Zuka coming out on the other side. That will make it difficult to move the tower much more forward. Here comes the Stamper up on that top side. Not able to find the pick, unfortunately, Soren. Now the last by the tower. The time is ticking down, but Bet's able to get back on the tower, and they sweep this round 1 3-0.
Man... Okay, I'm with you here now, Fusion. Lucina on that blaster is absolutely menacing, because as soon as you have that bubble at your disposal and you're kind of luring people, it's like a spider luring food into its web, right? You're kind of just pulling all of that momentum towards you into that bubble, because A, you want to get rid of it, but B, there's this huge distraction in the way, and there's also somebody in there that's creating space for themselves with it. So you want to get them out of there as soon as possible. But Lucina just has the, what's it called? They have the dexterity. They have the mechanics down. They know what they've got to do. And when they get into that close combat, they know where they got to aim and where they got to be. And so, oh man, dangerous player for sure. Someone to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of that was just answering back so quickly. Delta and Clef as well. Every time one of them got taken out, the other got 2. And so every situation that Talking Flower seemed like they had an opportunity, Bet was just able to answer back. So they're going to be making it to the next round, and they will be playing the winner of Jackpot and Oro Jackson. I do need to check whether or not that has finished yet. It is indeed Jackpot. So that's going to be a tough match for Bet going forward, but this is a double elimination bracket, of course. So these teams are going to have a second shot at it.
Yeah, and that's going to be exciting for Bet too, because especially Jackpot being such a strong contender in this scene. I mean, they've done so much lately, especially since they have recently reformed. I mean, kind of in Splat terms, it's pretty recent, I would say. They were able to reform and kind of come back out to the forefront, playing in so many championships. And making a really big splash as they've come back into the scene. So I think a lot of people get excited when they do get to play Jackpot, because, I mean, it could be a learning experience, but it also could be something really fun, and these are really heavy hitters that you get to kind of put yourself against. So definitely taking mental notes as you're going. Yeah,
I mean, Bet themselves are pretty heavy hitters, with Power being a world champion. So... going to be a very difficult match going forward here. I believe the next match we will be seeing will have, I think it was CometX in it, unless they end up going down here. But yeah, I mean, that's a very nice match to start off this top 16 with, because Talking Flower being a strong team who we've just seen consistently do well, and just 3-0 instantly. Just, God. Yeah, kind of wild.
And actually, looking at the bracket, Fusion, there's a lot of 3-0s happening across the way. I mean, Jackpot got a 3-0 over Oro Jackson, as we just saw with Bet taking a 3-0 over Talking Flower. You have Prestige getting a 3-0 over Zenith, and FTWin 3-0ing Black Lotus. And so, looking down below, you also have CometX 3-0ing Hypernova. So we're kind of waiting on some score reports happening from the other matches, but at the moment, 2004 and Moonlight are 1-1, and as well as Fiesta and Duck Motif at 1-1 as well. So a lot of, mostly 3-0s happening across our bracket, and Alliance Rogue is also at a 2-0 standstill with ASC Tenchi. So they're also looking for that third win as well, but Tenchi is also going to try to do their best to not allow that to happen. I mean, the scores that you see don't always tell the full story, right? Like, it doesn't tell the whole narrative of how easy it was for them to get to that point. There could have been a really, really heavy fight that happened, even though it says that it's a 3-0. Like, we just don't know, right? We can't watch all the matches, unfortunately, because there could be good things happening across the bracket that we just don't know about.
Yeah, we're gonna toss it over to Jem really quick, who's gonna give us a little bit of an analysis of what we just saw. So take it away, Jem.
Thank you, Fusion. So we start things off, with a 3-0, and it was, a couple of those games were very, very quick. One of the things that I want to highlight about why that might have been comes from the match between, there's obviously the match between Bet and Talking Flower, but the match on Mahi Mahi Zones. We see here, right about here, situation is Bet is 3 up. The colors are got reversed there, so this is Bet that is in orange. And we see Kara on the bottom side of the screen here trying to open up the map. And on paper, this is a great play, moving across the left side, because what this does is it forces some members of Bet to look to their right, so Talking Flower's left. But what it also does is, because they're looking in that direction, it opens up the right-hand side over here, where if they're looking this way, then they're getting flanked from this direction. And because of the way Mahi is designed, you've got a bunch of high ground down here. It's not quite the easiest to see from exactly this camera angle. We'd have to kind of get the whole bird's eye view to be able to see that. But there's a bunch of high ground back here. And if the 52 can stay alive and use that successfully, it will draw resources in this direction. And then that opens up the other side of the map for their team. The problem is that in order for this, two-front attack to be successful, these two have to come in at the same time. And like was pointed out on the comms here, that doesn't quite happen. They've got a crab tank out right now, but they don't have a lot attacking from the right side at this exact moment. And so they end up being able to just target the 2 members of Talking Flower that roll out from the middle here. And Kara's not going at the same time over here. Nobody's going at the same time over here because they're respecting the blaster. So they neutralize this side of the map. All they have to do is focus right here. So it was a great kind of clinic on isolating the enemy team and pinching them so that you have the 2-front attack instead of them. That sort of coordination was really impressive to watch in real time. And Bet was able to just get enough players down and stagger them for long enough that they were never really going to have enough paint heading towards the zone to be able to cap it against them. Really, really great defensive play there. There was a lot more back and forth between the two teams on Hagglefish Tower here, which I think tells us a lot about this particular game mode. This first checkpoint took forever for both teams to be able to get through. It was not easy for either of them here. They spent a lot of time and a lot of specials, and one of the key reasons for that is just how difficult this area right here, what's called on the official callouts switchback, or just switch for short. This area right here was so difficult to clear. Both teams were covering that extremely well. They had a blaster underneath here with a big bubbler over the top. So they've got, free pot shots over the side walls here. They've got the big bubbler keeping them safe, and they still couldn't actually make it up the ramp and get control of this plat area. Both teams were kind of throwing themselves at that spot because it's a crucial defensive position and just weren't able to get that much done. At one point, I believe Bets, I think it was Clefapig, they get a crab tank up here, and they still can't get somebody in through here to clear all of that out. And so there's always someone waiting on defense right here to close in and shut the door on pushing any further. So great defensive play there. But The one of the things that Bet was doing really well here was, again, creating those two different directions of attack, where you can see they've got teammates pushing through middle and on the left, while they've got a pinch from the crab tank on the right. And so this was able to kind of shepherd Talking Flower around, force them into the side of the map that Bet didn't want them on. And, that probably works if they have someone on the tower to at least get it towards the first checkpoint. But credit to Talking Flower for being able to push back in, because when they got pushed over to the right and started coming from this direction, they were also able to drop someone down here. And so they were able to pinch Bet in between the two of them there and clear out their court, be able to move forward again. So really great tactical play from both teams, and it makes it so, we can skip pretty far into this match before anyone even clears the first checkpoint. I think it was past 2 minutes before that finally happened, and it's right here on this push. So that's just a huge testament to the defensive capability of both teams. I mean, they do have a Snipe Rider, very long-range weapon, and crab tanks on both sides, so it's not a huge surprise that was a little bit challenging. But really playing to the map mode with the resources that they had available, because this was really some really great back and forth that they were able to get on this particular map mode. Generally, though, Bet was able to get control and keep control really, really effectively. Even when Talking Flower would push in, it wouldn't result in Bet losing control. It would just maybe, slow them down, force them to rotate somewhere, and then they'd be able to keep going. And that lack of an ability to punch through, that may come from issues of coordination. That may just be a slightly better game plan that Bet was working with. But they were able to find those explosive plays when they needed them. I am also... I was kind of taking notes here because my team has been thinking about ship-shaped zones. And now that I'm looking at it, I really like Crab Tank on this map. Kara here with a phenomenal flank to get rid of Cleffa's Crab Tank and cut them off from being able to cap that way. But we saw the Crab Tank used at the very beginning here to great effect by Talking Flower, who prioritized this. And they get it right here. And again, using that crab to set up these flanking plays, to set up these two front wars, to make it so that they are forcing the enemy team to take one side of the map, and then the rest of their team can focus on that one side. That was also a really common play we were seeing with these crabs. Seems to work especially well on ship shape here, where getting up behind this crab requires you to, go all the way in and come all the way back around, which is a much more unsafe, much more difficult flank to try and pull off. So part of the reason that the crab works so well here is that it doesn't have to turn its back to any place dangerous. Normally, the way you beat the crab is by flanking it, by hitting it with some AoE or something. But how do you flank it if its back is to the ocean? If, we're out in the North Pole or something out here, there are icebergs floating around back there. You don't want to be in there as a squid. Squids can't go into water, silly. So really smart play by both teams. And, as I've mentioned, I've been taking notes on what these guys have been doing. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty more of that as time goes on in this tournament. So let's pass it back to Fusion and Saf to take us into our next round.
Thank you for that analysis, Jim. Before we hop into the next round, we do have a few quick ads to read. We do have some information here. If you do want to contribute to the prize pool or to the organization Dapple Productions, there's this link here, paypal.com/paypalme/20xx splat. It will go help Dapple Productions increase the prize pool and host more premium events like this in the future.
Now, Fusion, I know that you like to LAN, I like to LAN, but what about our friends over in the UK going to Breeze? That's right, Breeze is November 25th to the 26th, and you can still sign up. There's a little QR code for you to use if you'd like to. It's the largest European LAN ever, which is insane, which is absolutely insane. It's an offline event, and it returns for a 2-day feature featuring main ranked tournaments, side tournaments, and more, and it's found in the heart of Manchester. As I said, on November 25th and 26th, you can still register to go to Breeze, so make sure to grab your ticket if you can go.
Yeah, I mean, there's over 300 teams there. It's kind of wild. So, if you have an opportunity to go to a LAN in the future, that's a good one. This one, if you're interested in getting into, if you're interested in getting into competitive Splatoon, we have a Splatoon Stronghold. It's your one-stop shop for all the information you'll need, and they have lots of good resources for how to get started. You can see the links to the Discord as well as a website here. So yeah, stay up to date with what's going on there and check it out.
Now, Fusion, going back into our next round, we have Alliance Rogue versus CometX. I mean, my goodness. Once again, a group of folks that are just heavy hitters have done so much work in this scene, have done so much work to get to where they are. They are here with us at 20XX today. Very exciting. On the side of Alliance Rogue, you have Kiver, Gray, Ezra, and Volty. You gotta be looking out for Volty, man. That carbon roller is something else. For those of you out there that are trying to look to pick up that weapon, this is your player to be watching. Let me tell you something. And on CometX, you have Yuli, Odin, Ryu, Pucho, Kana, and Roto coming in strong for CometX. So this is a really strong matchup, folks. I mean, you won't want to miss it. I mean, grab your notebooks, turn your brains on, take some notes here. There's so much to be learned from these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly is, Rainmaker on Undertow is something that I recall from, I can't even recall what set it was, but I remember Volty going absolutely wild here with Carbon back when it was, like, I think it must have been like Alliance Rogue and Starburst, but I can't, I apologize, I can't quite recall.
Probably.
But this is, yeah, I mean, we don't have an opportunity all that often for big JP teams to come out and, you know, show their strength in our events, but this is certainly going to be one Comet tends to show up whenever these huge events end up taking place. So yeah, we're gonna see some interesting stuff coming out from them. We don't see too many Japanese players all that often. We also don't see like what they bring to the table all that often either. So in terms of like weapons, so we'll kind of get a taste of the Japanese metagame a little bit, as well as how Alliance Rogue is going to stack up against them, because they've certainly been strong recently. I haven't seen them in the last few days or the last few weeks, but you know, they're just growing stronger by the day.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, we're not going to be opening on Rainmaker, folks, so apologies on that. It's actually going to be the what I like to call old reliable tower control Inkbot. This is always, I feel, the game 5 pick for a lot of folks. This is always the one that it's like, well, this could go either way. If it's our counter pick, this is the one that we're going to pick. It's our strong suit. And I'm especially looking at you, Starburst. I'm talking about you, Starburst. This is normally your pick for the counter pick when you're trying to go into a game 5. And it is for a lot of folks too. I'm just thinking of Starburst in particular because I've just seen it so many times at this point. Again, it's all reliable, right? Huge area to be aware of on this map. I'm sure both teams are very cautious of it as well, but the bats area. If you want to try to be successful, you want that tower to be moving through the enemy plat, you got to be taking those fights on bats, and you got to have really strong control on those bats areas.
Yeah, I mean, this can be a snowballing map. You can kind of lock people out if you're able to get control of this, but I think with teams at this level, they're a little bit more familiar. They know not to, you know, trickle into that area. They're able to hold it down significantly better. So, you know, I think that whether or not, you know, we're going to be able to see, like, big Zuka picks coming out from either the Carbon or the inevitable, like, Splatter Shot, is kind of going to determine whether or not a team's going to be able to make a big push here. Of course, it's going to be just difficult to get onto the enemy plot unless you have that sort of reach. The tower is going to be moving behind. You need to push up way in front of it, and I'm kind of curious to see how these teams are going to show that here, because Zuka, of course, has kind of been a staple for the last meta for how teams kind of extend forward and get those picks and give themselves some space, but Crab's coming a little bit back as well. I remember we used to see a lot of Crabs kind of on the wall by the first checkpoint, trying to hold it down and lock it down, and we may even see like a bubble coming out if we happen to see that here.
Yeah, and bubble can take so much space, especially on the plat area. Definitely less advantageous if you have it on the tower. It can work. Not saying that it can't work. It definitely can, especially when you're trying to cruise your way past the third checkpoint. Usually that GG bubble. There's so many GG specials in tower control now. I feel like you can have the GG bubble, the GG booyah, the GG tri-strikes. Depending on what team is going to bring any of those things out, kind of up in the air. One thing I know for sure, though, is with Alliance Rogue, you got to be so careful about where Volti is going to be, especially if they have a lot of ink on the ground, because if Volti is going to be using that carbon roller, you got to be super careful about where they're going to try and come and find you. And especially if you have a backline, that's probably where they're going to try to be. They don't want you to get set up. They don't want you to be calling them out and taking anybody else out of the game once you're trying to push forward. So definitely all eyes forward, keeping an eye on where people are going to be sharking and utilizing those ledges.
Yeah, that's definitely something we need to think about, because Inkblot's kind of like the perfect storm for especially on tower control, where there's a lot of space. Like, it's a big map, but there's stacks everywhere. There's just big obstructions. You can't check every single corner. You just kind of need to be fast and think on your feet, and beware of sharks, because they smell blood in the water.
They absolutely do. If your name is Volti, you absolutely do. And I mean, how are people going to be able to work together here, I think, is also going to be really important, which is always so impressive to me, Fusion. I mean, it takes so much time to build team synergy. It really does. It's one of those things that's really difficult to master. And once you can kind of get it going and lock it down, it can be super advantageous. And there it is. Look at all of this ink that we have to work with if you are Volti. I mean, you have the splash, the end zap, and with Kiver, you have the vanilla shot with that Trizuka. So you're absolutely right. Trizuka is going to be making a splash here. But you also have the Crab Tank and the Hammer coming out from the Stamp too. So tons of mobility from both sides.
Yeah, and we do see the Crab coming out from each, as well as the Wiper. We haven't seen Wiper too much recently, but it is making a bit of a comeback, it seems. Crab looking for that big opening at the start, not able to find it just yet. They're able to kind of stick Prosp over in that corner there, and that's going to be a nice pick, but Odin answering back that rapid, able to kind of sniff out a member or two. They find one, they're in an awkward spot. The fall off is going to create a big opening. Scar with a nice pick, moving up onto the enemy plat. They smell another and looking for even more. Still the splash in mid, they're dead as well. Alliance Rogue with a big opening picks, with some big opening picks here. The tower still yet to move, but they do have some specials in the tank as it rolls into that first checkpoint.
Yeah, having the Crab Tank online on that left stack is going to be huge for Alliance Rogue here. A great setup, getting that tower safely to the first checkpoint. I mean, not barely, I would say. It's safe, but it's barely safe, as CometX is really quick to respond here. Odin, once again, finding themselves with a double pick. They're looking in for their third with that Rapid Pro, and there they go. They take it. Joe is jumping into the Inkjet, trying to find the fourth, but Scar is going to be quick there to follow up to take that Inkjet out of the sky. 82, not much of a lead here for Alliance Rogue, but they're not going to let that deter them very much, as they already have themselves a good control of mid.
Yeah, we do see that Crab Tank yet again from the same spot. That's going to give Volti space to move forward. Looking for some on the enemy plat. They do find one. Looking for more, but the Wiper able to dodge one slash from Volti. That's going to be enough for them to get the pick and move back in. Now the flank into mid, able to find multiple more members. Nice picks. That's going to be a big shutdown coming out from CometX. And yeah, Alliance Rogue's push is going to come to an end. They do end up taking the first check, which is going to be a big roadblock for them, or was a big roadblock for them. But that's still going to be CometX answering back, having a big opportunity of their own. Now with the Inkjet able to find one member in mid, they're going to grab that first checkpoint for themselves here as well.
Yeah, and nobody on the tower at this moment. There we go. The jump just had to take some time to come in. Now that first checkpoint has fallen for CometX. They're looking to try to get some footing up onto this plat right now, Fusion, but Alliance Rogue isn't going to let them do that. They don't want them to. They don't want to give them any more space to work with, and now in the 3-down situation, Alliance Rogue is going to take full advantage of pushing this tower back to where it should be, towards the last checkpoints. You can see, once again, mid being flipped back and forth, and again, you have Scar getting set up with that crab tank, looking forward to the bats area. And as you can see, all 4 members of CometX kind of just trying to get some space on their plat right now. But if you have these specials getting stacked from Alliance Rogue, that's going to be super hard to do.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Alliance Rogue still trying to move up from this forward point here, but it looks like the Wiper able to just sneak through that corner with Hammer, find 2 picks out of the situation. Absolutely nowhere to run in that alley for Alliance Rogue, but Kiver able to just drop in behind them. We've seen that angle just come into use this match so much, dropping from that side, able to get behind the tower, able to just get a pick and stop the push in its tracks. It's been so important that the tower is able to stop at this corner here. Only 1 minute left in the game. Neither team has made it to that second checkpoint. The Crab able to stay on this tower here. Holy carp. That tower is going to move forward. We got a double Crab combo, and that's going to be the second checkpoint going down for CometX. Tower is going to continue rolling on forward. The Inkjet able to find one a little earlier, but my god, CometX is just snowballing this all the way into that final check.
Yeah, look at all these suction bombs coming out, just emergency suction bombs from Alliance Rogue, trying to clear some space off of that tower, but you have so much space for the Wiper here to be pushing forward with the stamp. Scar goes down. They're looking for the other pick to come and drop down and try to take the fight with them. You can see Kiver trying to clear some space on that left-hand side, but unable to do so. CometX is still so far pushed up. You can see the this way coming out. You have to wonder what is going on in that voice chat. What are they saying for the this way to come out? Odin once again finding a really good splat there, down to the 6 mark, and it's just a firefight on the plat of Alliance Rogue to try to take some space here.
Yeah, my goodness. Finally, a few picks going into Alliance Rogue's direction. They're going to have to do this in overtime. The tower moving back towards the middle of the map. We see Scar grabbing that crab tank. They have it online. They have the Zuka online. Here's that off angle yet again. Odin finds 1 pick on the tower. The tower's going to continue rolling forward, though. So now, with the overtime in action there, Alliance Rogue needs to move forward because the crab tank is online from CometX. The Zuka is able to find 1 pick. Kiver and Volti moving up onto the enemy plat. Here comes the Crab looking for answers. They're trying to slow down the tower. This difficult checkpoint is still in the way. Alliance Rogue able to find some picks, but they're 2 down. The tower is going to end up going down. CometX able to stop it and take back game 1.
I have to take a breath for a second. I mean, watching CometX just get it together and get it down to that 6 mark was absolutely insane. I am so excited for when Jem comes back to us to talk to us about this, because I mean, they were kind of having a rough start a little bit. Alliance Rogue was really just kind of displacing them, not really allowing them to get their footing, not really allowing them to get super set up well. But as soon as they were able to, I mean, it was just like clockwork, and it's so fun when you can see and feel the rhythm of battle change, and CometX just did that so perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I need to go review Odin X's gameplay after this, because I've been looking for someone who plays the Rapid Deco as aggressively as they've been doing it in this game. So I am excited to see how they're able to kind of just how Alliance Rogue's going to be able to answer that going forward, because, you know, something that I want to point out, there were no backlines in that game. There's no Snipe Rider, there's no Nautilus, there's no Ballpoint, no Charger, nothing. So, and that's pretty new for Splatoon 3. That's an entirely different kind of flavor that we're seeing here, and it seems like that crab tank, of course, is a key part of it. and the Rapid Deco as well seemed like a important kind of piece of the puzzle there. And you know, it's interesting. It forces both these teams to play super aggressively. We're already going to be hopping back into game 2.
No
It's
time
Rainmaker on
wasted.
Undertow this time. We got baited in game 1, but it's going to be showing up here in game 2. Seems like this is Alliance Rogue's counter pick. We see the Jet Squelcher coming out, this time on the other side.
I love this change-up, Fusion. I love this change-up so much. You're seeing Scar switch off of that splash. They're opting to pick the ballpoint, so Inkjet for the side of Alliance Rogue is going to be huge. But you have the Vacuum on CometX. We are in top-level gameplay, people, and Vacuum is viable. I love it here.
Hey, it still sucks. I'm never going to stop making that joke.
No.
Yeah, but already CometX going 2 members down. Alliance Rogue with a very quick opening. They find multiple picks running for that checkpoint. They're going to grab it here. Only the Vacuum is online on the side of CometX. Zuka looking for answers, not able to find any picks there. The points are going to come online quick if they're able to move the Rainmaker forward. Here comes the Rainmaker moving, not able to dodge away from P-Toss on that on that Splash-O-Matic, so only a push to 42 despite that massive opening for Alliance Rogue, but anything that gets the checkpoint out of the way is big, and already with that cooler online, Alliance Rogue still hanging on to a quite a bit of mid here.
Oh my goodness, even with the Squelcher, you gotta be watching out for Odin there. Kiver trying to go in for the fight, but Odin finding success in trying to utilize and maximizing their range. And that is so huge, folks. When you're using a weapon with longer range, you have to try to maximize your range. It's so hard to go into close quarters combat with something that doesn't have as much damage output. So utilizing your range is going to be huge here. And I think CometX is already executing that so well, as they are going to opt to pick up the Rainmaker and move towards the left side. Going into the first checkpoint, Alliance Rogue, where are you guys? They're trying to come back in over and to contest here, to testing this pop once again after that first checkpoint has fallen. The Vacuum now online from Odin. They're going to utilize that blast just a little bit too late though to try to look in for points. But as Volty goes down to the stamp and the pop is going to try to be made once again, you can see Alliance Rogue is going to try to hold the defense here.
Yeah, here they go. Scar able to shut it down with that Inkjet. They're able to stop the Rainmaker with a very nice pick without losing the lead. 45 points on the board for CometX, but not quite enough. Alliance Rogue just knowing to kind of fill up that vac as quickly as possible, saves them the lead there and quite a few points. Now Volty stuck in the middle of the map, able to just get out before they're able to lose too much control here, getting yet another pick, this time onto the Wiper. So Alliance Rogue able to just hold on to the middle of the map here. Now the coolers coming online. Alliance Rogue looking to start moving forward, start a push of their own because they're not feeling safe with this 42. They want some more on the board, but it's going to be difficult if CometX is able to answer back as reliably as they have so far.
CometX is just as hungry here, Fusion, because they know that the 45 is also not going to be enough, and they want to try to get that just a little bit more. The Zuka coming out, though, from the right-hand side, the Wiper going down, but CometX is going to waste no time to try to get that pop once again. But with 2 members of Alliance Rogue holding down this right-hand side from their perspective, it's going to be really hard for CometX to try to push back in, as they're being pushed back into mid to try to take the fight into mid, but they're still going to be opting for this left-hand side. It is still opting the safest passage. But with that Inkjet coming out too, and the Vacuum to try to counter it once again, it's going to be difficult for CometX to try to push forward here.
Yeah, Volty, nice job with the grab, able to just force CometX to slow down a bit, forcing them to re-pop it, and that is going to slow them down enough to let Alliance Rogue get one more pick. Now the cooler is going to be coming online. No vac online just yet for CometX, but it's going to be there soon. So now with the Crab on the corner, they're able to run forward. That's going to be the lead, and the Crab able to find 3 picks as Alliance Rogue tries to get in to stop it. It's just Volty. They're able to find one, able to find the Rainmaker. Rainmaker all the way down to 28. Some nice points on the board. Alliance Rogue needs to answer back quickly, but it looks like CometX still isn't done yet. That's going to force Alliance Rogue to grab that Rainmaker. Stuck in this corner here. Finally, able to survive, able to get some picks. That is going to be a big opportunity. Now they're going to be able to move into mid, get some paint on the board. But again, those coolers mean CometX is already back in the middle. They're going to need to just run it through that corner, and they don't have a reliable as reliable an answer as Vac to get those extra points on the board. They're going to need Volti to come in and get something started here. The Vac able to survive, looking for those points, not able to find it, but the shot is, my goodness.
Oh my gosh, what a shot coming out from Odin there, taking the Rainmaker, stopping it in its tracks. Alliance Rogue, everybody's still up. Volti going to be taking some time to come back into the map here. But CometX just having such a strong foothold on the defense, but with the flank coming out from the end up now in a 2 versus 2 scenario. But it's a wipeout on Alliance Rogue as the tape flies across the screen. CometX coming in strong again for game 2. Holy smokes, Fusion.
Holy smokes, Batman. Yeah, just the way that CometX was able to just answer back so quickly, able to just use that Vac to move in on that left side was certainly helpful for getting them those extra points. But I think the way that what won them that game and stopped Alliance Rogue from pushing in overtime was using the Vac kind of in a neutral situation, because Volti moving through the middle of the map, even though they're a roller, they're a carbon, you can't squish people with that. So just being able to use the Vac survived Volti. They were able to find some hits with that massive Ink Vac, the shot from it, and that let them just hold down the middle, because we saw that it kind of just stifled 2 members of Alliance Rogue trying to push up, trying to get those massive picks, and stopped what could have been a bad situation from turning into a worse one.
Yeah, and I loved seeing all those fights kind of go down on the left-hand side. It's always interesting to me when people don't opt to go for the right. I mean, obviously, left-hand side can have a lot more safe passage, but when you have that inkjet coming up, you have the vacuum in the corner there. I mean, so much can go wrong so quickly. But, I mean, Fusion, they're wasting no time. These teams know what they want, and they're hungry for more. And look at this. Scar, once again, having a weapon change-up. The flexibility coming out from Alliance Rogue right now is so awesome.
Yeah, the Tri-Slosher, interesting pick. Certainly going to be useful on these stacks on Mako Mart. Still more or less the same deal. We do see the Rapid Deco coming out yet again on the other side. We'll see if Alliance Rogue is able to kind of use this smaller map to their advantage. Take advantage of it with their aggressive style. We saw 3 members of Alliance Rogue swarming around that right side. They're able to find 1 pick. Volti looking for more. The Rabbids just getting chased in circles there, but they're able to survive despite everything. So it looks like CometX is going to be able to grab the zone, but still, 3 members of Alliance Rogue in the middle of the map. Volti looking for some picks with that Zuka, not able to find them. Nobody, there we go. Scar was able to just come around that side, find a few picks, do exactly what they do best with that Tri-Slosher, able to just take control of the map from the high ground and get those picks just so quickly and so reliably. And now, with 1 member of CometX already dropped onto that left side, it's the Wiper. I don't know how they just dodged like all of the Zuka shots and multiple members of Alliance Rogue, but my god, they're kind of going off here and just going to win back the zone all by themselves if they continue doing what they're doing here.
Yeah, you could see immediately as CometX was trying to come back through to that right-hand side, Alliance Rogue was so quick to respond. The Tri-Strikes were already there before they even stepped foot on that area there, but with the Wiper being able to break back through to the other side, that's going to be really huge for CometX here, as they're going to take back the zone. Very small penalty to work with here, so that is looking really good if you are CometX. Odin here looking eyes forward on this left-hand side. They don't want any unsuspecting flanks or jumps to come down from there, and especially having follow-up from the Wiper taking the far left side, that's going to be super huge, because you can see Alliance Rogue is going to try to re-enter here with those Tri-Strikes. They wanted to put the zone in neutral, but it wasn't quite enough here. Scar going to be helping out. Volti taking a fight here, unfortunately going down in the process, but Volti is still left standing with that cooler online as well. They're looking to try to push this right stack, especially with those Tri-Strikes, but not quite finding the pick that they were looking for there, and CometX still having a good foothold on mid here.
Yeah, the Jet over this side is going to look for picks. They're not able to find anything just yet, but all of Alliance Rogue is hiding behind that wall in the exact same place. 2 members get taken out. 15 seconds left on the clock. Volty is the only one alive for Alliance Rogue, looking to try and get in. Kiver trying to help them into the zone, not able to find it. The paint is not going to come onto the zone in time. Nearly is, though, but still. CometX 3-0ing Alliance Rogue, just shutting them out. Incredible stuff, and they're going to be moving on to semis.
You could see as soon as the tape flew across the screen, the zone flipped out of their favor, and it just, the timing, just not enough time to get something going there. CometX, they had it down to the wire. They just held on. They knew the formula, Fusion. They knew. They had the secret formula. Watching that left-hand side and watching that drop area is so huge. You don't want anybody to be coming out of there. You got to be holding on to that because that is where all of the flanking power comes in. But you got to appreciate Volty. Volty was on those stacks immediately, like Velcro. They were stuck to those stacks. They immediately wanted to try to take control of there. They didn't want to allow any space, and especially with Scar trying to help them and follow up through the Trizuka, also really huge, but just not quite enough. CometX just was able to follow up so well. I mean, I'm just excited for what Jem is going to tell us.
Yeah, they did kind of have the secret sauce there, but something that I wanted to point out from that set was how survivable CometX was. There were like 0 situations, I think, where they got full wiped out, and especially there weren't like Zukas that took out 2 members randomly. We saw, especially the Wiper in particular, was kind of able to stay alive. They dodged multiple Zuka shots. They're kind of able to kite the entirety of Alliance Rogue to the side, able to survive the specials. And I feel like Alliance Rogue just did not get that much value out of their specials that set because they were unable to find the immediate picks with it. CometX just kind of knew the ebb and flow of the game, when to move in, when to move out, and where exactly Alliance Rogue was coming from throughout that set. But I think that Jem will be able to tell us some interesting stuff about that. So what have you got to say, Jem?
That was a really amazing set for showing off the player's ability to trade back and to prevent the opponents from getting an advantage state for too long. Like you said, about CometX being able to just roll with the punches, there were just so many moments, like, I'm just going to let this play for a minute while I talk about it, but there were just so many moments in the game where a player would go down, but then there would be an immediate trade back somewhere else on the map. They'd, here, Alliance Rogue have lost Volty, but then they're able to bring disproportionate numbers over to this side, clear out the enemy splash in return. But then Odin X comes back and gets 1 and gets 2. But then Odin X goes down on the left. You can see, like, all of these fights are going very, very even because when something happens, both teams are, at this top level of coordination and just their, decision-making, their awareness, their speed. They're able to get into place to take advantage of whatever play has developed in that time. And so we saw, especially in TC Inkblot, that so much of this game was an absolute stalemate. It's not a real push on this map until you have cleared the second checkpoint. It just doesn't count. It's not real until that has happened. And that didn't happen until like 3 minutes into the match. Up until that point, here's an inkjet from Odin, but again, it gets value and then it's immediately traded back. And then, teammates come in to try and support it. They get traded back. Alliance Rogue, one thing about them that really held them in this match as much as they stayed in was the fact that they are painting like crazy. I think, like, ever since, they took on Volty, they've had this idea in mind that they need to paint as much as humanly possible because they want to enable Volty as much as they possibly can. They want Volty to be able to pop up anywhere that they want on the map and just delete someone because they didn't see Volty coming in the first place. And so it can't just be, a single designated support player here. It looks like everyone on Alliance Rogue has to be painting their butts off. I wish I could see the figures on just how much each of them were painting here, because every single time you pan out here, you're looking at a completely green map. It's crazy. Teal, light, blue, green. People correct me on those colors all the time, and I see you. I get that you're artists, but we know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so it's this push right here where CometX are able to really get going. And you can see it starts off a little bit at disadvantage because Alliance Rogue has a really good push. But what happens here is CometX are just able to set up this really great special play. And that was really one of the deciding factors in all three of the matches. In two of these games, they were major crab plays that we see, one of those about to develop right here, where they get one and then they pop crab to be able to stay alive on the tower. Normally, this wouldn't be especially safe. It would be easy to push this, but because the crab is here and is armoring them, they're able to get rid of the bombs, so the bombs can't be thrown on tower and zone them into particular sides. And then they're able to get the one shot on one of the players as they run towards the tower to try and defend it. And it's just because of this solo crab play here, because CometX don't have an advantage. They don't have anybody up on bats. They don't have anybody on plat. It was just this crab play that got them through the checkpoint. But once you get through this checkpoint on this map, you just get all of the next 25 points for free. And CometX snowballed this beautifully. They were able to use their position on the tower to get somebody up onto bats. Once they got somebody up onto bats, they had an inkjet up on bats. Once they got an inkjet up on bats, bats is completely free and their team is able to take it. This map snowballs out of control once you get that second checkpoint. And so as soon as CometX had this, it was a really difficult uphill battle for Alliance Rogue. And as you can see here, it's just kind of chaos. It's so hard to get back in once you've lost that crucial high ground defensive point. And this is also really well played by CometX. They're playing to keep the push alive. They're not necessarily playing to go all in for the KO. They're playing for getting what extra points they can when it's safe to, but also winding time down off the clock and making sure that they don't full wipe and they stay engaging the enemy team. They never want Alliance Rogue to feel like there's enough pressure relieved that Alliance Rogue can come back into the map and start to try and shove them out. They always want Alliance Rogue to be scared to drop, scared to move forward, because there's always pressure coming from one direction or another. And that's what they managed to pull off here. And because they're holding back a little bit, they're able to get jumps in and keep this going for a lot longer. And this push lasts until, almost the very end of the game. That's another 20 seconds we've just skipped past, and they're still fighting to get out of their own base, even though no more points have been scored. That's really the way that you want to play tower control. It's not that you want to just sit on the tower until you go down. You want to use the tower to kind of stall the opponents in their own base. They can't move out into mid after winning a fight until they've cleared you away from the tower. And then they have to wait for the tower to get all the way back. And by that time, your team is back. And you kind of just keep the tower in a place where they don't want it, where if you do win a fight, you can keep scoring. But even if you don't win a fight, it's just going to take them longer and longer to be able to get control back. There was a critical point here in Game 2, another one of these really massive special pushes that they were able to get on CometX. Because again, up until this point, CometX has been completely walled out. Alliance Rogue are actually in the lead here. But what happens is that they get this push on the left-hand side, and what I want to check here, because this was something that I didn't quite see, I want to see if it's the VAC that gets the crab in here. So this VAC from OdinX, one of the top C-Jet players from back in Splatoon 2, for those who know how disgusting that weapon was. This is, one of those guys who wins X rank. Okay, he's not just winning tournaments; he's just up there, really, really high on the leaderboards. And he comes out with a special here, a VAC, to try and protect the push as it goes in, to try and keep these inkjet shots off the team. And that definitely has a huge impact. They do get Volti in behind, but then... Okay, so Volti actually does get in and picks this up and tries to move it forward. So it's not until a little bit later that this play develops. So that was what I was looking for here. But they end up getting the grab here, and what's going to happen is we're going to see this splash sneak in on the left side. And this is one of those really, really juicy specials. You know, with specials, a lot of the time you have to settle for like a 7 out of 10 special, right? You go for one that's like, it's going to get value, it's going to get decent value, it's not going to be huge, but like it was the right time to use it, and you cleared the space you needed to, you did your job, right? If you get a special like that, you generally want to pop it because you don't want to wait so long for the 10 out of 10 special that you're just kind of killing time when you could be using a special and farming another one. But this is one of those 10 out of 10 specials. Alliance Rogue gets caught clumped up in the corner here. They either have to back up onto unpaintable turf or just face the crab head on. And so this crab gets 3. There's no room for any of them to move. As, you know, the front line pushes up with them, they lose the Rainmaker, but it doesn't matter. That's well enough for lead. Great job by Volti to be able to clear the rest of them away, because honestly, if Volti's not there, they probably get a lot further, maybe even KO off of this. But it's those specials that are really helping to break the deadlock, because these teams are so good at trading with each other that it's taking, you know, half the game or more for them to even be able to get any pushes going, to get any value. So in game 3, Alliance Rogue came out with a much more aggressive strategy than usual. You know, up until this point, they've been really, really high paint, really, really high DPS. But this time around, they pull out, because this is Mako Mart, and this is the map in the game, if anything else, where you really want to run these kinds of sharking weapons. So they put the Tri-Nouveau and the Carbon over on the right side, both at the same time. You can see, you know, we didn't see it great on screen there, but Scar just had a huge impact there. And I believe it is around, I've got my timestamps mixed up. Here we go. And it's right here where Scar is, again, I believe on screen, going to get a double. Just over these right stacks, just diving into enemy ink against 2 enemy players, gets 2 anyway. That's the sort of value that you get out of something like a Tri-Slosher here. And those picks were huge, but they also sacrificed a bit on paint. And I think because of CometX and their great awareness of the state of the game and where they can help with the objective, how they can keep themselves still in mid without going all the way down, because of their ability to do that, they were able to hold the zone in a lot of situations where they were multiple down. Because you'll notice here, the zone still isn't flipping, and it's taking a long time to flip. Still isn't flipped. It's still, you know, this was a major, massive series of picks that Scar were able to get. And it didn't phase CometX at all. If the objective didn't flip, who cares? Doesn't matter. Now, what does end up going really well for the pushing team is this play here that we're about to see from CometX when they do get control. They get a couple of picks, which again, you know, that's the sort of situation they've been surviving. But then what happens is Odin X gets into the nastiest position for an Inkjet ever. The entire team of Alliance Rogue is clustered right in that area, and they're safe against everything else, but that one angle that the Inkjet is able to get because it can rise up over the top of the cover is going to decimate them. And that's at absolutely the worst time. You know, this is a situation where Alliance Rogue should be able to start pushing out because of the amount of time that they've had to regroup and get specials and everything. But all of that gets completely stuffed by this Inkjet, and the game is over before it almost really started. Couple of trades back and forth, some minimal scoring. Then all of a sudden, right at the exact wrong moment, they go 3 down to an Inkjet, and that's game over. So I really like the way that it was described by Fusion, that this was very much up to CometX's survivability, their ability to stay in the game and keep engaging the enemy team, despite, you know, trades going back and forth, maybe going a few players down every now and again. And then, because they were so survivable, when the opportunities arose, and they didn't arise often, it was difficult to find those opportunities because Alliance Rogue is a really freaking good team. But once they found those opportunities, they were already in position to capitalize on them. They got disproportionate value out of their specials. They got disproportionate value right at the moment that they needed it. And they were able to make what was a very close game look like an absolute stomp, because that one push that they were able to secure got massive, massive value. To you on the commentary desk. Take it away, Fusion and Saf.
Thank you, Jem. My goodness gracious, that is exactly what I needed. It scratches my brain so well, because I'm like, oh, I didn't really think of it that way before, or didn't see that when it was happening. But it's always nice to kind of get that outsider perspective and someone that can really look at more closely, I guess, what's going on versus us being like, well, then that happened. But then wait, go back to this thing. But then that was really cool. Let's talk about that. And so being able to kind of take a step back and be like, hey, actually, if you look over here, this was really major. And then if you do this was also really cool. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're right. But look at this Fusion. Look at this matchup we have above us. This is wild.
Yeah, this is a little bit wild. But yeah, Jackpot FTWin, this is going to be pretty wild. I believe that yeah, this is certainly going to be wild. Are we going to throw to the interviews before this or after this? I can't recall, but yeah, Jackpot has been on an absolute hot streak as of recently. FTWin kind of, rebuilding, rebranding. They have been strong as well. We kind of anticipated a Jackpot Starburst matchup, but that didn't end up coming to fruition in that spot. But FTWin continuing to win, beating Black Lotus. And now they've made it here up against Jackpot. So, what are we going to see? I'm excited. I always love to see .Q play in particular. Just seeing whatever charger stuff or any backline stuff that she's able to bring to the table is very exciting. I'm kind of anticipating FTWin going with like a backlineless sort of style. So a little bit of a two different flavors of gameplay here. Yeah, we're going to be throwing it over to the some interviews really quick, so a little video of some teams from the tournament. So take it away.
Q. Me, I guess, because, or I guess you, well, like, Ryan's either asleep or, like, I have to drive home from work at 4, and we usually scrim at, like, 4:10, so I'm not always on time.
Yo, wait, don't call me, I'm gonna join soon.
Don't call me unless I'm not awake by 11:55.
Yeah.
Dude, I literally show up on time.
You're always
last.
Tournament starts at 12. If you call me at 11:59, I'm gonna murder you. I'm gonna block
be
you.
mad.
I'm gonna block you.
I'm gonna block your number.
I'm not gonna play if you call me. Don't call me.
I think we're all pretty good. Like, we're all generally on time. It's all... I missed a Looty set once, but everyone was very understanding. Everyone was very understanding about that.
This kid's always calling my phone to wake me up for sure. I have the worst sleep schedule on the planet.
Naja, aber manchmal, also bei mir war auch, aber okay, Yaro.
It's switching up between Yaro and Wasabi, oh god.
Yeah, sometimes it happens that I just don't want to play and I'll just come a little bit late. So.
He's a little.
I'm playing with the friends, I'm showering, I make some food.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
Are you the one who's always late to scrims?
Oh, 100%.
Or are you the person who calls
100%.
at 11:59?
Okay, I'm actually always late. And you know what, Fusion, I'm a dilly-dallier. I like to dally, and then I will dilly some more. And I really do try my best to give myself time to be on time to things. I really, truly do. And I know it doesn't look like it sometimes, but I really try. And sometimes most of the time, it just doesn't work out for me.
I've got some of that class project syndrome where I'm like, if I don't call now, no one's gonna do it. You know, if I'm not there, nobody else is gonna be there. If I don't make the battle fly, no one else is gonna do it. It's like the paranoia seeps in. I'm the one who calls at 11:59.
Oh my gosh. It's happened in tournaments too. There was actually a tournament that I played and Falco had to call me. He first texted me and then he called me and he was like, "Where are you?" And we were playing in 5 minutes. I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm getting on." I was literally emerging from a 3-hour nap. And I was like, I'm already here. I'm already like in the room. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey guys, I'm making the room. Me just like walking over to my computer.
Yeah. No, exactly. I was like, I'm already like playing the game. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like in bed, blanket over head and face. I'm like, I'm already in the room. I've already made it. I'm like playing by myself right now.
Yeah, I mean, these guys could roll out of bed after like a 12-hour nap and still kick my butt. So, we'll see if these teams are going to come off kind of guns blazing here. They've both had the sufficient time to warm up. They've both defeated some really strong teams along the way. But we're going to be starting on Clan Blitz, and this is our first Clan Blitz map of the day. With counter picks. We don't see Clan Blitz all that often, which is a little bit weird to me because I feel like teams would like it more than like Tower Control and Rainmaker. I mean, we always see zones and counter picks. It's a little bit infamous for that, but but counter pick rules kind of make people switch modes up a bit. But starting on clams can be a little bit can be nice.
Yeah, and, one thing to point out too, especially with Jackpot having like their primary roster playing today, so much open space for .Q to use. Got to be watching out for that charger that they're going to probably pick. I would imagine most likely Pencil. That's kind of what I've been seeing from .Q lately. And also from FTWin, if we have Bagel playing out with us today. Bagel's also been playing Pencil a lot lately. So, yeah, which interesting, right? They've also been playing Pencil pretty often lately. So I'm wondering if that's kind of going to be the flavor of the day, charger-wise, for them. Another person obviously to look out for is Kyo. Kyo is very good at going in on those ledges and holding down ledges and making sure that no one has space to use if they're using a bucket. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. You have the Stamper from Zera and you have the bucket coming out as well. But Madness also opting to use the bucket as well. And oh my goodness, Fusion, I totally forgot. You got to be watching out for Jared with that Kraken. Some Kraken cheese going to be used for Jackpot.
Yeah, I mean, of course, 96 always with the Kraken cheese, but when you have a midline with a splash wall, it can be very dangerous already just to trade on that left side. No Kraken in the picture here. But yeah, the double sloshers is going to be very surprising to me. I mean, on this map, they're very strong, but I'm a little bit surprised because I don't know if I've seen these teams play Slosher too much recently. But here, I'm always happy to see Kyo back on it. Finding one pick, not able to find the second. .Q able to find one pick, and it looks like Jackpot's able to start swarming. Get a push going on this right side. The Zookas come in. They already have a power clam and some chain, looking for some points on the board. They're going to find it. They have a little bit more in the tank. The Kraken looking for an opening there. They force members into mid. That's going to be one going down from that Kraken. There's the second. Jared's still alive. The push is going to be over there, but 2 members down onto FTWin. Jackpot with a strong opening and still looking for more.
Yeah, they already have another power clam online. Look at .Q being able to push up and get really comfortable here. The basket has now fallen, only to be popped once again by another power clam here. Jackpot holding strong in this corner. I mean, they're not wasting any time or space. Jared already having the Kraken online once again, looking for the picks, going to almost take out Biscuit in the process, who, which by the way, I don't know if you know that Biscuit lives a double life as Lana Del Rey, but they absolutely do. And they also play Splatoon 3, if you can believe it. The stop being done there, the 61 mark being obtained by Jackpot, and you can see FTWin wasting no time to try to push forward and make a push of their own.
Yeah, answering back pretty quickly. They have a power clam online. They also have the pity. Zera's with that Stamper, keeping an eye on .Q, not able to find a pick with that potential one-hit Zipcaster, but FTWin is able to get that power in. The clams come online for them. Zera's taken out, some extra clams coming in. A power clam, that's going to be the pity, moving its way in. The score is down to 33. FTWin gets wiped out, but a big push online. Jackpot is going to move forward, trying to answer back.
Yeah, and you can see FTWin already quick on the respawn, though. They already are swarming their plat area, trying to maintain their space and ink. You don't want to lose any footing here, especially with Jackpot being so quick to move back in. A power clam already online by .Q. Jared holding on to the second one with the tri-strikes coming out, trying to clear some basket space there. Hesitating to push forward a little bit, but with that squid roll, they're going to throw that in, and the lead has been flipped for Jackpot. They're in a delayed wipe scenario here. Kyo trying to go in and take a fight with Madness, but Madness ultimately going down to Zaire in the corner there, but down to the 23 mark now for Jackpot. There's still 2 minutes left to go, Fusion. So much time left and so many basket popping already occurring.
Yeah, with how many clams have been coming online, this is not safe whatsoever. FTWin's able to take out 2 members of Jackpot. Kyo eyeing up more. The Kraken's going to slow that down just a bit. Kyo's going to just get out of dodge there. 1 member of Jackpot does end up getting taken out. Now keep an eye on that left side. There may be a flank over there. Kyo already over on that side, able to use the strikes to move in, finding themselves in a bit of an awkward situation, trying to let their team move in on the right. There's lots of space, but no clams online just yet. A power is finally in their hands. They don't have the space to move in just yet. They're going to have to wait for specials. They have a Zipcaster, so keep that in mind. Look out for the Zipcaster going after .Q there, who's going to be locking down that left. Now, with 1 member of FTWin taken out, they're running out of time to just move in on their own, not going to get a jump in there, and Jackpot is going to be able to shift the paint and momentum back in their favor, but 2 members just get taken back in turn. 2 members get taken back in turn, and .Q is going to finally let Jackpot get back on their feet and into the middle.
A similar situation that we were seeing last time with CometX and Alliance Rogue, a lot of trading back and forth happening in different places, and that's exactly what's going on here. You can see Jared trying to go in for Bursty, but Bursty just kind of leading them away, but Jared having a really good spot over on the basket here, surviving 2 tri-strikes, but the jumps were unable to come in, but the pop is still going to be made for Jackpot, resulting in the wipeout down to the 9 mark. But look at this, FTWin is going to be quick to move into mid and to make their way over to Jackpot's basket. They want to waste no time with 20, make it 30 clams in their possession here to try to get something moving, but already 2 members of FTWin going down as they're trying to push forward because Jackpot is already here to play.
Leafy just coming in clutch, moving by that pillow, finding 3. Jackpot's not satisfied with what they have. They want a knockout. Here's going to be a power clam coming into the basket. Only 3 more clams need to be online. They're going to just end up crackening, get 1 extra clam in, take that victory. Very nice job. Just incredible shutdown there. Just Leafy able to just kind of slip into that corner, get 1 pick on a power clam, and that's the downside of carrying all of your clams on, carrying 30 clams. Your entire team is marked. The enemy can just do whatever they want. They know exactly who they need to position around. Leafy did a great job of just kind of slipping past their defenses and is able to shut it down, give Jackpot that game 1. But again, a little bit closer than I think I was anticipating. That was a very close game, but Jackpot's still able to just come out on top, just eke out a little advantage at the very end.
No Kraken cheese needed either. I mean, definitely Jared absolutely killing it with the Kraken, getting pick after pick for sure, but a lot of those jump-ins, not even necessary.
Yeah, I mean, the cheese is not the jumping to the power clam. The cheese is just Kraken. The cheese is that you can press a button and be invincible for 8 seconds. That's just kind of insane. That area on Scorch is so difficult to just kind of get through on your own. Things like Hammer, things like Kraken that are able to just force their way through are absolutely miserable to play against. They're just able to just lock you out of that area. They're able to, shred specials if you happen to have like a crab or a bubble or that sort of thing. And just 96 is just such a reliable weapon in general, right? We know how Squeezers turned out, right? It's a splash wall weapon on a midline, giving it that extra space, some extra control, and it gets Kraken pretty regularly too. So, I was scared for when Kraken came out on a new weapon, but 96 having Kraken is already plenty scary.
Yeah, it's already enough. It's really echoing Splat 1 tactics with the 96 Deco Kraken, and I'm glad that it's still here to stay. But our counter pick has been made from FTWin, and pretty quick at that. We're going to go skateboard. I'm more of a scooter gal myself, but we're going to be playing Rainmaker at Humpback Pump Track, another Splatoon 2 map. So maybe not a lot of, I don't know about you, Fusion, but I feel like with playing Splatoon 2 maps in this game, I don't really have to think as much, because I feel I've already played the maps so many times that I'm like, okay, like I know kind of what to expect here. I know who's going to try to go where. Okay, there's a trench, a roller, or a slosher is probably going to be there. Definitely caters to the non-shooter folks out there. So definitely going to be seeing that on FTWin's side for sure if we keep going on with the bucket gameplay from them. And actually, we're still going to see the wiper there, but the end zap is actually going to come out and rear its ugly head here. And actually, look at this. We're going to have Gil on the 96. What?
Anything you could do, I could do better. Yeah. I don't know if you I don't know if you remember seeing the post that was like, why are you flexing blasters and sloshers and shooters and this? And you're like, well, it's like, you can't be doing that. You can't be good at all those weapons. And then Kyo retweets with like, have you heard of Biscuit? Have you heard of Kyo? Because FTWin just opening this up very strong with a big opportunity, but Kyo dying in that long startup to Kraken. Very nicely placed bomb from Madness. That's going to stop FTWin from getting that first checkpoint, and Jackpot still hanging on to and bouncing back in the middle of the map here.
Yeah, and as we talk about Biscuit, there they appear. They got a nice double pick in the opening there with the Trizuka, which is absolutely huge for FTWin, getting that first taste of a lead here. But look at this. You have Jared set up with the crab tank over on this left-hand side. They don't want to give any more space to FTWin to work with to get closer to this checkpoint. But you have Biscuit still on that Trizuka, finding a close shot kind of in front of them here, contesting for the pop with Jackpot. But with the Zipcaster coming out too, you're taking distraction away from the objective, and the wipeout occurring. This is FTWin's time to shine. The first checkpoint has now fallen.
Yeah, now with 3 members ahead of that Rainmaker, they have an opportunity to push. Docu able to find one pick here. The Kraken's going to control the low ground, but the high ground can still rain down on that Rainmaker. The Kyo's able to find that one pick there. The rain is still stuck in the corner. Docu still on the high ground, able to lock it down. That's going to be a pick onto the Rainmaker. Now, Biscuit stuck down on that left side. They're going to have to, just try and find some picks here, because unless they're able to deal with Docu and Madness up on the high ground, they're going to have a really hard time moving forward. But despite everything, FTWin is still holding on in that middle of the map. They're able to just continually get those jumps back in. They're going to have to settle with 45 as the Rainmaker resets, and they're going to have to rotate back to mid. But Jackpot still has been stuck in their spawn just the entirety of this match so far, so they're going to need to find a way to get these picks in the middle of the map. That's going to be a very nice opening there, one in the rail, but again, a bomb taking out Madness is going to slow things down. Finally, looks like the momentum is turning in their favor, but the Kraken is going to flip things back so quickly.
Oh my gosh, barely Q getting out of there. Baby, you're a firework, that's as Katy Perry once said. Going out into the jump, but Kyo being so quick to get that Kraken online and to take them out. 2 members down now on FTWin as Jackpot is going to make their way back into mid. Jackpot being so quick to just jump back into the midsection here, wasting no time or space to try to get back in. Now trying to make a push of their own, looking to fall this first checkpoint here. A classic game of Splatoon 2 Rainmaker now, folks, as now the only thing standing in your way is just trying to get through this elbow to the final checkpoint. And Jackpot is going to do just that with a Zuka of their own and looking to see if they can make a push here, but now finding themselves at the man disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 3 minutes left in the game, and of course, you don't want to settle for such a small push, but there isn't really that many points standing in the way of Jackpot and the lead here. The Rainmaker timing out is going to be very nice for FTWin, as they were running out of members alive there. They're going to be able to grab yet again, but they only need to get it just a little bit forward to just take back that lead. But of course, the Kraken able to just shut things down. This is Splatoon 2. This is Stingray all over again. FTWin able to just get back into the middle of the map, stop the Rainmaker before it even gets past the checkpoint. Not even a single point pass. Now only 1 minute left in the game. FTWin wants more in order to feel safe.
Yeah, and they're going to do just that. They're going to pick up here. You can see Leafy is trying to provide a lot of pushback here on the Rainmaker. causing them to get kind of pigeonholed into this corner, and they're going to try to cut them off in the corner as well. You can see Bursty trying to do their best to stay alive, with Biscuit trying to follow up and help them out there, but Leafy is going to be successful in the fight. All of Jackpot now in this corner area, looking to jump on this left-hand side with 1 point remaining for them to keep it going and to keep the push alive. Contesting the pop here with Biscuit, though. The jump's coming in, and Biscuit is going to be there, but the shield is going to be what takes them out and does them in. The pop is still trying to be contested with the wipeout occurring on Jackpot. No more room to stand on for them to get this push going. That was so close, Fusion.
No, there's absolutely no way. What the hell was that stop from FTWin? Stopping it 1 point away. I thought it was all but guaranteed the Jackpot was going to be able to get it farther, but just the Rainmaker just sitting there as a bomb. You're not able to pop it without pushing yourself off the ledge. Now Zera's just going to camp that Rainmaker. It's going to reset. The Kraken comes out early. They're just going to dive for the Rainmaker. If FTWin grabs this, it's over. So Kyoto looking to grab that Rainmaker, but they run out of time on the clock. They're able to find the pick, though, and take that game. My God, they just stole that game back. I thought it was all Jackpots after that bad 2-down situation. The Rainmaker getting stuck over in that left side was just so brutal and unable to move the Rainmaker forward. Jackpot just not able to sneak it that little tiny extra inch. It's a tie set.
Sometimes it really does come down to just trying to fight the pop in those crucial moments. FTWin was definitely panicking, I'm sure, but they kept such a level head in that moment because they knew if Jackpot pops this, the lead is taken. It's over. Like, we gotta try to retrace our steps and do it all over again. And so the fact that they just kind of held their cool, tried to make sure that the Rainmaker didn't pop, maybe weren't going for the pop, but just trying to contest the pop for those few seconds. And you know, in Splatoon, 15 seconds can sometimes be a really long time, and they were holding that Rainmaker in that corner for so long. And I mean, Jackpot was also just doing their best to try to get it out of there, but especially with Biscuit being able to follow up and take 2 members of Jackpot and corner them, it was either falling into oblivion or taking the fight with Biscuit, and they opted to take the fight with Biscuit. And yeah, Biscuit maybe got a really good trade, and there was still 1 member of Jackpot there left standing, but that pop was still not being contested, and they were able to just whip it out. I mean, being able to hold a level head in really tense situations like that is always just so impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the wild thing was that it just shifted back and forth because there were times where Jackpot jumped in and got like a bomb kill onto a member of FTWin, and I thought, oh, okay, now they win pop. But it still was not quite enough. We saw the Rainmaker just hovering like so close to blowing up, but still, FTWin just had enough time to hold on to that situation, and they were able to just kind of grab that Rainmaker and stall it afterwards long enough to let them take the lead, because that's the higher level you get, the less safe you feel about like pushes like that, pushes to 45, because that is like the checkpoint and like 2 steps, and that was just barely enough against the onslaught that Jackpot was putting out. We'll see who's going to come out on top here as we take a little bit of a different dynamic, going back on vacation, and very different dynamic indeed. The Chump CDS is coming out, the Tent's coming out. There are no shooters on Jackpot.
I am enjoying this greatly. I love seeing a weapon that is just not the most commonly picked coming out from Jared here with the custom, the CDS being the pick for Jared, but the Chumps as well. I mean, I feel like Chumps are really trying to find their footing in this meta. They really want to be viable. People want them to be viable and to use them because they know that the weapon, maybe the kit itself isn't super great, but they just love the weapon so much, so they try their best to make it work. A really good opening coming out from Jackpot here, though. You can see .Q feeling pretty comfortable pushing up, but with Kill having that Kraken online, they're going to try to take out the tent, and they phase through the fight!
My God, where's the floor? Why? I know I've seen a clip like that. Why did you do it, Kill?
Goodness gracious. You have to wonder what is happening in the FTWin voice chat right now. They're going to not let it phase them. We're going in for round 2 on the Kraken, and we're going for the shield again. We're not going to make the same mistake twice. We're going to go in for the shield, but we're not going to just let it totally sweep us into the floor. Look at this fight being taken by Jared and Kyo, though. Oh my gosh, the movement that had to happen, and especially with something that shoots so much faster, like the Squelcher there, going against the 96 gal, going in for the trade, though, for FTWin. Once again, though, Jackpot having a really good foothold on the midsection here. FTWin still trying to make their way out, trying to see if they can get a good push going. But with having this tent here, I mean, having a mobile wall, it's a really hard one to combat, Fusion.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. And they've just been, Jackpot's been doing such a good job locking down like the middle of the map. FTWin's been unable to get back in completely, but now Kyo moving into the zone with that Kraken, eyeing up that CDS, so mobile, it's going to be hard to deal with them. But while that's all going on, they're painting the zone, they're trying to flip it back, but still, the tent is back in the zone, there's not enough paint to do it. Jackpot takes game 3 relatively easily after everything we've seen. Just the way they were able to lock down the middle of the map, the tent consistently being in, .Q just keeping an eye out on that long-range open mid with that sniper, and the beacons from the Squelchies just made it so hard to dislodge Jackpot once they got in. If there was a chance for FTWin to win that game, I feel like it was before Jackpot really had everything set up, because that looked like an impenetrable defense there.
Yeah, I'm so distracted by Kyo falling through the floor. I mean, how do you come back from something like that? You just, I mean, they did their best, right? They were like, okay, you know what? GG's go next. It happened. Let's try to push forward. But exactly that, though. Jackpot utilized the situation to their advantage, and they were able to just set up an impenetrable defense. Unstoppable force versus an immovable object, right? But Jackpot was both of them at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Brellas are like the most buggy class in the game. I mean, I don't remember if you remember the Tentabrella in Salmon Run where you would just shoot it out, it would start flying into the sky. It's about time they get a bug that helps them out a bit. So, pour one out for the Brellas.
Yeah, pour one out for the Brellas, and if that means pushing Kraken through the floor, so be it. Like, all right.
Yeah, no, that's kind of wild. I think what I found the strangest about that was Kyo kept charging at the Tentabrella shield. Like, Kyo is just trying to shred that shield so bad. And I don't know if you remember Baller in Slot 2 against against Tentabrella, where it would just like slip through the Brella shield sometimes, and you could like explode on the other side of it mysteriously. I think maybe Kyo was going for something like that. I don't. That's not what they got though. Didn't quite get what they wished for.
I was actually talking smack about Crapid a couple nights ago. Because I was like, I don't want that to come back. Crapid it had its moment, and I'm okay if it doesn't come back. It'll be fine.
It's still in the game.
Of course it is.
Rapid Deco's insane.
Yeah, of course it is.
Or was it the baller? Was it the baller that bothered you?
It had, yeah. No, okay. It was the fact that like you could just build ballers so quickly, and then you could just torpedo people out of existence. And having the range too. I mean, oh my goodness. Anyways, but the counter pick has been made, Fusion. We're going shopping. We have our membership cards. TC on Mako Mart. I mean, what are we looking for today? It's basically the Costco of the Splatoon world, if you want to argue it for that. But with you doing tower control here, I'm wondering how is FTWin going to change it up here? Is Kyo going to be sticking with that 96 gal? Is having that Kraken online? And no, they're not going to, but we are going to see the Rapid Deco coming out to play here by Lana Del Rey. And actually that machine, that Neo machine coming out from Kyo is going to be absolutely huge.
Yeah, Kyo has been back on machine a little bit here. We do see a lot of chip damage coming out from FTWin, while very little coming out from Jackpot. They're just kind of sticking what they're best at. And Jared on those dualies just slipping through, able to find a nice pick in the opening here. It is now just Biscuit. They're going to get taken out. Jackpot with a very nice opening here. Madness is able to get under the ledge. They have the strikes online. They have a crab tank. They're going to use that to try and solidify the first checkpoint. The Jet is going to slow things down a bit. Do you see that shot right onto the crab tank's head? able to get that assist there. If the other members of FTWin weren't able to get it, that sure would have. Now Madness just doing such a great job locking down this side here. And, you know, Jackpot just rotating back on defense. They're still managing to hold on to quite a bit of this map here. They're just continuing to scrap despite everything. And as I say that, Jackpot able to just come back into the middle of the map. I meant FTWin just a moment ago. Excuse me for that. But now it's finally looking like this difficult first checkpoint is out of the way. Madness is going to be able to move forward and just get those strikes in. Hopefully move that checkpoint, move the tower towards that second checkpoint.
Yeah, and you can see Jared coming out with it this way, looking to see if they can take the fight with Kyo. And now the wipeout scenario has flipped. FTWin wiping out Jackpot, making their way back into mid, trying to maintain their space and move this tower back towards the middle section. But the unfortunate thing is that this tower only moves at one speed. Even when at checkpoints, it's only one constant speed. So they had some ground to make up there to get it to move back into the middle section, which is okay, because now they're in a good position to be taking fights here, as Zero's going in for one pick, looking for the second, but the Zipcaster has run out and they are recalled back to their starting position. But FTWin is going to be taking this first checkpoint pretty soon here, although Madness coming in and causing some trouble for Bursty is going to be pretty tough to manage. But Bursty having that cooler online now, hoping for the teammates to come back in and take advantage of that. They're looking to get past this first checkpoint, and it has fallen.
Yeah, FTWin is able to get that checkpoint. They were playing very far away from that checkpoint there, probably just waiting for the rest of their team to get back in, and it pays off for them. They're able to grab that checkpoint and stay alive in the process. One member down. They're going to be forced back onto defense there, but still, they're not in a bad situation here at all. Kyo was on that flank. Now Zera's trying to sneak in into the middle here. They're able to hit .Q, but not enough to kill her. She's going to answer back by finding yet another pick here, and now with the first checkpoint out of the way, just any push could turn into a massive one. Just as long as they're able to clear off this ledge on that left side. The Stamper's able to drop. Jared finds himself in an awkward situation, gets helped out by a teammate. The Rapid is able to not quite get any picks out of that situation. They get chipped out, and now FTWin is just kind of struggling to answer this tower, is moving forward. They're kind of diving at it here. Jackpot's able to find a few extra points on the board, but that is not going to be a full stop of that push just yet until Q is displaced here. Yeah, there we go. FTWin was going to have a hard time getting back in. Kyo with that Zuka, able to do exactly what FTWin needed there.
Yeah, they needed to get Q out of there as quickly as possible. Now finding themselves in a good scenario. You can see Jackpot is on their way to respawning back in, but Q getting taken out on the respawn here. This is really good for FTWin. As you can see, they have so much paint on the ground on this left-hand side. They got to be really careful for where these specials are going to come. The Trizuka and the Tri-Strikes have been launched, so nobody is on the tower. The tower is now moving its way back into mid, as Jackpot has now found themselves in a more advantageous situation. They are successful breaking out from the right side and now have control of the tower once again. FTWin having a minute left on the clock to turn this around.
Yeah, still Jackpot on top of it. Now they have a crab on the tower, not able to find any picks out of it. That's going to be very important here. Nice inkjet just kind of over the head of that crab is going to slow things down from Biscuit. Now Kyo moving around the right, looking to give FTWin back some control. Zeras gets quadruple teamed over on that left side, and now Jackpot is just collapsing onto members of FTWin together. They're doing exactly what they do best. You can see them just looking out for each other. They have each other's targets in mind at the same exact moment, but still FTWin just being able to win some small individual situations is going to pay off for them. With only 25 seconds left, there isn't that much more. The tower needs to move in order to get that final lead. Jackpot is going to have strikes online if they stay alive in this situation, and that could end things here. They do take out Madness on the bucket. The time is ticking down. Jackpot they still have the lead, but FTWin has an opportunity here in overtime.
Okay, with 3 members down on Jackpot here, this is FTWin's moment, and especially with Zero being able to go up there and taking out Jared before they can even get started. The Inkjet taking down someone else. The lead has been flipped. We're going into a Game 5. FTWin able to turn it around in overtime.
Nice job. They flipped the script yet again. Not a safe lead. No lead is safe until it's a knockout at this level, and with no checkpoints in between them and victory, it's even less safe. And the GG specials are a lot less GG when, you know, people are like, oh yeah, I just got to get strikes and sit back in my base and I'm good, you know? But most of the specials are, I need to strike the tower and have someone on the tower, because if you just sit back and give the enemy team space, especially with that small a lead, you just lose so much control and that you get your entire team taken out. So you kind of don't have a choice but to fight your battles and play a little bit towards that special. But just members getting taken out in the middle towards the end of that game was what cost Jackpot. Nice job on FTWin, just kind of able to use that momentum, especially Zero's getting the pick onto Jared there. We saw them getting into the base. We saw the member who would potentially be firing out the tower from like that spot where it goes right by. You know, that's the most important pick in the game right there, because otherwise they're going to be able to just hop on that tower or just get multiple picks on it, because anything that slows it down is going to be enough.
I want to agree with you there. That pick that Zero got on Jared was super huge, because as soon as Jared was able to break back out into that map, off of that drop area by the glass, that was going to be really dangerous for FTWin and for their final push that they were making going into overtime. But the fact that Jared was taken out, and also that Doc Q got taken out really quickly and couldn't get set up either, so no cooler to be had for Jackpot in those final moments either. So FTWin was definitely set themselves up for success to get in the lead and flip the tides there. But look at this! What did I say, Fusion? Old reliable. There it is. Tower control on Inkblot Art Academy. This is always the Game 5 pick. I'm just saying, and it's a good Game 5 pick.
Yeah, this is sort of the tower control map that we see time and time again. Yeah, both teams are certainly going to have to be careful of the bats again. And I mean, with how things have been going, tower control has been very interesting to watch, because FTWin was running so much like mid-range and chip damage, like Rapid, Machine, and Stamper is kind of wild to all play at the same time, at least like to me. So kind of a different like dynamic from what we've been seeing, but I'm still anticipating we see something like Crab coming out yet again. Especially with like fewer Zukas in the meta, I think this map is big enough that Crab is a very important part of the pushes here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially getting it up on those stacks, getting it up on the little wall in front of first checkpoint, getting it up on the bats if you can, even getting it up on the mushroom area if you're trying to respond to a push, also going to be huge. Crab placement is going to be really important here. I love seeing that little animation for the tiebreaker, but oh my gosh, look at, okay, so no Crab coming from FTWin, but a Crab going to be had on Jackpot, and we're going to see Leafy actually opting for the Nautilus here.
I do love to see that Nautilus. It's a very strong weapon, especially against short range or even other mid lines. Anything it outranges, it can win fights against. And Leafy, of course, just a not prodigy over on that left stack. I mean, we've seen Leafy play it on this map so much. They're able to control the stack so well. They do end up getting taken out. They do take one in the process, and Kyo is going to be able to find yet another to give FTWin the early advantage here. Zera's looking to move up onto the enemy plat, but it seems like they're going to slow down a bit, settle just for this first checkpoint, wait till they get specials before they move up. The Jet is online, but with this push being slowed down, they're going to have to, FTWin's going to have to back up here as Jackpot swarms back into the middle.
Yeah, and that Crab Tank giving them an opening was going to be really huge. Now finding themselves with the upper hand, and two members of FTWin coming down. Zero going to be coming back in, but then Kyo finding themselves going down too. But Jackpot, look at this, having 3 specials online. They are ready to rumble and get this tower moving. And with the Trizuka coming out, taking out yet again another member of FTWin, this is going to be Jackpot's moment to get into this first checkpoint, with Leafy opting to push up forward here. These point sensors are going to be super good for Jackpot.
Yeah, they're certainly going to be very useful, but I don't know how much sharking either of these teams is going to do with point sensors on both sides of the map. You know, just be loud and proud. Both of these teams just going to kind of be raining bullets from a distance. Those teams seem content to do that. Just get one hit, get the chip damage. There's the burst bomb to finish things off. Now with 2 members down onto FTWin, Jackpot has an opportunity for the first checkpoint. Only the Zipcaster online. That's not going to be very helpful for stopping the check, and it looks like Jackpot is going to get it. They do end up taking out the Nod as Leafy moves up aggressively. So does Madness. 2 members stuck in the bats. The tower is going to roll into that second checkpoint, and Madness is looking for more with that Inkzuka.
Yeah, and the Inkzuka holding them back into that plat's going to be really huge because you can see the tower is just cruising on by. Even though only 2 members of Jackpot being left alive here, you can see Q opting to back up as there's a lot of onslaught coming from the bats area. Jared trying to look and see if they can relieve some pressure, but Zero's quick to follow up. Now you can see Biscuit is moving back into the midsection. FTWin taking mid back for themselves, taking full advantage of their manpower that they have online. With 2 specials online at 2, the tower now moving in the direction of FTWin. Jackpot's got to be really careful here and hold their ground. As you can see, all 4 members are spread out across this platform here, which is going to be really good for eyes being forward and trying to make those call-outs happen. And as they do, 2 members of FTWin go down.
Yeah, the Inkjet coming out. Very difficult to do against a Snipe Rider, but able to just answer back, take out .Q in the process. FTWin just storming back into mid, find some picks with that Inkjet. Now Zera is able to move up on that right side looking for more. Here's Biscuit over on that left, trying to combine with the Zuka. The rain is going to slow things down a bit. That's going to make this checkpoint very difficult. They don't see the sharking. Madness over there in that top right, but still not able to find a pick out of that situation. The Zuka is going to find one on to Kyo, and they're going to be able to just hold it down this bats just a little bit longer, and that is going to make this checkpoint at least a little bit more difficult to take here. But holy crap, it looks like Zeras is going absolutely wild. That's going to be the checkpoint for FTWin. FTWin is going to take back the lead here. Jackpot does not have a way back in. They need to find some picks here before the tower makes its way all the way to the goal. They slow it down a bit, but now Jackpot has so much pressure on their hands. They need to make their way back in against all of this chip damage. All of FTWin just sitting up in their bats. They're having such a difficult time. It seems like it's impossible for them to do anything. Jared fighting for their dear life here, but they're not going to get more than a single pick. FTWin is still on the aggressive.
Yeah, and they're not going to let it go, Fusion. They're not letting up. Nobody on the tower at this moment, so Leafy is going to opt to get that tower pushing back towards the midsection. An excellent push from FTWin, getting it down to the 22 mark, but they want to maintain their lives here, and especially with only 30 seconds left to go, they don't want to give any sort of trading advantage to Jackpot. This is a crucial moment here, and look at that, as Zero taking the attention of 2 members of Jackpot over in that right-hand side, just trying to waste as much time as they can, not giving them any space or time to work with the objective. Another trade going down in the corner, and again, multiple trades happening at different points on the map here. Jackpot having no time really to work with to move this tower. It's do or die. They needed to get going. As you can see, the members of FTWin now respawning back in, trying to get on the bats area and position themselves well, but you have Biscuit going in with the Inkjet, and Bursty there to follow up. FTWin taking us into the set, taking the victory, and they are moving on.
Yeah, wow. I mean, like, my goodness. FTWin is going to end up winning that set. So, winning 3-2 over Jackpot of all teams. FTWin just looking stronger than ever before, just bouncing back to, I guess, what we saw of them a long time ago. Because after their reign of dominance, they really hadn't been on top in a while. It had been all Jackpot. So just able to make their way into winners finals, where it seems like they're going to be fighting the winner of Comet and Fiesta, or CometX and Fiesta, and I believe both of those are Japanese teams. So we're going to be having one North American team, one Japanese team in winners finals. And that was quite a set. That was so exciting.
Look at that, Fusion!
We saw so much variety throughout the set, just like in the way they played and their team compositions and everything. That was a good set. I want to review that later. You know, speaking of reviewing things, do we want to toss it back over to Jem for an analysis of that set?
Yeah, I gotta know, Jem, what are your thoughts on this?
So my thoughts on it were that it would have been a really good idea for me to hit the record button and have the footage to be able to look at after this. God, there was so much to look at in that match, and I wish that I had the visuals for you to be able to relive that with us, but so much to say. So, first of all, those are two really evenly matched teams, and for very different reasons. Like, you could see their play styles really super well, in that Jackpot, coming into this being the steady team, being the team of players who practices with each other, really frequently, and have been an established unit for some time. They're pulling out some really interesting strategies, and you can see that they've got like a really set game plan. Whereas with FTWin, granted, they know each other pretty well, they have a good general idea, but there's a lot of reliance there on individual plays. There's a lot of reliance on, say, the Stamper to come up huge, for Kyo to shark somewhere and get something done on whatever weapon he's playing, and to make something happen just as an individual where they catch someone off guard and they outplay the other team, and that's where they're getting all of that value from. It was interesting seeing Kyo pick up the 96 Deco, because it makes a lot of sense to his playstyle, where his playstyle is, let me just wedge myself into the enemy team and get as much done there while I'm still safe to do so. Let me buy enough time for my teammates to get in and push up to the ridiculous extent forward that I've already pushed to. That's something that enables him to be more aggressive, because he's got the wall to keep himself safe. He's got the range on the 96 to keep himself safe. He's got the Kraken to keep himself safe. A while back, we saw Melon picking up the 96 Deco, and at the time, it made me screw up my eyes a little bit. Like, is that an aggressive enough weapon for him to be playing? But it makes a lot of sense, given that he's got all of those survivability tools to be able to keep himself in the game to make all of that work. So I think that made a lot of sense. Game 1 on Scorch Gorge, I'm going to be honest, FTWin, they seemed, it was really close, and then at the end, I don't know why they picked up 4 power clams. I really couldn't tell you. They had, I think it was only like 60 points that they had to get through, but they made a 4th power clam anyway. So now every single member of their team has revealed the jackpot at the very end. And so they just all go down there. I don't know if the game plan was like, we're just going to bolt to the basket and try to score as much as we possibly can before they get into play, not anticipating the Jackpot as a top-level team is fast enough to rotate into position to stop all of that. I don't know if maybe they didn't realize everyone else was already making a power clam, or if some of those were made by mistake or what, but they just all got tracked down at the very end. It looked kind of sloppy. It looked like, okay, this is going to be Jackpot taking it. And even into Rainmaker Humpback, which FTWin did win, it looked like just like inches, like even maybe one splatter shot bullet away from being an easy Jackpot victory, because FTWin, they made a decision. I'm going to call the decision questionable. And when I say that, I mean I'm questioning it. Not necessarily that it was wrong because they did win the game, but FTWin decided to pick up the Rainmaker, when they had lead, and pull it back into their own base. It's the classic like A rank move where someone realizes, wait, if I just back up, then they have to come to me to get the Rainmaker, not realizing that when that person does get there, they splat you, and now they pick it up and they're at a score of 10 already. And that's almost what happened to FTWin. They got splatted, and the Rainmaker got pushed to 46 when they had a score of 45, and then Jackpot almost popped it, and if they pop it there, they 100% get the lead, because the pop creates enough paint for them to swim forward and get that 1 extra, or 2 extra points, I guess, that they need. It was like so risky, so scary, and I wish, again, that I had remembered to click the record button, because they needed to splat, I think, like 6 or 7 members of Jackpot. I was going to sit and count off how many different players they needed to splat to be able to keep them from getting that lead at the very end. So it was at least 6 or 7 members of a top-level team that you have to kill to prevent that lead from going over. So again, I was not thinking that FTWin had a great look in this, but they got themselves some time to figure it out by winning that one game. And so then when Jackpot pulls out this ingenious comp for Zone's Mahi, and FTWin just wasn't ready for it, Jackpot gets that game, but FTWin is still in the set. What happened at Zone's Mahi was Jackpot did something that I've seen a long time ago, played against FTWin to great effect, which was they played a full midline comp. this is, I think it was Riptide, the last Riptide before the end of Splatoon 2. This is a Splatoon 2 match I'm referring to. Starburst, the first like major win that they got over FTWin, was using a full midline comp. They had like a 96, a CDS, a Jet Squelcher. Like, there wasn't really any frontline pressure. And the same thing is what Jackpot pulled off here. They had a Sorella Tent, a Vanilla Slosher, a custom Dually Squelcher, and a Pencil. There's no frontline on that comp, but the way that it works is they don't need to worry as much about taking space because they've got a tent. The tent is going to buy them enough space that they can put the paint on the zone uncontested. And once Jackpot has the zone, they can get people to opposite corners of the map to hold them down with their range. And FTWin, being much more of a frontline-centric comp, they want to run at you. But it's hard for them to run at you when all of those angles are locked down by longer ranged weapons than you have. You have to roll out on Mahi from like one of two positions, basically. Yes, you can kind of use the islands on the left, but you can also be watching those from the same position where you watch the right side. So it's kind of predictable because of how narrow that map is, where people are going to be coming from, and that makes it really easy for zoning weapons to lock that area out. And so once Jackpot got control, they just didn't lose it. Kyo diving in, as much as he possibly can, and as soon as one of those plays doesn't work out because he gets booped through the floor by the tent shield and falls into a blast zone that almost nobody has ever hit before. Once that happens, well, that's one of their pushes down because now they can't hold, now they don't have the painting power. And as soon as Jackpot won even just one fight, they had the game. So beautifully played by Jackpot. And it's like, you look at that comp and it's like, okay, but how does it get back in if they lose control? Well, if you don't lose control, who cares? So Jackpot, again, in a great position here, 2-1, but TC Mako, FTWin kind of just outplayed them at the very end. Jackpot had the lead, but it wasn't a great lead. They hadn't managed to get through that really disgusting second checkpoint where everything is being flung at you from high ground. Neither team was really able to crack the other into that area, and so it really came down to the final play where it's very close and it doesn't take a lot to get lead, and FTWin just clutched up, straight up. They got the picks that they needed. Jackpot did not have the members to be able to stop the push from going forward. They tried to make a special push at the very end to save it. Couldn't quite pay off, and FTWin had taken too much space from being able to get the picks and from, this Jackpot backing off to try and preserve their specials. Fusion was absolutely right there when they talked about how at the very end you can't necessarily rely at top level on a GG special. It's not quite that simple that you can just stop the push right away because you need someone to be able to get forward to make that work. And so if you're giving up space, backing up to keep the specials alive, and nobody's staying forward, no one's engaging the enemy team, you run out of space to run someone forward and take the tower back, and the GG special doesn't actually work. So really well played from FTWin to keep the pressure up and to keep fighting right until the very end, and that was all they needed to, rely on their mechanical skill to be able to get those picks and force a game 5. Then the game 5 was super close because Jackpot actually broke that crucial second checkpoint first. We talked about that on a previous match where that second checkpoint on Inkblock tower control is really, really important for being able to get any points at all and really make any kind of winning push. And Jackpot had it, and they had the lead for a while there by getting a score to 30. Huge props to Madness for making that push possible, getting up onto the enemy plat, being underneath ledges in a position where the tower wasn't, and still managing to draw 2 enemy players to him to relieve the pressure on the tower and let the tower push through that checkpoint. So it was getting really scary there, but FTWin was finally able to get the trades that they needed, and while they struggled to get up onto the bats at first, once they had an inkjet up in the air over there, and they were able to, survive long enough to get it up there, it became a lot more difficult for Jackpot to push them back out. And that inkjet being up on that high ground in Inkblot Art Academy, super, super dangerous. So they were able to just squeak out a little bit more of a lead, and that's kind of how it felt. It felt like Jackpot were the smoother team that had more of a game plan, that had a lot more comps planned, that were kind of coordinating better in a lot of situations. There were a lot of situations we saw, FTWin, either the Stamper or the Bucket or someone push in basically by themselves and just get isolated and picked off. And it felt like Jackpot just had the better sense, game sense, had the better decision making. But at the clutch moments where FTWin needed it, those players just pulled, I'm a top player, got 2 or 3 players down, made the play that needed to be made to give FTWin the advantage that they needed to be able to snowball from there and win the game. So really, really exciting match. FTWin is in peak form right now. This is a better result than they've probably had against Jackpot in a while. Sky's the limit for where they can go if they're playing like this. I'm really excited to see what they're able to bring to the rest of the event. Back to y'all on the caster desk. I'll click start recording next time.
Well, thank you so much, Jem. Do you have any final thoughts, Saf? Because this is going to be the end of our block. We're going to be tossing it off to 2 more amazing casters. So, any final thoughts after that incredible set and a few other very exciting ones?
I just want to say shout out to Jem for giving us that analysis and there was nothing playing in the background, but I mean, excellent picture painting, even though we were just kind of watching you in the void. No, I think Jem said it so well. FTWin definitely in really good form and getting a really, really awesome result off of Jackpot, but the organization that Jackpot was bringing to the table today, I mean, that's top level, people. That's concrete, baby. Like, it's so good, and it just, again, just so much to be learned and to take into account. And if you can bring silly weapons into comp and make it work, especially with that whole midline thing that they were doing on Mahi zones, I mean, that was incredible to watch. And so I'm just grateful to be here as always, Fusion. If you want to find me on socials, you can find me on Twitter. It's still Twitter in my eyes, and it always will be. At Safirea, 2 P's, 2 A's. It's at the bottom of the screen there. Or you can find me running around in the woods looking for mushrooms. You can find me cooking up some pasta with something that I've wildly forged. This, that, and the other thing. Fusion, any final thoughts, and where can we find you?
That sounds yummy. You can find me here on Twitter or 8BitFusion Blue Sky. It's been really exciting. I'm glad we got to see such an exciting match, and I'm glad we got to see a Kraken falling through the map. You don't see these every day unless you play Splatoon. Then you see them a lot. Yeah. Stay tuned because there's even more exciting matches coming up. We've got winners finals right after this.
Kids and squids, welcome! We have reached the very final stages of 20XX Series 5. My name is Ninehole Grains, joined by Genie. Genie, this is your show, man. Are you excited for what we're about to see?
Bro, of course I'm ready. I'm so excited, Nine. Thank you for, coming out to the show. It's been a great show that we've had so far. Two matches, and on both sides of the stream, going to game 5, best of 5. Oh. And seeing AR versus Jackpot to get 5th place?
Oh. Man. 5th place at Series 5. It's almost a little poetic if it didn't keep you off of the medal stand. But folks, before we get too far into our analysis of this incredible winter finals, we have what I have been told is a silly video with some of the players that you'll be seeing here. So please enjoy.
Max.
So
to play, bro.
Jackpot's always known for DCing in tournaments and scrims and all that, and whenever one of us leaves, we always have Max at the ready. So technically it's a 5v4 all the time. That's why we're the best, honestly. It's all because of Max.
Wouldn't really be much of a secret if I said it now, would it?
10 and last, I think, right? Or just 10? 10. This is our secret weapon,
or like the combination we make like with tent, blaster and pen.
I can't tell you all that, man.
It's me on charger.
Me. No, it's me. Me. Because I'm new here. Everyone knows you. It's me.
No, Just saying, the secret weapon is the one that doesn't want to be revealed.
Dude. It's called secret for a reason.
My teammates being able to call me cringe.
Yeah.
You are cringe, you waffle.
That fuels me. That motivates me to win games.
What to like? Surely that would motivate you to lose games if it's like to spite me.
You're so cringe, man.
I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't be much of a secret if you said it, Kyo. And whatever your secret weapon was, apparently it worked because you are sitting here in winners finals. Genie, it is almost 2024, and this name, FTWin, it keeps coming back. You can't shake these guys.
No, they're unkillable. They're immortal. They're like just set in stone in Splatoon lore. They're names that you tell the kids who've ever watched competitive Splatoon, they'll know the name. FTWin is definitely got to be up there. If not, in my opinion, probably number 1, 9.
If it's not them, I don't know who you're making the argument for. 2019, our last World Championship. We've got another one coming up in a couple of months. That was the last North American team to represent. Almost 5 years between the two. Again, a break, call it what you will. They are back and they are ready to throw down against an absolutely brutal Japanese roster in CometX, OdinX, Puccio, Ryusei Boy, and Roto. I mean, if you have watched any Japanese Splatoon here, any of the Ika-10 series, any area cups, these names keep popping up. And I mean, Genie, OdinX, you were going gaga over that vanilla jet squelcher earlier.
Yeah, I was really enjoying to see it because I've never seen anybody be able to use line markers to that type of value. Like using VAC plus the jet squelcher's range, because that's realistically all it does. Play range and paint for special. But using it to combo with almost a dart, it felt like you had an arrow if you're below the threshold of being able to be splatted, so just below half health. You were gone. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, OdinX plays that weapon like it is a laser beam. Of course, it doesn't have the Stingray, which he was able to dominate the Splatoon World Championships back in Splatoon 2 with, but that's okay because he's made it work here from the main weapon. You can see our map list here in front of you, pretty sparse for the time being, because if you're just joining us, the first map in mode is predetermined. At that point, we move into some standard counter picks, the big rule being that you can't counter pick to a mode that you have won during the set. And just to get it out of the way, because, you know, DCs do happen, there's an ocean, really 2 oceans separating these players from one another. You get 1 DC per day, 3-minute mark, or 50 points you are still good for, provided that you stop playing. So with the bookkeeping out of the way, Rainmaker, man, I love watching Rainmaker, especially at this level, and particularly on Undertow Spillway, Genie, because I mean, we have seen absolute dominant games here when a team finds a way to break that first checkpoint and get the pressure. But then you see an incredible tug of war like we actually saw on the IPL stream when the two JP teams played earlier. What's your read on this?
It's always when you have a team like FTWin, especially a team with Kyo, it's like how explosive are you going to be? And with Rainmaker, it's seeing which direction you want to roll with it. If you want to go right side or left side, because we know that Undertow, there are two options, but one is superiorly better, and while the other is a lot more risky when you go for it. Up that uninkable ramp. So it's gonna come down to who can close that distance to the 20-point mark sooner, in my opinion. And when you get to that 20-point mark, it's up to if the other team has specials or you have specials to either push the Rainmaker forward or stop the Rainmaker. It's really nothing is set in stone until about the 20s mark.
Yeah, and especially with the advent of this meta that features Trizuka, folks, we're not telling you anything you don't know here, and of course the Tacticooler, it's meant that the typical perch that you would go on this, where Crab could maybe lob a couple Explo-esque shots up there, force you away, dissuade you some, but probably wasn't going to take you out. Now that's no longer safe. At any point, if you put your head out, somebody is probably waiting, this is assuming you're making a push on the left side, waiting to take that spot out, push one of their players up past the uninkable surface onto your perch area as well. So I think it has opened up a lot more on this map, but the trade-off there, of course, is when you have a meta like this that is so explosive and so dangerous, you can see teams play it a little bit more carefully. But I don't have to speculate anymore because, folks, Winners Finals is starting right now. FTWin, can they manage to pull back another major victory in the year 2023, or will CometX once again reign?
Well, 100% see. I gotta love to see the double sword against a vac. It's going to make it so that the Rainmaker does not feel safe when it's inside of that vac. Those swords are one of the few weapons that can slice and dice through that protection. So a big counterpick coming out for FTWin.
Yeah, I'm glad that you called it out. Double sword, not something that we see really anybody do here. There's only a couple rosters that are capable of making that work, and this is one of them. Xeris, one of the best sword players in Kyo, knows his way around about 50 weapons in this game. Biscuit doing a great job there on the right side, though, actually holding things off. Was only at about half health, and somebody took a dive at him. Managed to hold that off, take another one out as well. Any pressure, slowing it down. 40 seconds now gone. And as they start to work forward here a little bit, things can get out of turn in a hurry as the swords traded out.
Yeah, the sword's trading it out. If that was, I definitely know that both players would have liked to have that a little bit cleaner, but they'll take it. Not throwing your team under the bus by going down in a bad fight scenario. We're going to see Xeris trying to open this up on the right side with the Zipcaster, but Kyo's gone again. And oh, splats back and forth, both sides, but early advantage towards CometX because they have this crab thing on the left side here now.
Yeah, the crab actually fell down there. A falling crab, not something that you see a lot. So both teams going 2 down. Like you said, they're trading off in a bizarre scenario. In the mix of the scrum, FTWin's going to come out, and they're going to try to push down OdinX, who tries to rotate away. And thankfully, Naruto was able to hold down some sort of territory on this side for a little bit of stability. Already 90 seconds going by. We lost the lead in the 90s. That's not nearly enough, but now comes the opportunity. If they find a way around this ink vac, there's going to be an opportunity to take that first checkpoint. They've certainly cycled out the respawns here, but there it is. You said it at the start, Genie. When OdinX has you in the sights, there is nowhere to run.
Bro, I just got to see the line marker get bounced off the back wall, and that's what took it out. That's exactly what took out the Rainmaker. It wasn't the Jet Sculpture. They were hiding behind a wall. It was that dart off the back side of the wall. That's beautiful. Now we're going to see this Rainmaker. It's going to go for the dunk, but it won't be able to get it because it got sliced through the back. Oh, beautiful plays from both teams.
Yep, you get it set up on both sides. You can use the vac for offense, you can use it for defense, but FTWin sensing that dove in and took it out with one of the few things that you can do in that scenario. And now look at this, Biscuit gets 2, as he is wont to do, going for a third. They're just trying to chase down OdinX, who is trying to get them to turn around. 62 points, still both checkpoints available here as Ryusei Boy comes out, and once again, the swords will trade it out. But Genie, what a scrum this has been. This is a dirty game.
This is a very dirty game. We need to see an explosion. We need to see somebody kind of fall flat on their face. This crowd could cause some work, as there is a little bit of an advantage, but again, both teams, they lose one member back and forth, and that's not really how you're going to be able to get a solid push. Because at any point in time, one of these teams could have a member just drop off the side of the map and get 3. That's how skillful they are.
Well, and bizarrely, that was actually a flanking crab. Now we have a flanking sword that is coming from above them here. Both of these teams changing down. Puccio goes down mid-air.
Oh my goodness, if there was ever a time, now should be it. What are they going to do? They're going to opt to swing it over here on the left side rather than try to take a dive for the checkpoint. Again, if they clear that checkpoint, they will take the lead. But did this take too long? The bombs come down. Biscuit rushes up, takes out Roto. Here they go. Can they dunk it? Bursty waiting patiently and does. The checkpoint has been broken.
The checkpoint has been broken. The vac is gone. It got sliced up by Zares. This is going around on that top right. Bird's going to grab this Rainmaker, go left. Zares has got this sword, trying to escort the Rainmaker down to the 25 mark. That's a strong lead, but I don't know if it will be solid enough. Biscuit's still alive, though, so this push is not done here, 9. Jumps are in.
It is not yet done. Now Kyo runs forward, happy to go straight at anybody there. Knows that he has quick respawn and still fighting forward here. Puccio's going to close it out. That had the danger of maybe even scoring a few more points, but down to 25. Genie called it out earlier. This is the point that you want to be at. You're going to have to get more than halfway up that uninkable surface if you want to take the lead back.
And it takes that right side quick little dash off the map, because that right side dash only nets you about to the 30, like 32 mark. It's not going to get you down to that 25. You have to be in their spawn on the right side. So the only play left is realistically go left side and just pray that Kyo doesn't take you out with this ultra stamp, which it's going to do a lot of. Oh, get shut down early though.
Yeah, they called out that very, very quickly. Kyo was doing a really good job of making it difficult to chart where he was actually swimming at the time. But if you take too long and there's too many players, eventually that's going to go through. But he doesn't care because he'll dive right back down at you. The man simply has a shorter respawn than you and I, my friend. He's once again trying to take out Puccio. Gets taken down, but I think he may have bought enough time for the rest of FTWin to come back.
Yeah, this Rainmaker, I feel like it needs to get dunked here right now, because if you fall down before that Rainmaker gets in there, luckily it has been popped, you need to have one more fight. And 10 seconds left on the clock here, 9. A Crab Tank's out. CometX, they're losing members, and they gotta live through the Zipcaster.
Yep, great time to use that Zipcaster there from Zero. So you gotta pop it. Can they? They're not gonna be able to grab it, and that is game 1. What incredible situational awareness there from FTWin. Zeros hanging up way above, simply keeping that Rainmaker unpopped for as long as he could, and then taking a dive at it if anybody had the guts to go and try to grab it as time expired. A dangerous ending there to the game, but Kyo moving forward and taking another 5-10 seconds off that clock made all the difference as FTWin now 2 victories away from moving on. What a great showing from this team that has recently reformed.
Oh yeah, beautiful. I just want to say, with Zares, with that Zipcaster, sitting up on the high ground, you just cause so much chaos by just staying up there. You have this giant sword which can come down and just slash anyone, especially the Rainmaker, who cannot fall in overtime, or with the new buff of Zipcaster, just Spider-Man one-punch hybrid the Rainmaker right on top of where it is, and you will splat the Rainmaker. There's nothing you can do. And who's going to reach you up there? The Jet Squelcher? But the Jet Squelcher won't do enough damage to you by that point in time. It was a perfect ending for FTWin.
And to call back something we mentioned earlier there, the crab that was set up there from Puccio, I mean, that's the exact time you want to have the crab, Genie. It's like, well, okay, they're set up there with their defense. We need to do something. But what did we say before? If that crab doesn't immediately hit you, it's not going to take you out. It's just going to force you to move back a little bit. FTWin more than happy to do that. If that had been a Trizuka, who knows what happens? But we said earlier, that's why this map has started to change a little bit. And now, no Trizuka, a crab in that spot. It doesn't quite have the explosive killing power that you would need to move on there. But again, credit to not even on the weapon select screen, FTWin. Very context-sensitive play there. Great work from them. And now we're going to have to see what CometX counterpicks.
It's going to be Zone's Umami out here, 9. We had seen them play this earlier, and it was a really, really close match against Fiesta. But overall, they were able to just kind of sneak it out over across the line at the end. So I really want to see what style FTWin wants to take this, because I know Zipcaster here for Zares. I want to see how they're going to utilize it, because they're not going to swap off that sword, but there aren't many perches to really be able to Zipcast you that aren't just like really, really easy to spot out.
Yeah, and if you take away Bursty, who's most likely going to be playing a support shooter, the rest of FTWin has a lot of different weapons that they can play, a lot of different permutations of their attack. They're playing no backline, as they have done for a really, really long time. They really like to move forward, create some AoE, follow up on different attacks, rotate in and out, and they've got the players to make that work in this current version of the game. So I'm really interested to see what they end up picking here, and we won't have to wait a whole lot longer as we enter game number 2.
Yeah, no changes on the side of FTWin, but OdinX back on that rapid that we had seen on the other stream if you had both streams open at the same time. So As much as I hate to see it, it is still a very, very good weapon, and it's very punishing on this map.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick here because, again, you would say, well, okay, if you have a Jet Squelcher with an Ink Vac, why wouldn't you use it on Splat Zones here? Well, there are lots of different ways to chip the opponent down, and, of course, one of the specials that got an awful lot of love in the most recent patch was this very annoying Killer Whale, but we'll talk about specials here a little bit later because there's nothing special about how the way this game is open for CometX. FTWin all over them here at the beginning.
Yeah, they got that early advantage, but now it's going to be dangerous time. Oh, again, these line markers. I've never seen anybody be able to hit them so consistently. That Odenex is just beautiful with them. My goodness.
Yep, great work there, and why not follow it up there? Yeah, they do lose the control of the zones there, excuse me, and they're going to go basically 3 or 4 down. Xeris is going to try to maybe take one out for a little revenge, and actually does. Really not close him out there. Everybody was around. That's another one that goes down. Xeris single-handedly turning this around. Now there's going to be nobody to jump on Kyo immediately. He's going to be able to go anywhere that he wants, and now Biscuit is going to try to follow up on top of Puccio and makes good on that gambit. Can they hold on for the lead? Yes, just barely. But again, a dirty game here to start it out.
Xeris just ran it down top mid, and in that chaos, Biscuit's able to run across and get another one. Puccio's going to have to back off here. Top mid is going to be heavily contested. Ultra Stamp is coming out the side of CometX, and all those members of FTWin, they're running away now, but they hold strong, and now they're the ones that are on the advantage, and they have the high ground.
Yeah, and once they are able to get in and make good on that high ground, you can see how scary it's going to be. You know, there is something nice about running a double sword comp where you really can kind of throw caution to the wind because you know someone is always going to be there to follow up. It's the way FTWin has played this game for the longest time, and it seems like they've done such a good job of enabling their players to make good on that. Gonna move in now and try to push back in. Roto has moved behind Biscuit, but gets taken out. Biscuit had no business closing that one out. And once again, Genie, I feel like I keep saying the same thing. They can't close out some of these kills that FTWin is punishing them for.
No, it's just seems to slip through their fingertips. The lead will now be in FTWin's favor. They're just running around. But again, on this map, I just don't feel like Zipcaster has it. And that's the unfortunate thing. Stamper, you only have one kit to work with at this point in time.
All 3 of them go down almost immediately. We were zoomed away, so we couldn't exactly see how it closed out. You see that Bursty did have that tactical, but Xeris goes down before he's able to get it. Would say that this this penalty is very, very close to being down. Kyo is going to try to move Ryusei Boy on this side. The sword's fighting. Ryusei Boy gets the better. As we start to move in, they're going to crash on top of Bursty. Called it out. Bursty does take it. They will lose the zone, however. And now with Odenex perched on top mid, Genie, this could be dangerous in a hurry.
Who's going to get there? Who's going to push Odenex off this top side? Just getting like half your health is gone just because the Rapid is still alive. You have to watch out for Puccio's Crab Tank, which is on this left side. The right side of the map, though, is under contention. Maybe now you have this little bit of an advantage because you have one spot. And if Xeris can find another, this is how they get back in for FTWin.
Well, you said it right there. You have to create an advantage. Is the Zipcaster actually the worst possible time for that recall to come out there? That was going to be a punish on the jump. Instead, it goes the other way. They're now fighting forward. Kyo has to jump all the way back. They certainly know that's happening, but the game's almost over. You don't really have a choice. Goes in and makes enough mayhem for the rest of the team to move through. Chases down another one. Here he comes, Roto running all the way away. And in all of the chaos, FTWin is able to find stability, take zone, and have a true lockout scenario. Great way to make something out of nothing.
Beautiful way to put that one, Nine. It was looking desperate for FTWin, but somehow, someway, the Splats were able to go in their favor, and just the chaos, the pure chaos that they had. This tactical now will be huge. They have it. Now, I need to see this Crab Tank. It needs to find big value, but it's gone. Xeris finds it.
And I don't think that was a tacticooler either, so that means that it's going to take them a little while to build that one back up. They certainly have more than enough time to do so, but will it all come down to the use of that one special? Xeris goes after Odin. That's a great fight to take, but look at that. They crashed down. They called it out. Just a little bit more time. Where are the painters here? Puccio did get that Crab Tank off on the other side, and it's just Biscuit. The Nautilus is going to try to hold on as long as possible, but they'll flip it. A hefty penalty to be applied at this stage of the game, but because Biscuit moved back, they have a little stability. Now they're crashing on top of Xeris again. Roto goes down. Chaos all over the place.
Chaos is exactly what this map is made out of. This is beautiful. 30 seconds on the clock. How can CometX really find a way to not fall down here? Kyo has his Ultra Stamp out, just opting to stay alive, play patient, throw it out. What can it find? Nothing. 15 seconds on the clock here, 9. Not many specials here for FTWin. Let's see what the first one is that they can have to close out this game, because there's a lot inside of CometX.
Oh, a lot on the side and a lot of penalty they're going to have to get through. It's going to be a team fight and a half. They'll have to win, and here it comes. The first special goes through, and Xeris meets as well. Goes after Odin, who jumped out. Where did that jump go to? Biscuit went down somewhere. They got behind. Hold on a second. There's still a chance here. Now Roto moves over to try to protect, and that's another one that goes down here. Another goes down. That's 2 down. It's just Ryusei Boy in zone. He neutralizes, but that's it. That's a wipeout, and that's going to be FTWin holding. It's just a matter of the final few seconds ticking away, but what a way to steal it!
Honestly, I thought that originally in the fight that was at the about 45-second mark when Xeris got 2. When Xeris won around with just got 1 slice down and then popped Zipcaster and then got Odin X on the low side of the map, that was the opportunity. But unfortunately, CometX, they ran through the map and they recaptured the zone. It was that overtime when the big splats came through. When I thought it was over when Bursty got splatted. Like, when you have double sword Nautilus, who's painting the map if the zap is not there? Some way FTWin found that extra gear, which we have seen them utilize because they are just built different. That's it. That's all I could say.
I mean, that's, in a nutshell, that's all we need to say about the way that this team is played. There's a saying I love in Splatoon 3, and it's been the case since the start, which is whatever your plan is, do it quickly.
Yes.
I don't care what it is, just make it fast, and we'll see what happens there. If it's slow, if it relies on everybody bunching up together, setting up the perfect set play, no, that's not going to work at the top level here. FTWin has taken that to the extreme where they say, Xeris, Kyo, just go fight. We'll play off of what it is you're doing. If you get half a swing on anybody, Biscuit's probably behind, and Bursty there, the rock, the stabilizing force. And you can see, even in the moments where CometX is able to get set up in positions that you on paper would want to be, there are ways for FTWin to find a way to fight through, to hold on, and now only 1 victory away from doing this, Genie.
And you have counter picks. We forget that to reverse sweep in a best of 5 is hard because it's more maps than a best of 3. The other problem is it's counter picks. So you have to win not only on this map, which is going to be, I'm pretty sure it's Zones Mako, but you're going to have to go on whatever FTWin picks. It can't be Rainmaker, and it won't be Zones because FTWin's got that. So you're going to have to find a way to either beat Kyo's new Kraken, which he's been pulling out on Clan Blitz, which don't get me started there. But this is like going to be a difficult one for CometX. FTWin going to Zones Mako, they know it. So does CometX. I don't think these teams are going to really think about what they're playing. His 9. I see everybody at Xeris who's ready to check mark up, and Xeris, I know exactly what weapon they're playing. They're not swapping off that sword.
Well, I mean, why would you at this point? Don't mess with the success. And again, clearly the chaotic play of moving and attacking and separating and the immediacy of all that has been the difference between these two teams. You've seen members of FTWin slowly start to move away. We forget sometimes because everyone likes to do or die with the sword. That thing is really hard to move. It's very mobile. Hard to kill because it can move. Shoot and I'll move, not move and I'll shoot. That's how this ends up going. But because they're able to sneak away, because Xeris picks the exact right moments to zipcast out or zipcast in, make it difficult, they're able to find these fights, damage people, gather information on the opponent. Meanwhile, on the other side, CometX, because you can't close that out, you lose a lot of the initiative that you gain. And this is it. Match point, a nice little graphic there showing you. And let's take a look at the comps here. Ryusei Boy going with the big sword. And on the other side, we said it earlier, we ain't changing nothing.
Nope. I would just say I like that pick, and also next going over to the custom jet, which means Rain Cloud and Toxic Mist. Toxic Mist, it's really good at slowing down Nautilus, but swords, they can kind of just slash through it and not care about it.
We ain't too worried about a little mist, and we certainly ain't worried about an ink storm. We're moving right through it anyway. Look at this.
Yep.
Kyo has gotten all the way behind the fight, no matter where it was. Again, they couldn't close out. Crossfire not going to work on FTWin, and this could get nasty in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm extremely worried, because now Zipcaster is ready to go for both sides. And Crab Tank, it gets hard countered by a sword using Zipcaster. That is going to be difficult to punish. Oh my goodness, all these spots going down on this right side. FTWin, they're coming up with a huge advantage.
Yep, great work here. They're going to rotate back to seed a little bit of that pressure, but they're only going back long enough to go ahead and get themselves a Tacticooler. And of course, you take out Kyo. Xera's totally fine with that because now he's on top. He makes good on that fight. Puccio's unleashing the first crab tank of this match, and it finds a whole lot of nothing. Oh my goodness, Genie, just 30 seconds left here, 30 more points. It's been all FTWin.
You've got nothing. You really have nothing on the board. Kyo gets another kill. That's both your shooters that can paint the zone are gone. Now you just have a sword. There's no possible way FTWin's about to 3-0 this 1-9. I gotta say it, but this game looks over. It's done. Kyo's just styling on them. It's done. That's it. Winners finals 3-0.
Yeah. We said dirty game, dirty game. How's about a dirty 30? 3-0, an exclamation point. Look at that. Half the map hasn't been painted anything. They put their foot on the gas pedal and did not let go. What an exclamation point. That's 2 or 3 exclamation points at that part. I mean, what? We swapped the commentary ball back like twice and the game ended there? That's not usually how this goes, folks. But if you had any questions about this roster, and after that Jackpot set, FTWin, I hopped into their chat and they were saying, yo, we're back? So back? FTWin back? I'm like, well, whether it was facetious or whether you were simply just going for a victory lap there's your answer. 3-0 in winners finals, looking stronger as the games went on.
I will want to mention both of the 20xx's that have happened previously, 20xx3 and 20xx4 were both the team in the winner's side, winners finals. They lost in grands. So, and there was one thing that was consistent with both those rosters: Biscuit. I don't want to say anything, but I'm putting the storyline was there. I got to put the storyline out there. I did my research, and I was there. I was there. I was there for the first one. I was there for the second one. I was watching for the first one.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier. This is your show, and hey, I mean, sure, let's talk stories here. I mean, the biggest story, of course, being almost in 2024, FTWin recently reformed. Look at what they were able to do here. Clearly, that's the big story, but sure, let's have a little fun with it. Can Biscuit win one of the few tournaments that he has not won yet? It's, like I said, the kid's trophy case is awfully heavy, very close to absolutely breaking at this point, but this would be a nice one as they round out into form.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I always got to mention it. One of my trophies I share from Squidstorm. We both got these for our troubles together.
It is a good trophy.
Many moons ago. Oh, I love it. Some people say Arms is a good trophy. Yeah, I see you got a nice chair back there, Nine.
Oh yeah. This is you could say this is one of my trophies here. Very comfortable as I crawl up there in age toward my middle age years. You need a little lumbar spine support, and I gotta say this chair does a pretty good job of doing just that. But you know, actually, since we're kind of having a little fun here talking, let's toss it over to someone who was not talking and instead studying and listening and will actually provide you folks with the nice details that you need. We're going to pass it over to Jem of Squid School. Jem, what a massive and incredible set that was. What did you see?
Thanks, Nine. That was a tremendous set. Like, I was not expecting it to be that dominant, especially at the end. You know, FTWin has definitely come here to play, but that's truly an impressive win right there, and I'm excited to see what they can do in the rest of the tournament here. So let's break down their comp a little bit, because I think this comp is really cool for them, and I think it absolutely lets everyone on the team play the way that they want to play. So they've got double sword here, so that's kind of the core, you know, aggressive pair of the comp here. And the way that they seem to be playing it is kind of just relying on both Kyo and Xera's to be better than the other team, to be able to specifically dive into the enemy team and survive long enough that they get support. The hope is just kind of, if we put these two people in from two completely different directions and try to, you know, pinch the enemy team, sandwich the enemy team, or even just attack two different places at once, that hopefully between Bursty and Biscuit, who are going to be a little bit further back, they're going to be able to get the support that they need, or they're going to be able to play chip off of each other. So maybe Kyo hits a long-range slash, and then Xera's finishes it off with a burst bomb or something, or a zip. And that somehow they're going to be able to improvise. They're going to be able to intuitively figure their way out of those fights because they're just better. And that's kind of how it was working. There wasn't a ton of a game plan except send Kyo in, see what we can do with that. And it was working. They were able to find their openings. And what was most impressive to me, especially on this Rainmaker match, was the way that they were able to maintain their defense all while, you know, sending people in and kind of having them feed sometimes, you know? Sometimes they were losing people, but again, top level play, you always expect that your teammates are going to be able to trade you back. If you go down, if you're using your comms right and your teammates are aware enough, they're gonna be there. They're gonna be able to stop you from being able to capitalize on that advantage. And it's just every time it felt like FTWin was on the back foot in this game, someone had a massive play and was able to pull off, you know, the pick that they needed. And so because they just didn't fall apart enough for there ever to be, you know, a major push on the part of CometX, when they did finally get their push, it ended up just being the winning push. Super, super well played on Rainmaker Undertow. That one was really impressive to me. Zonzu Mami was really interesting in the way that it kind of showed off their game plan. I do not envy the camera operator for this game. They had such a hard job because FTWin was constantly starting fights on both zones at the same time. They were sending people around, you know, maybe Kyo with the hammer to be able to get someone distracted or force someone to move, and then sending everybody else around the opposite side. And then when they met in the middle, there was no room left. And a perfect example of that exact play also comes from the opening push of Mako Mart here. There's a little bit of posturing at the beginning. They're you know, getting their footing, but then we see Kyo get set up on this right-hand side. And as soon as nobody's stopping Kyo from doing this, watch how beautifully they just encircle CometX. They surround them completely. They've got Biscuit shooting from the back left. They've got Bursty getting into position from the back right. Kyo is already behind them. Xerez is behind them, but in a different direction. There's just no way out of that situation for anybody involved. And now, because they've dove so deep already, they're already painting the enemy base. And from here, it's just nasty the way that they're able to lock this out. I think it was Genie who was mentioning the explosiveness of FTWin as a team. That was absolutely the story of this match. That not only, you know, were they able to get those explosive plays, but that they weren't able to. They were able to prevent CometX from getting an explosive play of their own, and that was what was most, you know, important to me. I knew that Kyo was going to pop off and get a triple at some point. You know that Xeraz, he's just one of the best Stamper players in the game, in the world. And you know that that's just going to go really well on their comp. And the question is, in between those explosive plays, are they going to be able to hold? And with the really, really solid backline of Biscuits and Bursty, you know, you don't really think of the Zap as a backline per se, but they're sitting behind those frontline weapons and providing support where needed. With that support, filling in all the gaps, this is a beautiful team to watch. And I think they have a long way to go in this tournament yet. I don't think we've seen the last of them. I think that they could absolutely make it all the way if they continue playing like this. So back to y'all to talk about what's coming up next.
Thank you for that incredible read there on everything that was going on. Something that Jem said there that I really want to kind of highlight is the encircling ability of FTWin, because for those of you who watch the Splatoon 2 era FTWin, they very vehemently wanted to not run a backline because they felt that if they had a player who could dive, who could play a little AoE, that everybody else could respond to that as quickly as possible. Improvisationally moving around and attacking these certain spots on the map where players could be. It's broken down. It's a fantastic way to play Splatoon. I think it's the way that Splatoon should be played, when you can simply play off what your teammates are doing, go to certain spots on the map and go through there. But this double sword comp, Genie, I mean, It's sick. I know that we have seen Last Resort play it, but it was a slightly different way that they played it there. I didn't see them throw caution to the wind like we saw FTWin did. Kyo and Xerath were just jumping to each other over and over and over and trusting, hey, if we trade, now we've got somebody back behind them continuing the fight.
You gotta love to see the old mute mic. But the way that I saw that the difference between Last Resort play and FTWin was the Nautilus of Biscuit. That's one of the biggest things. Being able to have somebody who's always able to follow it up with that speed, with that support, and with that range. Nautilus is this weird hybrid where you can play it almost like a backliner at times, but you can also play it as the most aggro weapon in the entire lobby. And just being able to have somebody who's super comfortable on it, rock around and control the map with it, as well as having one of the best players in the world on your team, that's the difference between FTWin.
Yeah, honing in a little bit on Biscuit there. I remember, again, way back into Splatoon 2. I know it seems like I'm referencing this a lot, but you got to understand that's the last time we saw FTWin at the peak of their power here. There were games where you would see FTWin play against either Sayonara or some of the early variants of Starburst, where you would see Bagel versus Biscuit both on the knot. And one of the things that was really noticeable at the time is that Biscuit was always getting more specials. And it's partly because they were used in different roles, but Biscuit would always happy being the second or even the third to a fight at times, because that's what the team was built around. That's what it was. It's, again, if you're half down, you can't even blink before the Nautilus with that type of bullet velocity is able to take you out. And again, they figured it out so quick once they came back together. Again, I want to reiterate, this team was not a thing 2 months ago, and yet they're already coming back and playing at the peak of their powers, Genie. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch so far.
I don't know. It feels like when you have a dynasty, and then, like, it's not usually when it comes to other sports teams, where you have a dynasty team, they separate because of, internal reasons or external reasons, that you come back and they can still pound the competition. That's not how it happens. I don't even know who else can do that. It's a unique sauce that FTWin has gathered today, and I think because Xerath is playing so phenomenally well, that's one of the biggest difference makers. Because he was not on the team before. And who would have guessed? If FTWin had a bad showing, we would have said, oh, it's because Xerath is not part of the core roster and all that, and that's why they didn't do so well. But now we're looking at it, and it's FTWin's back, baby. They're no longer FT mid.
So I saw FT washed earlier here, partway through the set, and I love a good little bit. I think I saw a Kyover rated at one point as well. So trust me, we'll get to the true traditional sports memes jokes at a certain point. But Genie, we talked about what FTWin can do better than anyone. Let's talk about what you and I can do better than anyone, which is read ads and chill for different things. We have some lovely graphics here. Take a look at this. Donate now for 20XX. Help Dapple Productions increase the prize pool and host more premium events like this one that you are currently watching in the future. To donate, go to paypal.com/paypalme/20XX Thank you for watching, folks. Enjoy the rest of the show, but you can see it there. 75% of your donation will contribute to the prize pool, and 25% of your donation will be reserved for the organization to give a little bit back to the group that is working so hard to bring this to you, that has been prepping and working behind the scenes. Again, that's paypal.com/paypalme/20XX Splat. But wait, don't go anywhere, because there is more. A lovely little tournament that's going on in Europe, I believe, Genie.
Oh, I love Breeze. I was able to go to the last one. This is a phenomenal tournament. If you are in the UK or just want to go there, definitely show up on November 25th and 26th. Sign up using the QR code on your screen. Take your phone to up your PC or screenshot it. There'll be a way to get there. They've got a great social media team. They've got great teams, and I've heard we've got over 300 people that it's signing up to. It's token up to be the biggest Western Splatoon tournament ever. I'm so sad that I'm missing it, because it was so good last time.
One day I will go to a European LAN. It'll happen. And one day I will be there. But wait, there is still more. We love to shill here, Genie, don't we? Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold. I can't even read my own script. For getting started in competitive Splatoon, If you're interested in getting started in competitive and aren't sure where to start, Splatoon Stronghold is your one-stop shop for all the information you'll need. On the website and in the Discord, you'll find helpful resources such as game fundamentals and how to find a team. To stay up to date with what's going on in the Stronghold, follow them on Twitter and join their Discord. You can see right there at the bottom the website, SplatoonStronghold.com. You can find them on Twitter or X, I guess, if you're calling it that, at SPL Strong. Discord.gg/SPL Strong. Splatoon Stronghold, folks. Lots of resources to make it through this game that we love so much.
Honestly, I've been at that server. It's a great place for resources, whether at all skill levels, no matter where you are. It's a lot of people just like to talk about what's going on, and no matter what you're doing, I would definitely recommend joining that server. But,
oof.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the bracket here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We got Fiesta duck motif on the bottom side of our screen. That is 2-1 up right now for Fiesta. Just waiting on Jackpot's waiting on that winner. It was a close match. I had it on the side a little bit between Jackpot and AR, but Jackpot they were just that, but a little bit better today, and also kind of mad.
Yeah, I would say mad with the way that set ended with FTWin. And you know what? Let's just go ahead and shift the conversation in that direction here, because Jackpot's performance was the first thing that you and I mentioned in our little pregame chat that we had that we were interested in seeing, because those of you who don't know, a little tournament coming up here in January called the Splatoon 3 World Championship, and Jackpot is your North American representative. Genie, this is the tune-up. There's not a lot of other major events that are going to attract the top tier talent from across North America and Europe in Japan between now and the championship. This is an opportunity for Jackpot to see where they're at, feel like maybe if they're a little slow, if they're not quite as sharp, they don't have the comp that they want. Today would be the test. And so far, FTWin kind of showed them, hey, maybe you've got a little more prep you've got to do.
Yeah, I would like to say on the European representative side, AR, even though they aren't going to be representing Europe, they lost in Game 5 when they were up by just tiny number of points. So they a coin flip away from being the European champion.
Sure.
Showing for Jackpot to have a matchup 3-1 on paper, that looks good for NA. If you're a fan of NA, that is kind of what you want to see.
Yeah, it's Jackpot, and again, 2-1 currently for Fiesta over Duck Motif. Duck Motif, of course, transposition, if you will, of Duck Gang, and we have seen Jackpot versus Duck Gang a couple of times here. If you've watched any of the North American Championships, these names seem to pop up. It's a pretty exclusive club there at the top of North America, Duck Gang being the team that had broken through most recently. But Duck Motif taking a game off of Fiesta maybe gives you an idea of what we're going to see if it is indeed Fiesta winning game number 4 to move on to play Jackpot. Again, that will be your losers semifinals, folks. The team that lose in this current set, 5th place, which means Alliance Rogue, a 5th place finish here. A tough fight when you losing to Jackpot and CometX, who, again, 2 of the top seeds in the entire event. That could be 3rd place if the bracket shakes out differently, okay? I mean, there's certainly no shame in how it goes down, but as we said earlier, it's only monsters left for Jackpot to prove themselves against, and I really am curious to see what they've got in store.
Realistically, if it's either another NA brethren that they're going to face, or back-to-back teams from Japan. So it's going to be an all-out fight. It's going to be an all-out brawl, and how pivotal Game 2s are going to be for these best of 5s, I feel will decide the series. You have to come strong with a good counterpick. It's whatever starting map, it could really snowball, but you can stop a snowball very, very easily due to the fact that our map pool there's only 4 zones map, or I believe I know we have 4 clams, 4 Rainmaker, 4 tower control. I don't know if we have 5. I'm gonna have to look that up in a sec. But I know for sure we don't have a massive amount of maps that you can choose from. So the longer you go in the series, the more likely you're gonna hit a map that you like as your team and your opponent also like.
Mm-hmm.
We do have 4 maps for all.
4 maps for all, lovely. 16 maps. Keep it simple as it is, and there's I guess kind of 2 ways to approach that type of map list, since we're now into the deep nitty gritty of it all, which is you either want to have a composition that you can run on every single map and mode where you don't have to change it. The FTWin strategy, as you saw, where the disc kind of kept running at you with the same sorts of things. Or you maybe have a full-on change, a swap between all these different things. I remember it was Crab Leg Capital in one of our previous tournaments that I forget which one it was, but that we talked about a little. Maybe it had been a super jump, where Crab Leg Capital, with everything on the line, you saw Leafy switch over to the Tent Umbrella. They had like a wild comp that they just had played exactly for that one map and mode when it came down to it. And hey, it worked out. So there is still clearly counterpick ability in Splatoon 3 as we, again, consolidate. We find a meta, everybody plays that meta. One person throws in a wrinkle, and then we all scatter about. Then a patch happens, and the cycle repeats ad infinitum.
Yeah. It's not as the process isn't as fast as it used to be in like Splatoon 1 or 2, but the process, the formula is still there. It's still the same game. It's like a Pokemon game. You load up, you pick your starter, and you go from there. It's a cycle of metas, I guess. But I'm looking at it, and overall, for like what maps I could see maybe Leafy picking up the Tent Umbrella, because I did see her play it not only earlier today on this stream, but a lot yesterday. I did see that coming up quite a bit. I would really only say like the new maps, like your Cargo and your Crab Leg. Those are the only ones I really did see, and I did see the occasional Mahi. It's a weird weapon because it has the meta special in Zuka, but it also kind of has a love-hate relationship for it. You get to live Zuka because you have a Tent Umbrella shield, but now you have a Tent Umbrella without a shield.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think watching a lot of different JP teams start to adapt as well, while trying that Tent Umbrella out. Of course, you've got Shikashi, who invented the weapon at the highest level, but there have been a lot of players that have started to play that more in response to all of these Inkzukas. And, Trizuka, as powerful as it is only 3 shots, so sometimes if you can block one, force another one to shoot the other way, maybe it's enough. It's, again, something that we're trying to figure out and move through. If you're just joining us, by the way, here, since we've had a little moment to stall and we've been on for a little moment here, welcome in to 20XX Series 5. Not a whole lot of majors get to their 5th installment, so congratulations to the entire team at Dapple Productions for putting this on in the fashion they had. Genie, over 300 players ended up coming to this event, and we are now down to just 5 teams left, and it's about to be 4 because there's a Game 5 going on currently.
Oh, that's what's going on.
Yeah, that's why we're stalling.
That's why we're stalling. I always wonder, because it's like, is it people just doing Splatoon things? But then again, it's a major, so these players always like to rush along and get in the lobbies. Like, I don't know, it's funny. You look at newer players, and it takes time to get in the lobby. It takes time to set up. The more veteran players, the speed that they speed run those front codes. They speed run those lobby simulators. It's get in there, hit those maps, and get into it. There is no funny business.
No. Well, I mean, we're also rapidly approaching Monday for our players in Japan and Europe, so I probably imagine all of the players are like, hey, come on, I gotta go to bed, I gotta get up for work tomorrow, I gotta go to school tomorrow, I've got a 9 a.m. class, whatever it may be. So, again, they're not about to play it around here. We're going to go ahead and show an interview video for you. We were going to wait until we had both of our teams, but we've got a moment to kill, so why not another funny video here for your viewing pleasure.
I listen to country.
You're joking. I know you're joking.
What? I'm not joking. Country roads.
Dude.
Take me home to the place.
I like country song, you know.
What? Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm in the gym, I listen to like hardstyle, and then outside the gym, I listen to K-pop.
It's K-pop and rap.
I listen to pop music.
Yeah, I mostly listen to rap.
I got the horses in the back.
I listen to a lot of different stuff. It just depends on like what I want to listen to, but I'll listen to anything besides country.
Right. Yeah, that's for me.
Like mostly the thing I hear or listen to is like German rap or like techno.
Yeah, I would say something like Suicide Boys. Oh, it's not a genre, but it's like shadow rap or mostly techno as well and funk. But like everything, to be honest. Oldies, old school, UK drill, French drill.
I feel like Chris and I are quite similar on this. We're both quite indie rock kind of guys, right?
Yeah,
I see that.
I listen to a lot of Arctic Monkeys.
Arctic Monkeys. The Kooks? You listen to the Kooks?
Actually, no.
Oh, you should. They're my favorite band.
For me, what really does it is a nice piece of classical music. I hear that Beethoven, and I just start bopping away. Just having the time of my life.
Put that on the club.
Yeah. They start playing the Four Seasons. I'm down on the dance floor, bro.
Four Seasons.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
Yeah, open up the pit. Here comes Ludwig van Beethoven there. Lovely interview there. I also want to say Madness got exactly 3 more lines of country roads than I thought he would, and I think he only got 3 lines. So, Madness, if you watch this back, you've overperformed from my perspective. Jeannie, they were talking about what music they liked. We had some Beethoven come out, a whole lot of pop. Bursty kind of telling you what he listens to in the gym, and if you all have seen Bursty in person, you'll realize that whatever he's doing in the gym is working quite well, alarmingly well, I would add. But such a fun video there. This is the kind of stuff that makes the viewer experience that much better.
Yeah, I gotta say I love those ideas that we got to do, because that's what you can kind of see. You get an insight to the players, and you really get to see them more than just like what you get to see from their streams or just even seeing them at LANs, because they ain't nobody's gonna say when you go up to somebody, you're not gonna go up to Keo at the LAN and say, what music do you listen to, Keo? He'll respond. It's Keo, but like nobody does that. Nobody does that.
Maybe
also, I had to get the
start.
Splatoon 2 one because I realized that it wasn't here yet. So
I
had to go. I had to give some love. I gave some love to Splatoon 1. I had to give some love to Splatoon 2.
Very nice.
Also, I have to give love to Judd.
You've got my splatter shot and my Marie plushie are downstairs right now, and if I had an ounce of foresight, I would have used that time for the same thing. But instead, you'll just have to look at my. I knew I was going to do it. You're gonna have to look up there for my plushie that is right next to my Ike, my Ocarina of Time Link, and my poster of Tatami Galaxy. So there you go. That's my gamer pad for you.
Real. It's been a great day of Splatoon action, and the reason why we're still here and why we're still waiting for the next match to happen is because these teams just can't be separated by anything more than just mere points. It's hard. It's not often though, Nine, that we see a tournament like this where a team doesn't often just kind of wash through. I remember the days of in 2017 where we'd have like SCDX just come into a tournament and just like, who's getting second, everybody? Let's see who's getting second. We don't have Max Verstappen. He's not here.
Wow.
These teams are
wow. Do you think that our audience is cultured enough to knit an F1 reference?
I'll throw it out there.
Yeah. Okay.
Should I say like the GOAT Faker or something like that?
People in the chat, if you can name any other F1 driver without looking it up and it can't be Lewis Hamilton, please post it in the chat right now. I am willing to bet that like 10 people got your reference there.
Yeah, well, Hat's in the chat. If Hat's in the chat, he'll know that one.
Oh,
Hat's been around here around Dapple for a long time, so definitely know that one. But yeah, I just want to see overall the counter picks that I've seen from teams. I've been really happy with them. The first round, I was so depressed. I was very, very depressed watching it. We started on a zones map. And then we went straight to, like, half the teams either went back to another zones map, and the other half of the teams chose Inkblot Tower Control. It was like a flow chart. It was like, I don't know why. Why do people not want to have free choice when it comes to counter picks? But luckily, the teams feature later on, we've had like actual counter picks and actual strategy and actual thoughts. Do you know why that is?
I mean, our theory back in the day when we were making different map lists is if you give the teams total control, you'll see like 3 maps. And in one event, I remember Pay to Splat way back when, I think it was, I ran the numbers here, 97% of the maps were either Inkblot Tower Control, Inkblot Zones, or Mako Mart Zones for an entire tournament. You can't give them that much power. They're just going to continue to go back to the stuff that they like. So again, if it works for you, if you feel comfortable, if you feel like it's even ground, no funny business to be had, I mean, you have no prerogative to change to something that makes you feel uncomfortable. So that's why we have something like this, where you can't counterpick back to the last mode that you won on. And I believe we're ready for our next match. I see people posting there. I'm hitting F5.
Oh,
and it is Fiesta!
Fiesta comes up on top. So that's going to be Fiesta versus Jackpot in our losers semifinal.
I mean, they dodged each other in winner's side. Earlier, I was listening to the other thing. Popgun, as he is wont to do, playing the role of the Oracle, said, hey, don't you be surprised if we see these 4 teams as the final 4 teams. And lo and behold, they have made good on that. We're going to get Jackpot and Fiesta. This is going to be an absolute banger of a set here. Another incredibly strong Japanese team that has come out to compete today. I know a lot of people are going to be familiar with some of these names as well, especially those who have watched maybe some of these other events where the Japanese teams will start to come over, or sometimes they'll compete in Ikaten, Area Cup. They stay pretty active, but this is going to be a good one. I will let everybody know ahead of time that here in this losers semifinals, Fiesta, the names that they have listed do not necessarily translate over to the katakana that they have for their name. So I'm going to read you these names here and then maybe give you an entire other list of names once the games actually start. But you can see there for Fiesta, you've got Gugu, you've got Kamachan, Wasabifu, Gugu, and Kumorina. Again, players who, if you've watched enough of these events that the JP players start to come over to, this is one that from the start of Splatoon 3 has come over and thrown down with the best of us. And on the other side, needing no introduction, Jackpot, Leafy, Jared, .Q, Madness, and as they said, their own secret weapon, the 5v4 himself, Max. This is going to be a great one, Genie.
I love it. And our first map that we're going to have is going to be Zones Umami. We did see that in our previous set. It's going to be very, very different because the last time that I saw Fiesta play this, they kind of got steamrolled by OdinX on that Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. It's got a super long name.
Yeah.
So I want to see what positives and what things that they can take from that game and what strategies they're going to use, because Jackpot will not at all have a similar strategy even close to what they saw last time against Comet.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at FTWin and the speed that they're able to bring, that's been Jackpot's MO. And, now talking back to Jackpot again, referencing the little chat that you and I had before, I said I wanted to see what comps that Jackpot was going to bring to the table here for this event, because Jackpot's always been the speed team. That's what they've been known for here. Their ability to take one pick and then immediately move forward, charge forward, follow it up from some shot from Q or something along those lines. They always seem to be within arm's reach of each other, and we don't need to tell you anything about their mechanical skill. They're our North American representative at Worlds, for Christ's sake. You know what they're capable of doing in firefights, but as you saw from FTWin, there's more than one way to get a fast comp or create chaos in the fashion that you would like. So what Jackpot does, what they've changed, how they've adapted, it's going to be put to the test. 3 monsters they're going to have to go through if they want to win this event.
No, it's gonna be a difficult run, and also any of these teams that we're watching from now until the next time we see FTWin have to be FTWin twice.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a long run, but this is where it has to kind of start. It's already started for both these teams last round, but you're gonna have to keep that momentum up. For Jackpot's comps, I have seen a lot of Sniper Rider out of .Q today, so we're gonna see if she's going to stay on that to keep up with the pace. The thing that we were also talking about earlier, Nine, is how you said that you liked her ballpoint just a little bit more. Because I also noticed that Sniper Rider with 2-shot, even though it is a 2-shot, it still doesn't have that pure, laser firepower that a ballpoint has, or a Firefin charger, a Z-Fry charger has. Those things can just laser you when you're just caught out of position. Pencil, it takes 2 opportunities. And sometimes with latency and an ocean, let's not forget the ocean. Pencil can lose some of its power.
Let's not forget the ocean. That's an all-timer for me there, Janie. I love that. Let's not forget the ocean. And let me, again, before nobody aggregate this or take it out of context, I think .Q is one of the finest Sniper Rider players out there.
Sure.
This is not me saying that she's bad at it, but when you look at Jackpot's incredible run, because of what the ballpoint was able to bring, Q, no matter how far back she was, never felt out of the fight. And Jared, I know getting forced over to the end zap is not always the most fun role to do, but it did create a sort of cohesiveness to what Jackpot was able to bring to the table. And that's really kind of my only question is, can Sniper Rider do it? Now, again, .Q was doing it in the end game of Splatoon 2 with chargers when, again, if you weren't going to be using the Stingray charger, why were you using it? Or why were you using charger at all to a certain extent there? Custom Jet Squelcher was right there. She stayed firm, so she knows how to play around her teammates with the charger, but I think this is a question that'll have to be answered. This is not going to be the form of Jackpot that ran through all of North America en route to earning their ticket. This is not quite that composition. They're going to have to prove that they can bring that back. Again, Starburst, once the meta started to change, they weren't able to use their double crab to the same efficiency that they were before. Now, that's not me saying that's the only reason they lost, but my point being, when you have to change drastically from a different composition against top level opponents, it can make a little bit of a difference. And I want to see the answer to these questions, and I want to start seeing them today, because again, you don't have very long before you've got to find it out on the world stage.
Yeah. It's a thing that you can translate from not just other sports, but other esports as well. When you have a team that has this composition that is all-encompassing, that just feels like it's a GOAT, it's like a 6-person or 4-person death ball that you just can't break. Everyone else who's trying to beat this team that's like almost undefeated and all-encompassing powerful, everyone's trying to find cracks to break it apart. So when Jackpot's over in the lab perfecting their craft, or same with like Starburst, other teams around them are trying to find the cracks in that composition at all times. So that's also with a meta swap up and a composition swap up. Other teams will oftentimes have better counterplays to your comp, even if you want to still play that comp, even if it gets nerfed just a little bit.
Well, here we go, folks. We aren't going to have to speculate any longer because we are diving into the fight, and we've got a whole host of wacky weapons coming out on both sides. Fiesta on your left, Jackpot on the right. We've got crabs, we've got 2 different types of buckets, and we got some splat dualies. Oh my!
Yeah, splat dualies are going to be very, very lethal on this map. Just hop up on that high ground, and you get such perfect accuracy and a lot of distance really, really fast with this weapon. And crab tank.
Yeah, Namashu going to be the one that is piloting that over on the side. They're trying to go down and take him out, and they do. Nice job sloshing over the top. But look at this now. Metatron and the rest have started to attack on that side as well. .Q gets taken out. Oh, this could be a really dangerous spot. Are they going to jump out? They are. Great presence of mind, but I think got taken out on the landing there from some sort of distant shot. So we aren't going to have to worry about that Trizuka for the time being. Trying to stabilize is Leafy. They've done at least a decent job, but that's starting to slip away, Genie.
Yeah, Fiesta, they're still here. They're holding strong. Leafy's got to find a way to get out of here or find somebody, but she just goes down without taking anyone with her. Not a very good trade situation, and neither is that one. But now I guess it's okay because Jackpot finally has a little bit of semblance, but it's not good because Fiesta's going to have this tactical jumps ready to go.
Yeah, you got to hurry there. Great job there winning that fight. When the 2 NZaps fight, that's how scary it can be. And now suddenly it's starting to get a little dangerous. .Q won a really important fight, but then gets taken down in the fall off here. We just saw 1 very dominant game of Splat Zones be played. Are we going to see 2 in a row? Jared desperately needs to find someone, but is not able to. Namashu diving in. More shots coming through. Yes, taken out, but that's tough. And they got to find water from Stone here, Genie.
They do, and they have to get to the zone. The members of Fiesta, they're unkillable. They have to paint the zone if you're Jackpot. The game's going to tick away. You can't lose your members because those tactical jumps are always going to be here with the double tactical comp out of the side of Fiesta. You have to paint the zone if you're Jackpot. And just being Jared in the middle of the zone, that is it. Fiesta, take game 1, a pivotal game 1.
Well, if I wanted to see answers, let's see what plan B was. Okay, my goodness. Couldn't close out these kills. Jackpot, what they are known for is once you are in their crosshairs, and they got nice little change of the crosshair that says that you are within their range and hittable, that's it. You're done. We'll see you back at respawn and figure it out as we get a nice little fist bump there. That time, they could not escape any time a fight came through from Fiesta, and you called out something great about those splat dualies at the very start, which is when you pilot those things properly, opponents don't really remember how to play against those things. It's been a hot minute, a few years, and a game and a half since we saw those be played by more than a couple of specialists here. Namashu, great job diving forward, those making it difficult for the opponent to track them down, to take them out, cycling crabs, you get into the fundamentals of it, and I haven't seen Jackpot lose on splat zones like that in a hot minute, Genie.
No, I also haven't either. It's just, I look at those dualies and I see how Jackpot also uses it. I've seen Jared play it, so it's weird to see Jackpot also kind of get not really just they didn't get destroyed by the dualies. I wouldn't say that was what got them. It was the tacticooler. We had one tacticooler from the Zap, one tacticooler from the Pencil out of Fiesta. Every time that you got a splat, it felt like if you didn't get 4, you couldn't get in, which is exactly what happened. Jackpot never was able to get in because the jumps were always safe. I don't think I was able to see the screen and the KAs. I don't think the Pencil died.
Man, it's got to be nice to have a beacon that you can just perpetually jump back into over and over and over. The fundamental stuff we've been saying since Splat 1 E-Leader. But speaking of screens here, Genie, you said it earlier, people like going back to zones here. So whether this is a counter pick that they've had prepped or they simply want to prove that last game was a fluke, Jackpot going to be running it back here to zones, Mahi. And one other thing I want to point out there from that last game, speaking about pencils, speaking about zaps, just bizarre to see double tacticooler be used in such a fashion. That's something that I hadn't really seen a lot until today, and now I've seen it 3 or 4 times. What's the magic behind this? Why are these teams running it?
The zap that you have needs to be an aggro killer. They need to be up there. They need to be in the face because they need to also kind of push up. It's the Pencil that needs to stay alive and be that human beacon, and have to have 2 other teammates which are able to kind of stall out and play survivability a lot of times. And just once you have control of the objective, just start rolling forward with it. But speaking of beacons, I have seen Jared play the dually sculptures on this map. I've seen the 2 5s down there. So I would not be shocked to see the dualies and the 10 umbrella come out here, because this is what Jackpot has been playing like all tournament on this map.
Well, Genie, call it the Oracle. You know, take this now. I'm stepping out of the way here. You know this game better than I. Go for it. I mean, well, what is it? You said they've been playing a lot. What are they looking for?
Realistically, I have no idea what they're cooking. Whatever they cooked in the kitchen, it didn't burn, unlike Jared who rolled into that suction bomb. It's a weird comp, and I've seen them play it, which is the only reason I know that they're going to play it.
Well, hey, I mean, that's what homework does for you, folks. 3 down now already. Jared going to be the last one alive. Very slippery. You know, I remember when he played this main weapon in Splatoon 2, there were times where it looked like he couldn't be killed. Instead, now he's died twice in the first 30 seconds. You're not a recipe for success. Run all the way behind it there. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you're tactical. You don't care what the opponent has for you. You've already snuck a crab on the other side, but Madness responding in turn with a very nice Trizuka shot. Now they're cycling their Trizukas. Now they have a real opportunity to break back in, and they will take that zone. Finally, some breathing room. The first take of the zone that they've had in this set thus far, and now they have to make good on it.
They do. They have to stay alive. It's really seeing Jared pop these super jumps and watching Leafy and Madness kind of roll forward together in those jumps. They aren't easy to, they're easy to destroy, but you need to have somebody causing a lot of chaos, and unfortunately, the Ocean proved to be a little bit too much because the suction bomb goes through that shield.
Well, you know, speaking of bombs just in general here, they've got 3 lethal bombs here on Fiesta. So even if you do get that out, you're going to have a really hard time doing a whole lot with that 10th Umbrella shield, especially if someone works behind you, which we have seen the members of Fiesta happy to do, run right on back and make it difficult. Leafy had to jump out already, maybe trying to distract and get some sort of pressure here. But just 30 ticks on the timer here left. They have really one more chance, I would say.
Yeah, this is it, and you gotta go. Jared on this right side is able to find one, but Zap is still there. Leafy needs some help. Madness and Q are all looking that way, but that Inkjet comes up from the side, takes out another one. Madness is gone. The zone is ticking down. Well, who's gonna paint it? Leafy? A 10 umbrella? Somehow Jared is back.
Paint it with the blood of your enemies there. If Leafy didn't immediately get that direct, the game was probably over. The people they had respawning were all shooters, and now she might be able to cycle this again. Another one, throwing it over the top. Did that get another one?
She got one! No words, 9. Just no words, besides the fact that, again, the bomb off shield counter is up to 2. Leafy's killed 2 teammates.
Well, I mean, they need that counter to stay at 2 for the rest of this game if they want a chance here. They're moving again at Leafy. Leafy will take one out there, and now that Trizuka doesn't really have anybody to shoot at. Just going to try to lob it up at .Q. .Q wisely moves back there. Doesn't let that happen, but that's 3 specials now that Fiesta has used, and they get nothing out of it except for more points for Jackpot. So talk about a great response right here. Again, they're starting to move forward here. A couple more of these team fights, and they might steal this one.
They have to stay alive here and now, though. You've lost one of your best painters and your other frontliner. Your Zuko weapon is gone, meaning that the Sprinkler is the only thing that's holding up Jackpot from losing this zone at this moment in time. Jared's trying to paint this thing out. The Fiesta, they're here. They're ready to go, and that's going to be a cap, but it costs them a life. It might cost them two. It does.
Yeah, the world's strongest Sprinkler keeping that up there. And again, you cannot say enough as Jackpot goes ahead and takes these players out. Great job from that side on how much that Sprinkler stalling the opponent's forward momentum might have given them new life. There were 3 different players who had to continually fire at zone because they needed to get that cap before anything came through. That gave Jackpot more than enough time to come back into mid. And again, still a huge penalty that Fiesta is going to have to work through if they want any chance at this. And they... Again, Jackpot has found another gear.
No, yeah, Jackpot's composition on this map is just a different gear. No, who else in the world would play this? I don't think you could go through all the files in open and 4 stacks, and you would not see anybody else rocking this comp other than Jackpot. So you cannot have homework on this. This left side here, 9, it's under contention. You can't lose any of your members on the side of Fiesta. The zone is ticking down, but everyone on Jackpot's gone. It's just Leafy. What can she do? Probably nothing but jump out.
Yep, well, she got everybody looking one way before she jumped out, so that's going to give maybe a little on this side, and Jared actually dove right in on that side, so don't knock that there. Some nice timing, but Fiesta not giving them any chance. Moves through, trades 1 for 1. They still have plenty of time left. They've used their specials here. I believe that's another Trizuka that's going to be coming out soon, and Leafy is back. They have stabilized, but with 2 down now, they have lost track of where these members are coming from, and it could get nasty in a hurry.
Yeah, Leafy's got to stay alive. Oh my goodness, what a shot down. Bucky to the face. That was a beautiful play, but 9, 20 seconds on the clock, 20 seconds on the penalty. I feel like this knockout is actually going to punish them a little bit faster than the game clock will be. You have 1 opportunity.
1 opportunity. You've got to paint right through there. Nice job finding where it is. Can Jared close it out? Not able to. Just a couple of missed shots, and Jared going down means a lot of paint off the side of the map.
Paint it.
1 jump out, 2-1, and it's not enough. Fiesta holds on just barely. And again, if Jared had closed that out there at the very end, there might have been more life. But Jackpot now staring 0-2 in the face. Are we really going to commentate 2-3-0s, Genie? This curse cannot be given to us, please.
Like, there was game 5s and multiple game 5s without us. I don't know, 9.
Every other set seemingly went to game 5 except for the ones we got to commentate.
I don't know. I've seen curses in other esports like that, so hopefully that's not true. But that's the first time I've seen Jackpot lose that map. Like, normally I've been saying, oh, you lost zones, everyone's just gonna go back to another zones map and pick it. No, Jackpot has an actual composition. I mentioned it just previously. Nobody plays that comp. Nobody has any real practice on it. But they have been playing it throughout the tournament. So I don't know if Fiesta has done their homework, knowing that they were eventually gonna face Jackpot on that map. It just felt like they knew where to punish Q, because Q fell a lot more than she has in previous playtimes of that map.
Yeah, I made a comment partway through that game of they've traded out here, but in the process, they've now lost track of where the members of Fiesta are going to be coming from. You know, that comp, anytime you have a Tentebrella comp, you're sort of relying on some form of stability. You have a moving force that the opponent must do something about. If they start firing at that, that's information that you can use. You can swing your dually squelchers around wherever you like, and you can have Madness aim wherever you want that Trizuka to go. It's probably going to hit something. So it sort of is built and predicated on the opponent has to deal with this being the Tentebrella. We can use that information to attack them, to work around them there. But anytime you lose track of where the opponent could be attacking you from, or if the opponent is willing to just walk in human form around the shield, it sort of changes how it ends up going. And you saw they were able to get that scenario that they shoot for so often eventually as that game went on, but they just sort of ran out of time before they could win it. They won the last half of that game, but they'd simply given up too many points in the process.
Yeah, for sure. Again, homework coming in clutch. Jackpot hasn't lost this map yet. This Hagglefish tower control. I know we haven't seen any Hagglefish zones. That's because that's actually not in the map pool. We crazy 9. Who would have guessed? Can't have Hagglefish splat zones if you just completely strip it from the pool. So if you want to get your Hagglefish fix in, this is about it. Or unless you go to Crab Lag and look off the side of the map and see Hagglefish in the low ground.
You know, Hagglefish, yes, I did know that because I know entirely too many things about this game that will never serve me in any practical purpose. But, you know, I think Hagglefish Zones might still find a way to get into this tournament. I know it's not in the map pool, it's been banned from everything, but don't you doubt Hagglefish Zones. It's going to find a way to make its ugly head known. But
ugly.
Listen, it's the...
sorry, Blaster player.
Well, and also, must be said here, absence makes the heart grow fonder. So seeing something 3 times every tournament, every time I commentate, would have the opposite effect. But maybe I'm just a hater. I have been called as such. But I want to go back to something that you said as we get started with this game. They haven't lost this map. You said that about the last map mode as well. We're on match point right now. You said their homework here. What does Jackpot have on this that's been so strong?
Realistically, it's just been outskilling their opponents. Honestly, it doesn't feel like they have a special comp cooked up. It's having their players play strong weapons that they're kind of used to. Jared on that crab. Leafy shot is very, very strong, and I don't have to say anything about Madness and Q on a sniper and a slosher.
No, not at all, but here we go, folks. There's going to be crabs coming out here from both sides. And, you know, it's so bizarre here. All of the memes that have gone out about the triple Trizuka, or the triple triple splatter shot plus the pencil, and yet we have not seen it. There's been some variation here. I won't say it's a ton, but there's been a little bit as we fight it out. And now finally, for maybe the first time in this set, Jackpot has a healthy position. They're going to be moving forward. The first team that has a real threatening chance to take one of these. And now that they've got them all pushed back, this is where they can make good on it.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity to get the first checkpoint onto the board. First checkpoint on this map is not all that difficult to take, but it's pivotal if you get it fast. Because the more you can attack second checkpoint, the better. And oh my goodness, Jackpot, this is exactly what they needed. The problem is that you have the 2 AoE weapons on this top right. Madness needs to win this, but unfortunately the jumps are here.
No, jumps aren't there, but there is going to be a slight threat here from Leafy. What is she going to opt to do? Where is she going to attack from? Everybody knows that there was a Trizuka that shot that way. Now we've got the crab fights coming through, and I believe Madness helped out as well. So look at that. Now 2 down here. Jared saying this way, and then says, actually, no, I don't need any assistance. I'll just kill 3.
Yeah, now needs some assistance. Madness, if they can come up clean on that fight. Oh no, the Zap gets 2 in that scenario. It's going to go find a flank. Can they find Q? Q's going to jump out here, though.
Yep, Komorina finally getting a big play with the Zap. You said these days Zaps have to be willing to get down and nasty with the fights, and doing just that to open things up. Jackpot, what do you have on the defensive side? Leafy's going to go forward and try to fight somebody on this side. They did get the rapid, so that means that Q is going to be free to shoot people from the top, and it looks like that is probably going to be more than enough. Nice job there defending the spot that you needed to enable the player in that power position. Great fundamentals, Splatoon.
Oh, Jared, again with the this way, is trying to roll over the machine. No way, you just did that with the crab tank. Absolutely cooked up like a crab leg. Beautiful, and a wipeout here, 9. This second checkpoint, because the first one was gone, that I mentioned earlier, this second checkpoint looking mighty fine and dandy.
Highway to the danger zone. Leafy gonna shoot that last one out to get her main weapon back. Probably didn't want to waste any time with a Hail Mary shot. And now it looks like they've managed to trade out another one here. So they're gonna clear this top right side. They're gonna get to cycle their jumps as well. Jared actually managed to get away too. So now Metatron's gonna be in a horrible position here, trying to get some protection, and actually maybe got lucky there that Leafy dropped into that final shot. But again, it has been all Jackpot. Great job fighting, and Jared, nobody survives like this guy when he's on his game.
No, it's just beautiful to watch. And the punish of that burst bomb, another burst bomb punish, which is exactly why Splash was always such a devastating weapon, because that sub weapon, it is, Hitzel's proven it time and time again. That thing is lethal.
Oh, what a name to invoke at a time like this, but it's true. When you get directs with that thing, 60 damage is 60 damage, folks. It will do a lot, especially if you have other people there to assist. Speaking of assist, look at the way that Jackpot has swarmed all the way around. 2 teaming up on the top, 2 teaming up on the bottom there. Revenge kills coming through. Jared's got the crab at a perfect spot. Everyone's got to move off that side. So's the other way, because Madness is now firing over here, and this is the Jackpot we are so used to seeing here. A couple of them will go down, make it 3, but it has been all Jackpot thus far, and Jared's still going for more. He's not done yet!
Bro, he's him for real! That stall was immaculate, because Madness and Leafy and Q are all back in the mid to fight for it. That stall from Jared, that able to play life and also get 2 splats out of it, chef's kiss phenomenal.
Chef's Kiss, phenomenal. 2 more will go down here from Jackpot. They've got to be a little careful. .Q is up there, and I don't see how close she is to Tacticooler if she was able to toss it down. It does look like she got it down, but look at this. They've actually put an Inkjet up next to it here. They know where all 3 of the members are. They've got a machine there. They've got a rapid there. Those AoE weapons are so dangerous. Jackpot, you cannot let it go like this. Do they have anybody who can dive the tower? I don't think they do. They're going to get one more chance. Zuka, they lost the lead.
They lost the lead, and this tower at 1 point, that's all they need. They got it. They got through this pivotal checkpoint that Jackpot hasn't been able to get through yet. And those jumps, they're back in. They're alive. Fiesta, they're rocking forward. This crab tank on tower, oh my goodness, here 9. And finally, I think that's going to be it. The jumps are going out, but defending mid for 20 seconds, that's not going to be all that difficult to do.
No, and you still have the resource of a checkpoint that you know the opponent is going to have to go through there. Dive on top of Jared. Are these dualies? That's a big deal. Leafy is now down. They're going to fire it at Madness, who does a good job, gets a shot off, but at this point, you have to give everybody else jumps. Madness now stuck in a fight. He's not going to be able to get back to the tower. And let's see, can you pull magic out of this?
Oh my goodness, 9. It's looking good. They've got 2 spots right now, but the machine, it's there. It does so much AoE damage. Same with the crab tank. You have to find a way to get onto this. Madness is left alive and no way too far away from the tower, as the checkpoint is not going to be enough. It stood too strong, too long. And oh, Jackpot, they're out.
Out in 4th place, going down 3-0. Jackpot, our top seed coming into this event, goes down to Fiesta. And what a dominant showing from Fiesta, taking so many different comps, different ideas from Jackpot, with almost the same comp or some transposition of it in every game on their side. Jackpot, a tip of the cap to you, but it is back to the drawing board here. There's still plenty of time for them. Their ultimate goal is far beyond today. But man, it's been a minute since I've seen Jackpot lose like that.
Yeah, that's honestly crazy to see them lose on maps that they have been so good
2
on.
counter picks of theirs.
Yep. I know, and they look so good. So good. It came all the way down to that second checkpoint, not being able to break through it. They got through the first checkpoint pretty fast, but not being able to get through the machine, plus the rapid, plus the Zuka. It just felt like Fiesta had a little bit of a party on them. And with that, I think 9 is a good time probably to throw it over to Jem, who's gonna break it all down. Let's go take some notes from the school, everyone.
Man, I am surprised to see Jackpot falling like that too. It's been a while since the team has, exposed so many weaknesses in this squad. They've been on top for such a long time. One of the things that was really bonkers to me was the double cooler comp that they ran. That's Fiesta ran in game 1 here. That's not something we see a lot of. The conventional wisdom is that double cooler is a little excessive, that you can pretty much always have a cooler anyway if you've got one out there, or have enough of a cooler that it doesn't make a huge difference, and that you want more of the specials that can help you force your way in. But with the combination of the dualies flanking and the Zukas, they kind of didn't need the extra specials to get in. I saw .Q under more threat in these games than I have seen in a very long time. I think that might have been a key part of Fiesta's strategy here, because it just felt like .Q was going down more often than we're used to seeing. And they were targeting her specifically in a lot of cases. Like, they were letting people dive in with the machine to go over those ledges. They were firing Zuka shots. Certainly the Snipe Rider was coming into play. The Crab was out there. Lots of ways that they were trying to get that long-range threat to drive the Snipe Rider out. And anytime that they got .Q, you have to think of that kind of like they've splatted 2 other players, because the way that a tacticaler works is it basically turns a 4v4 into a 6v4. Basically gives you 2 extra players, because the first 2 who go down are back in the fight, super jumping in before you clear the remaining 2 out. And if you don't have those 2 players anymore, then the push shuts down way more quickly. And that's definitely not going to happen to Fiesta, because Fiesta has 2 tacticaler users. So basically every fight that Jackpot won was devalued, and every fight that they lost hurt so much worse. And this was just a really, really fast game 1. There just wasn't a lot to happen there. Now, game 2 was especially interesting for me because they've played this comp once before on stream, and we got to see how it works. And so here we got to see how it doesn't work. Now there, if you saw, it didn't work in part because of lag. The only reason that bomb goes through has to be latency, I would think, just from what we were seeing on the spectator cam. And maybe that's not what was represented on the player's view, but that definitely seems like a lag splat there. And, you know, if the game had ended because this easy, like, 2-for-1 trade back that results in a 1-for-1 trade, if that engagement had gone the way that you expect it to, with a tent with their shield out already and a teammate helping them, then, you know, Jackpot have definitely a leg in this fight still. But with 2 players going down against just 1 end zap, I thought here, oh man, if they lose the game to this, then that's going to be so sad that, like, I'm legitimately going to be complaining about the lag. But they were able to pull it back. And the thing that's really powerful about this comp is its advantage states, to use the Smash terminology. It's when you have the lead, it's so hard to push back in against this. And we saw that at play in the first time they used it. They're just going to put long-ranged weapons on either side of the map so you have no way in, that you're not being watched by something with really long range. And they're going to start all their pushes with the tent so that they have a way to brute force their way in. And they can also, you know, use the tent's Zuka to be able to push in. But another thing about it is that it's so high paint. Look at how, despite the fact that they are down, they are not losing the zone. The chumps are painting the zone while the main weapons aren't. The tactical or bot that is the Snipe Rider is just going to be constantly painting anyway, because it gets so much value for doing that. So why expose it in dangerous positions? And even here, in this situation where, you know, most other comps would fold and lose the zone, they're keeping it neutral. They're keeping the potential to be able to score points. And this is really the beautiful thing about them being able to play this map in this way. What ends up being their downfall is when they do finally actually lose the players and the zone flips. Because, again, they really need to brute force from behind that tent shield. If they get set up on, it's really hard to make that sort of play just work out of nowhere. And they aren't able to fight their way back in, and the game ends then and there. This tower-controlled map looked so promising from Jackpot. They got the picks that they needed to really get a solid push in to that 40 mark. They had a really, really great, like, a couple of opening picks, and the first couple of team fights they take are just gorgeous. They get all of the picks that they need, and it just looks like a well-oiled machine the way that they're taking these fights. This Crab gets one, and then that enables Jared and Leafy to get up the switch back here and push in and get some more picks. But they get displaced just a little bit here, and it gets cut a little bit shorter than you'd have to think that they'd be able to. Beautiful ink jets coming in. Those have been, like, huge for Fiesta this entire game. But in the end, it just, Fiesta snowballed better. That's all you can really say about it. They got the picks that they needed, and that was just the one opportunity. They got people up to the switchback of the enemy side, and, you know, got them up into positions where they could actually hold instead of getting forced out. One beautiful thing that happens here on the rollout is that when Jackpot tries to push back in, they actually get a really hard read on the flank that Jackpot has been playing this whole time. Let's see. I know I have it here. There we go. It's right towards the end. So Jackpot gets control, and there's a flank on the right-hand side that Jackpot has been relying on. They've actually hard committed to a couple of times over on the right over here. They threw Jared and Leafy over here once earlier in the game, and now they're already calling that out. They already know that Jared's coming. They get this pick, and any little momentum that they're able to drag out away from Jackpot here, any momentum they're able to take away, is enough to kind of close it down. Jackpot was doing so well at stalling. They were doing so well at trading. Some of these team fights are just legitimately gorgeous. But at the end of the day, all it took was the one opening. Fiesta capitalized more effectively. They were able to get more for less in this game. And so they're looking really scary. I don't know who put them in losers, but it seems like this team is going to be able to put themselves back up into the bracket and be a contender here based on the performance that they put on here. Back to y'all.
Well, Jim said, I don't know who put him into losers. It was this set where CometX put them into losers. So those of you who did see that set earlier are going to get a real treat. But because we know that you enjoy this so much, we're going to dangle it just in front of you. And then we're going to pull it away because we have another wonderfully funny video here that the production team has put together. So please enjoy this before our set.
Peppa Pig.
What's your favorite anime, Q?
Jujutsu Kaisen!
It's like Breaking Bad, Rick and Morty, 2.5 Men, OG classic, How I Met Your Mother, also OG classic, and the last one is One Piece.
One Piece.
AOT.
Mine is One Piece.
Not watch anime.
One Piece.
For me, it's Star Wars: The Clone Wars because it's just what I've grown up with, and it's really good story.
But my favorite TV show is definitely like Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul.
Can I say none? Because I basically don't watch either.
No, I don't watch much TV anymore either. I just go on YouTube or Twitch or play video games.
Okay, for my anime, I think it'd be 86 for me.
Mine is Hunter x Hunter.
Octonauts was sick. Back in the day.
No, Chris, shut up. You guys remember Kurt Wiz on CBeebies?
I'm too old for that.
Kurt Wiz was a banger show. You guys get on BBC iPlayer right now and watch Kurt Wiz. Watch every available episode of Kurt Wiz. It was a banger show. Kurt Wiz. KERWHIZZ.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
Well, Kyo said it best. Y'all don't watch anime if One Piece is the answer for most of you. Good job to Leafy, though, saying Hunter x Hunter, because that manga is about 30 years older than she is. But we have received word that the teams are in the lobby, so we're not going to have to talk a whole lot here. Janie, 2 Japanese dynamites throwing down here in losers finals for the right to fight FTWin.
Yes. And these two teams have already played each other in the winners semi-finals. We're going to see Clamblitz to start us off. This time on Crab. Like last time, it was Clamblitz on Scorch Gorge, which went in favor of CometX. So I gotta say, 9, Game 1 are usually extremely pivotal because you got that game advantage. And if you win one Clamblitz game, it doesn't often mean that you win the next Clamblitz game, but it's a starting point. It's at least something to build off of.
Yeah, something to build off of here. One of the few times I'm glad that this map mode was forced because, I mean, I don't know that we would have seen it yet. It has not been a powerful counter pick up to this point, but I know these teams are going to be ready to throw down very quickly. We actually don't have a great read on any counter picks that these players have. These are both functionally pickups. Fiesta is a somewhat static roster, some variations of it, maybe another player swapping in and out here. But CometX, as we're so often used to seeing from these Japanese teams, it's a pickup team that has come together just for the purpose of this event. So they're going to be figuring things out on the fly.
It's really, really, really going to be interesting what we see. Overall, what we saw last time, if you watch the IPL stream, Comet went up to an early 2-0 lead. And then Fiesta brought it back to Game 5, where they ultimately fell. So we will see. I know that Game 2 was it. That would have been the Umami Zones game that CometX won. So I do kind of see a trend that we might be able to see. But I've also seen teams in the previous times. If you counterpick a map against a team twice, it doesn't go well for you. Especially teams that are good, because you can't beat them twice on a map.
Yeah, turns out it wasn't a fluke that they beat you the first time, so get it out of your head. Folks, losers finals right now. This is going to be a great one. CometX versus Fiesta. And look at this. These teams are already bringing some new picks to the table. That's the crab leg difference, my friend.
I'm happy that you're able to put the broom down because I don't want a sweep. No sweeps. I'll take a reverse sweep. I'll do that, but not a sweep.
I'll hold the broom upside down if we run into that. How about that?
Let's go.
All right, taking a look here as they get set up. Kind of a tepid opening here. Ryusei boys sort of waiting over on that side and getting called out, not able to do a whole lot with it. Odenex, of course, going to be switching back, but this is one that we really don't see a whole lot here. this Rapid Blaster Pro. Not the Deco, though. We know that the main weapon plays at great range on this map, and if you've got Inkvac, it is strong. But look at this, wasting no time getting up onto this side. Everybody putting every special all over the place, and now we're just going to throw it hopefully somewhere. What? Good. Inkvac v Inkvac. Let's go.
Explosions. Explosions all across the map. Again, the only weapon that can really slice its way through that vac is the sword. Zipcaster to zip in the middle of it. It will be a really good way for CometX to find their way forward. We see both teams with those crab tanks, which can get shut down and blessed by vacs on either side. But Fiesta, this is a dangerous spot that they find themselves in, as they're kind of getting washed off the map.
Yeah, kind of getting washed off, and it has been CometX who's really been controlling the flow of the game for the time being. Ryusei Boy now the one up on the side. They tried to sneak the crab tank up there earlier. That's going to get warded off as well. Zipcaster has a chance to make some play, and look at this. Now Crab's second to the fight, and now look at how they've rotated around. Oh my good, beautiful, beautiful change of position there from CometX. They're going to get some points, and they deserve it. Go right at them.
Oh my goodness, and the explosion of the vac to use in a beautiful explosion of fireworks. You have send a member in on a almost death mission, being the Zipcaster, followed up by a massive explosion, and you find yourselves all the way down in the 30s. That is exactly what you need from Comet. That would look more like a meteorite.
Folks, you're not going to see a more beautiful exchange of attacks right there. Absolutely pivotal, perfect. You dream that scenario up. You get the opponents to look one way, you drop off, they look the other way, the crab comes up, and you sneak a third player up to where you had attacked before. Then you have the specials to follow it up and get paid off well. 30 points on this map. That's a big, big hill that Fiesta's going to have to climb.
Yeah, and big pick off. This could be big if they're able to find the splash on the top right. But it's not looking good because the Squeezer, it's not winning this matchup. It has to go into short range mode, but you're going to lose that one every time with the inaccuracy. Oh my goodness. And Fiesta, I can't help to feel it, but their special door is kind of closing now that you've lost your crab tank.
Well, they got another special up there, though, the Trizuka. They took one out, and look at this, another one, and they're able to cycle there. They've got, oh my goodness, I can't believe this is happening. I may have jinxed it right here. More points coming through, and they're tacticoolered up because they got that at the right time. The one nice thing about how quickly they wiped out the members of CometX is that all of CometX is going to be respawning together, and they're going to be respawning with just enough resources there. Great job closing it out and not letting any sneak through is Odin X here. So there's still a fight in the mid. It's going to be difficult for CometX to gain too much footing, but now you've bought yourself a little bit more time and 20 more points of penalty the opponent will have to break through.
Yeah, you have a pity clam that you could grab at any point in time, and a lot of clams, a fair decent number of clams to your name. Unfortunately, Fiesta don't have, what they don't have is the players alive. They are jumping in, but they are getting forced back. We do see CometX just trying to stay alive, but oh my goodness, they're doing 1, 2, and 3!
Go for 4. Can we see it? No, of course, we're not about that. We're too good at the game. We're going to reposition, get up here on the side, and play for the next 30 seconds. The sword goes through and gets another. The individual plays. Now the sword might go for 3. Ryusei Boy understanding the assignment, knowing that he was the only one who could close that out. Jenny, you've called it out so many times, and yet every time the sword is there to ruin the Vax day.
It's, I don't know, it's like a fly, like a moth to a flame, bro. It's every single time it happens. It's like, I see Vac as a sword, I run at it. It's the only one that can stop it, yet no, their team around them just can't protect them, as the Tri actually just destroys the crab tank.
Yeah, everybody else, though, gets destroyed on the other side except for it, so good job there to the Tri to maybe put a little bit more pressure, but take a look at this. There's 3 power clams they have. They've scored 2. They can end the game right now. Are they going to jump through just 2 more clams? They have 2 more clams.
Where's the splash? Where's the splash? It's in mid. It's in mid. It's going to go for a flank. Can they get there in time? Through the back door! That's why you have your map open, folks. That's why you have your map open.
Oh. Puccio, you are a gentleman. You are a gentleman, ending the game in such a fashion. Oh, what an artisanal game that time by CometX. And it's fitting that Puccio and Odin X would be the 2 to give us the fist bump on there. Opening up with such a beautiful push, then the patience they had to build up 3 power clams in 1 push in order to take that one the distance, and then Puccio, the chef's kiss at the very end to fully end the game and leave the door absolutely wide closed. Man, it is beautiful when teams are able to execute on some of these maps, and CometX proving why they were in that winners finals.
They also proved why they won the first Clam Blitz the last time. That it doesn't matter what map they have, They felt better. They just feel better than Fiesta on Clamblitz. End of story. Simple as that. A little trick that you might know. Nine, I think you might know it, but I don't know if everyone else knows it. With spectator cam, if you're the lobby host and you see the medals at the bottom of the screen and when the game is ending, that's the lobby's host medals. OdenX is the lobby host. He had overall and enemy splatter. That was what the fist bump was for as well. Just showing that the rapid, yes, it supports the team, but it also can slay for the team to really cause a lot of openings. Because that wasn't a sister and overall splatter. That was enemy splatter.
Yeah, it's important to remember there that main weapon absolutely terrorized us for a little while here. It's so strong, and on Crab Leg Capital as well. From mid, you can assist your teammates as they are trying to move up to the right side. You can get a couple shots. People have to move out of the way. Use that to move up. You can be second to a fight to close it out there as well. That is a weapon that plays at a range that not a lot of other weapons can AoE from, and I'm not at all surprised to see Odin do it. Again, I know Odin might be the very best vanilla jet squelcher that there is, but sometimes it feels like training weights for this guy. He can play absolutely anything at a high level, and he's proving it to everybody once again.
I don't even, like, going from line marker, which is lethal. It wasn't lethal before, but now I guess he shows that it can be a lethal sub, to having the Toxic Mist and use that with the Ink Vac. It's just very good utility usage that you don't normally get to see from people, because all people think of is, I need to spam bombs, just spam bombs, and that's all you need to do. But the utility usage can give your team some big advantages, and it's really cool to see on the side of CometX.
Well, surprise, surprise, there's no surprise. We are heading to Splat Zones and Mako Mart. Listen, we knew we would see this eventually. We've seen it in almost every set thus far, but Fiesta going to be counterpicking back to Splat Zones, of course. Very strong, and it absolutely gave Jackpot the business on Splat Zones earlier, so they have to be feeling like they're flying high, and they're not going to waste any time getting to it. Take a look here. OdenX is going to be switching over to the Rapid Pro once again, and it's going to be another Rapid Pro coming out here from Fiesta. So, interesting to see what these teams have in store.
Yeah, I like the Charizard pickup on more or less on this map as well, and that the torpedo can cause a lot of distractions. You're either going to lose half your health or you shoot it down. If you throw it in the right spot, that can be a lot of damage done really fast.
They've done a great job already getting rid of Puccio here, but it appears that they're waiting a little bit. They didn't immediately go after OdenX. That's maybe one time you'd want to do it, and they're going to pay dearly for it because they let Ryusei Boy attack their plat. All the while, OdenX was never moved from their own stack. So I was about that. You keep one player on your boxes, you attack the other. That's the formula on this map mode, my friends.
Ryusei Boy is running for it again. Oh, I don't even think they were trying to go for the shot. I felt like they were going for the rapid, but they take the prize in the shot as well.
Nice work. Again, they've closed them out here, and they are not letting the moment go away. They are lucky that trade came through, because there was about to be hell to pay on that side of the map. Instead, they're going to stabilize, and now they might be able to find some of these jumps. It appears all the members have got in. They once again don't have anybody snuck over on that side. The members of CometX finding the right spots to set themselves up. This is a big crab that has an opportunity and does take out one. Ryusei Boy will survive, but once again, Genie, they have not found a way to take their opponent's box for any sustainable period.
No, and as soon as one team gets a 2-up advantage, it feels like the other team answers it with 2 of their own. These teams trading it back and forth a lot more than they did on Clamblitz, which definitely felt in CometX's favor. So the more zones we can get, I feel like that's going to be a little bit in favor of Fiesta, because they want to take this even fight as this early lead flips over.
Now you can see they've shuffled about here. They are going to send somebody over to their opponent's box here, and they actually take out Ryusei Boy early. They had the right person defending at the time. Can they make good on this? Their painters actually held onto the zone through all of that, so very close to trading here. And now look at this. Wah, going to do a great job. Now moving around here, not giving them a great target to shoot at here. Puccio's going to need to find a way to get into this fight. I don't even know who painted the zone. There's not a lot of pressure there, but they stalled it just long enough.
Oh, Fiesta, they're trying to stay alive here, but they couldn't. There's going to be a big jet, able to take out one. Can it find the sword as well? That just perfect tactical placement, meaning that Ryusei Boy is able to just stay alive throughout. Unfortunately, gets punished just a little bit after. And again, Nine, these teams, they're just so scrappy.
So scrappy, and again, it just seems like the window closes so quickly. If you're not able to close somebody out, how did Ryusei put time? Oh my god!
Finally.
Wasabifu, you absolute monster there. Crushing one and then getting another shot that had to be a direct with the Explo shot to close that one out. The first true lockout that we have seen here.
Oh my
CometX
goodness.
now in danger of losing it. They fired at Puccio as well. Dives at the zone. Genie, this is getting dangerous.
The soda was out. So that means Fiesta's all gonna be back here. The Jet is here. It needs to just stay alive and play zone, but it gets taken out in a dogfight. This is gonna be dangerous because the only thing you have left pinning the zone is a sword. Make that ends up. Oh my goodness, CometX. They stay alive, but just barely.
The game is not yet over. I don't even know how are you alive? They're making it up as they go along.
I'm pretty sure that man has an inventory that he can go in and buy extra health. That's exactly what I just saw happen there.
Ryusei Boy takes the dive and finds nothing for it there, getting that QR activated. They understand they've got really maybe one more chance at this. Just a few ticks left on this penalty, and a couple more will do it. Onex misses the first shot, and that could be big. One's going to be able to get away from that. Desperately needs to find it out, but you ain't going to miss with that. Firing, shooting at the zone, everything going through, continuing to paint, and they will not take it. And Genie, we finally will have a set that is not a sweep.
I'm so happy. I don't know who to thank. I'd like to thank the Academy for this great honor that I can have to have Nine and I have this great game where we don't have a sweep. I'd like to thank Alice for inviting us all here. And we're not doing the award show yet, are we?
No, not quite. I've been told that there may be some accolades given out later after this is all done, but we have quite a bit that is still to be done before that point.
Oh, we don't have a sweep!
The broom's
That's all
down.
we wait for. Woo!
Get it out of there. That broom is gone and back in my closet where it once was before these two tragic sets that happened here. But I mean, what an incredible! It's amazing how most of the game can be 5 points here, 5 points there, a fight there, traded out there, and then one crab tank that crushes Ryusei Boy. The Ryusei Boy with that sword was waiting for the crab to come up there. I don't know if Wasabifu just took a different angle with it to land on top, going after somebody else. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles there, taking those two out. And Fiesta, when they have an opening, they are more than happy to run forward and make your life difficult.
I want to say, with that sword play, it's so difficult because you want to be the sword that comes up and slashes the rider. It's very common and very easy to see that happen. But if you have a teammate who's off behind you in that exact perfect line of sight, you're just going to take the damage from the crab tank and that Expo direct shot and a couple more shots, and you're gone. As we already are into our counter pick, which is going to be tower control on Ink Blood Art Academy.
Man, don't you love it when teams end up playing each other and they're like, yep, we're going here, run it back. Just hurry, hurry, hurry. We don't want to spend any time getting through. Taking a look at these comps, one side going to opt to go with the Rapid Deco, and the other side, now Odenex back over to that Rapid Pro.
I gotta say, the Rapid Pro, I like it. I definitely like it on this map, but I'm worried about the VAC. I would have probably preferred maybe the Whale, because that thing can really shred through the walls of this map.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see why that was the pick, and if there is just a moment here that they love that ink vac. I agree. I think the main weapon on this map can hit different spots, kind of like we talked about with Crab Leg, that other weapons can't really challenge it from. You can hit the entire opponent plat area from relative safety in mid, and you can put pressure on them, but hey, I mean, if you're just trying to use it for exactly this, getting through these highly contested checkpoints, I mean, hey, it works on paper, it can work there, and firing at it, and getting another, even more medals go in the way of Odenex.
Oh my goodness, absolutely dashed through by the Zipcaster. But the tower, it has been taken over by the side of Fiesta. So even though it was very, very good from CometX to get a lot of plat control, they didn't get the objective. And 10 points? That's nothing.
No, not at all. And I mean, they even took another one out in mid. So right now, Wasabifu is going to try to make a play happen, but they're going to use both of their specials just to get to mid. However, taking out Ryusei Boy is a nice start, and you know that Roto is somewhere up there. Can you move forward and make good on it? No, once again, Odenex getting involved in the fight, but gets crashed upon on the other side. Look at how far the fight is ahead of the tower.
This is exactly what Fiesta needed. They have come back flying and swinging. So was the sword, but not able to find exactly what they need. The lead has swapped over here, 9. The Rapid trying to push back. Odenex does get caught out by the lesser range of the Rapid Blaster. My goodness, this checkpoint is so heavily under contention, but neither team able to find the edge.
No, they're already back though. They got the respawn and they took out Ryusei Boy, who has really been trying to make the plays happen at this point. I understand it from a certain degree. You have plenty of players that can assist with AoE, but it seems like they're playing 3v4. They've cycled 2 sets of specials at this point, Genie, and this could be the one that absolutely destroys the game here. What can this Trizuka find? They have everybody lined up. Here it comes. It looks like everyone's dead before they can find anybody. The rest of the team did the job already.
Yeah, they're all gone. You're just gonna get your drink and probably just jump out. This third checkpoint, it won't fall because the members of Comet are here, but it will be under contention. We have a lot of members up in bats, and this is gonna be dangerous. Fiesta have lost the 2 on tower. CometX is back. We're gonna have a flank. Will the Charge Starship be able to do the damage? I don't think it will. They're just gonna opt to play safe and have this tactical ready for the jump-in.
Yeah, Komorina is now back into the middle of the map again. You don't really know. You don't want to dive down into that side. CometX wisely simply poking around corners and letting Ryusei Boy go in instead. But they got to watch out here. They took an awful lot of time to get back to their own plat. They've given a full set of specials to the other side. So looks like they've traded that. They're A-okay with losing 1 because they took a couple down. But my goodness, this is the first time in any set that I have seen where CometX has really just looked absolutely, I mean, off their back foot. I know some of those FTWin games were nasty, but Fiesta has found another gear.
They have. That's good though, 9. You see the effective wipeout because the Rapid Blaster, while the rest of their team is gone, jumped out, meaning that everyone has to find their way back out of spawn. The Zipcaster could get a lot of big work done.
3 people looking at it, firing that way. You know they're happy with that, and that means that CometX gets up on bats here. This is 3 specials, and they find one. Hold on a minute. Roto is on the tower. They're going to put some bombs there to slow it down. The Tacticalers come back. Will they all jump back forward? It appears they did. Is that going to be just enough of a misstep for the other members to get back? For the time, it appears that maybe so. Specials coming all out, finding resources from the brink of despair.
Yeah, this is going to be dangerous. You have a vac that's going to be at the ready, but it's going to get sliced up. It's going to get taken out. It's going to be taken down. Fiesta, they have the specials now to run this through mid. Under a minute remaining here, 9. And it's going to be, honestly, a 1-push game.
Well, that push, they better start to find a way through now. Ryusei Boy going into the maw of the enemy, getting taken down there. But take a look at the top of the screen. CometX does have a couple specials that they can use to try to take this tower back. That's the first order of business. Then you take mid, then you go from there. Puccio would love to find somebody here. Instead, Wasabifu once again waiting with it, and now waiting again. Look at that. Get out of here. You can't take me out once I'm curled up. And this is going to be a miracle even to get to the tower, much less take this lead back.
I can't help to say, but Ryusei Boy has just been going down and going down and going down. It's making it hard for CometX to find a way to get back in. Now they have to find a way to get to the tower. They're going to be able to have a vac on it, but that's just going to protect you for seconds and won't even be able to come through. Fiesta, they take the counter pick.
Great job there, and I do want to call out again that moment in the best time, I think, that CometX had. They put down that Tacticooler behind the tower, and I said in the moment, are they going to run back and try to grab that, or are they going to keep pushing forward? It was difficult to see in the moment, but I do think one of their members went back to try to get it, and those precious seconds, just a couple of seconds, may have given Fiesta enough real estate to, without being fired upon, build up a special or 2 and break that open. Because make no mistake, that was very close to going the other way if they win one more fight and they push through. So again, these little moments there where it's impossible to pick a right or wrong. You know, if CometX grabbed those and then they used that Tacticooler to start the lead, I'd be telling you it was a godly play. Here it may have been the one misplay. That's the edge that these teams are playing upon.
I did see another misplay in that. I saw the Tacticooler. I saw 2 members actually run back for the Tacticooler there, 9. Leaving one further up who was not riding the tower. And that was Ryusei Boy, who got easily taken out in a 4v1 scenario because there was just no one around to protect them. And the early vac used by Odin. I felt like there was nobody there. They had already used a lot of specials to clear out space and have bats control. And they just swung around a corner with the vac out and popped it. If you use that on tower a little bit sooner, that would have helped because we saw multiple suction bombs thrown at the tower, meaning that the checkpoint couldn't have been whittled down as fast as CometX really would have wanted to.
Yeah. again, folks, it's difficult at this level. I mean,
this big.
The context and when you decide to make certain plays, like it's one of those things that we can VOD review all we want. You can like try to set up these power positions and these set play with your team, but in the moment, you have to identify, adapt, you have to improvise, you have to see to it, and then after you've made all the right decisions, you still have to win the fight. And
Yeah.
it's so difficult. This game is engineered to create tension, and that is why this game, when people play at it, I'm flabbergasted. How do these players play at this level consistently, game after game, set after set? But it's the beauty of it. And where are we going, Genie? It looks like a nice little tower control, if nothing else.
Okay. So you're gonna take your opponent to the map, a map that you lost, and take your opponent to a mode that you lost. On paper, Comet has just dug their own grave, but that's on paper, and they have been defying paper the entire tournament. So
a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
Bold is an understatement there, Nine. It's if you were typing this out on whatever you're gonna use to type out a Word document, I would have it bold, italics, underlined, everything. Different font as well.
Everything a little different, and for the time being, one thing that isn't any different is the flow of how these games have been going ever since the opening of game number 1. It has been all of that, and a punctuation in big capital letters saying wipeout. I mean, listen, you are playing into everything that Fiesta wants here. Komodina able to go back over to a different weapon. You know what Wasabifu is going to be able to do as well, and I mean, yeah, you're trying desperately just to protect your own team with this, build it up and fire, but I mean, it is too little, too late, too slow. You better hope everybody's respawning at the right time, and you better hope that you can take out Wasabifu before he punishes through. And look at this, another checkpoint gone. If Wasabifu wins this fight, it could be over. Ryusei Boy did end up winning the fight. Maybe just a moment's reprieve, but what an opening here for Fiesta. They want grand finals.
I'm just say it, Nine, that normally on this map, you don't see teams run it through second checkpoint that fast. You see teams win it on second checkpoint. And to have that a minute in, I don't think this will be an easy game for CometX to come back in, especially when Crab Tank is doing this.
I mean, at this point, Ryusei Boy just has to be so tired of seeing this Crab Tank from this player in that exact part of the map, because that is twice he has gone after that Crab Tank. He has died, and another person immediately dies right after. Time is a flat circle. This is all a simulation, and we've scripted this entire tournament. On the other side, poor OdinX is going to get jumped on by the one weapon you don't want to. Everybody else fighting on that side. They have done their darndest simply to stop what has been basically a 2-minute push from Fiesta.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say it's over yet. The tower has just... Is it just going to hit mid? It just finally hits mid. Exactly the 2-minute mark into the game. Maybe a door, maybe an opportunity. You get 2 up, but it's not an advantage. That's 3 up. Now you know exactly where the try is because they threw those fizzy bombs. But you got a long, long, long road to go.
And you're going to have to figure out when you want to send somebody around the right side. So important here. Who's going to do it? Puccio jumps up at the right time, and OdinX actually using this to protect it, but you can't protect it from that long. I don't even know what that was, if it was the torpedo or just the rapid shot, but that broke everything down. Jimmy, they ticked all the boxes there in that push. They got the right people at the right spot, used their specials in the right spot, and Fiesta still finds enough resources to put it to bed.
Sometimes you just have the better timing, you have the better RNG. Something is just being better. And that's all I have to say about Fiesta. The moment fell right for them. The clock ticked the right time so that they could perform well. That's exactly what they need, and they need 2 more minutes of this so they can pop themselves into Grand Finals.
CometX has done a pretty good job here. They've been controlling the flow of the game for this last minute here. OdinX once again has this, knows that somebody is down there. Who's going to clean it up? Finally, one does, and they jump in right before the shot can come out as well. You talk about timing there, picking it out at the right spot. Now they're going to send somebody after Roto does end up going down here. So now the members of Fiesta trying to take these one-on-one fights in the middle of the map.
My.
Making good on it with the rapid. Are you serious? That's not the weapon you dive with unless you're that player.
That wasn't even like stage 9. That wasn't who the target was. The target was a tower rider, and accidentally found the rolled torpedo into a direct combo on somebody I don't think they knew was there.
when it's going your way, boy, does it go your way. I mean, sometimes it all comes up for you, and like you said, there's nothing to do it. Yeah, just firing it there, hoping, hey, maybe somebody pokes their head out there, and poor Puccio's like, what? How did you know I was there? It's like, well, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But as we go into the final minute, all of that work that CometX did, such great control of the flow of the match, they're going to need to find some magic here if they want to take this one.
I don't even think CometX is playing bad. I just think Fiesta's playing built different. And again, these specials, they're trying to come out. The Jet is going to be here. It's going to not find everything that it wanted. Maybe again, I'm going to say it again and again about opportunities and finding this opening and finding these little doors to pass their way through. Because that's all that CometX can really hope for in the last 30 seconds. No, not the bomb.
When it's going your way, it's going your way. Puccio down mid-crab. It's going to be a long time before another one shows up, if another one shows up. Roto desperately has to get away. This last Tacticooler might be the resource that they have to hold on to. Meanwhile, Kumorino just says, hey, I'm a Tri-Slosher. I'm going to go right at you and attack. That's Puccio down. Odenex wasn't able to close it out. And now all coming up the other way. All the specials on the tower to try to make it through. Odenex swims, but that is it. CometX goes down, and Fiesta will move on to face FTWin in our grand finals.
It's gonna be a party. My goodness. A bold counter pick and a bold strategy, but the opening, it was just way too strong out of the side of Fiesta. They didn't even, I don't even felt like they played better. They just had things fall in place for them because CometX could feel the pressure. It felt like CometX just kind of faltered and Fiesta was just getting those lucky advantages. When you don't need certain things to happen to you, it just feels like the world is against you. That's kind of what happened to CometX. And unlike for them, stars normally align, it didn't for the Comet today.
And the great irony of all of this is that the players from Fiesta usually are on the Comet roster, which is why I think that this name of CometX might be some sort of a fun little joke there by these two teams as they come through, because Gugu Otoko is the name of the Comet roster. That's what they usually are here, so thankfully they didn't make us commentate CometX versus Comet, which would have absolutely thrown my poor brain for a loop, but CometX will be bowing out right there. Fiesta will move on, and this presents FTWin with a very unique opportunity, Genie, which is to say that if they win this, they will have beaten the entire top 4 on their way here, because they beat Jackpot, then they beat CometX, and now they have the chance to beat Fiesta. So often you get deep into one of these tournaments, one team beats another, and you end up kind of just beating one or two teams on your way through the top here. Now, FTWin gets to prove that they are the best team here by a mile by beating everybody who they run into.
It will really, truly be a test to see if FTWin's ready. I also know that they're a team that's used to the long pauses, because the last time that we saw them, was the last time that they would have played a serious match, unless they got us into a Q&A. But yeah, who knows what they were doing?
Entirely possible. They've been in this position, and somebody else who's been in this position is Gem, because our mouths are agape, our jaws are on the floor between these two Japanese stalwart teams. What did you see, and what can we learn?
Wow. These guys made me realize just how difficult the game of Splatoon is at top level, because I'm looking at the way that they're, starting their pushes. And so first they get a pick or two, right? And that by itself is hard because these are top players. But they win that first 1v1, but then they have to move up. They have to get control of the objective. They need to get paint. They need to get space. They need to get specials into the right places. Then they need to use those specials effectively. And that's just the prerequisite to really get any kind of meaningful scoring push going. Like, this first push that they get here on Crab Leg takes so much effort. They get so deep into the enemy base, like everything goes right. They snowball these picks so well. They get these ready to go, and they only get down to like 30. Like, this seems like a push that should be just winning them the game straight up. The survivability, it was something that was mentioned about both of the Japanese teams that we've seen earlier on the comms, and I totally agree with that, because their ability to come back from such a stranglehold that the other teams seem to have on the game is just incredible. So this this is the only game that excuse me, that CometX was able to take, and part of it comes from this absolutely explosive push that they get right here. So I was watching this, and I just happened to glance up at the top left of the screen right as they're starting to set up this push. They get a pick, I believe, by isolating the right side of the map here and getting the crab. And then, or sorry, I think I have the wrong timestamp for that. Later on in the match, they're able to get right here. They get a pick on the Tri-Slosher right there. And I looked up at the top of the screen, cool, like what do they have to work with? And I saw a 23 and I was like, oh no. They already have so much scoring power. And right here, they're actually going to be able to just blitz this in and get all 60 points scored before the defending team even gets into position. And it's this kind of explosiveness that won CometX the game, and then there's a very cheeky flank that's it doesn't quite get secured on the right-hand side. We'll see, you know, they just sneak right in here. They've got the two clams. Nobody's watching that right side. You've got to watch all of the angles that someone can get into the basket from, and that little lapse costs Fiesta the game. So from there, it looked like CometX was really going to be dominant, but as it turns out, Fiesta are kind of monsters when they're able to hold on to mid control. Just the entire rest of the series, Fiesta was in control probably like 75% of the time. It was taking CometX so long to be able to just push into mid again after something happened that broke the game open. And that's something happened right about here with this crab tank that happens on the right-hand side. You guys saw it too. There's a crab that's going to appear on the side wall right there. Rolls right up the wall and just deletes two players, while Fiesta also has an advantageous fight on the left-hand side with their numbers advantage. The fight against that crab should have been the one that CometX was able to win. Because they didn't, they lose right stacks immediately. They've just got this full advantage, a beautiful Zuka shot off of the rail there. And now with such sudden access to the enemy base, it's going to be so hard for CometX to push in. They get one more opportunity to maybe be able to make it in here. Someone gets forced to jump out. They pop the cooler. The Tri Nouveau gets someone from underneath. And with two players out of there already, it's just desperation push time, and there's nothing more that they can do. Fiesta bided their time. They took all of the time they needed, but once they got that explosive play, once they got that advantage, again, the survivability, the ability to hold from there was just incredible. And from there, that was the lead that was eventually able to get them the game. They did end up flipping it back eventually, but Fiesta didn't really let them get a scoring run again after that was done. The Inkblot game was actually really close in that both teams managed to clear that crucial second checkpoint. The second checkpoint is the hard part. The second checkpoint is the one where once you clear it, you're probably guaranteed another like 20 or 30 points at least, especially if you still have control of the enemy bats from there. And getting there is the hard part. So this explosive play was really built off of like a full minute of just cycling the tower, staying in play, not letting the enemy team get back. And if there's one thing that I can say probably made the difference here for Fiesta, it was their ability to keep control of mid even after their push fizzled out. Because this push is done. They're two players down, but look at what happens when the camera zooms back out. This was really funny. Hey, there's Fiesta. They're all right there. They're all ready to go again. CometX did not clear out the right stacks very fast. They couldn't get somebody out there and push people out of this. And that is not what happens when Fiesta is able to get control again. When we go a little bit further ahead, you know, CometX does get an attempt at pushing, but now once this push ends up getting broken here, we'll see that on the counterplay, Fiesta are going to sweep in and are going to clear out that right stack, and they're going. I think we're back a little bit further from there, but they are clearing out that right stack and making it take a little bit longer for CometX to be able to get back out onto the map, play the game again. And because they're contesting those areas, because they're keeping control of the map, even when CometX win fights, it's taking them longer to get their advantages back. It's taking them just a little bit longer. And I have to think that the amount of time that they were able to stall out after they clear out the push and the amount of time that Fiesta take to move back into their base, that was kind of what made the difference here. Again, very, very close match. Both teams really firing on all cylinders in that one. But here it is. They're not letting the enemy team retake that tower again. They're clearing them completely out of the way, preventing that right stack from being used against them. Then finally on the deciding game here, we go to Tower Control Mako. And this one, just some absolutely beautiful snowballs that were able to happen here for Fiesta. They get control of this right stack, and then look at the way that whole fight plays out. They sandwich everybody into the same tight space. Like, this is not where you want to be taking fights up like this as CometX. So that's beautiful individual play, but it's synchronized individual play, coordinated individual play to get everyone grouped up into a place where this is just a 4-for-0 team wipe. And that was really kind of it. That was the story of the game. They've got checkpoint 2 down 1 minute into the game because they can just snowball this by using the specials that they farmed during all of that time. And despite the fact that a bunch of specials have been popped for CometX, they still haven't stopped the push. And checkpoint 2 actually ends up going down here because there's a threat coming up from the right-hand side that we see here from the dualies. So they have to look that way and not just at the tower. And there's not enough pressure on the tower to stop the checkpoint from going through. So it all came from just that one beautiful team fight win that they were able to push it down that far. And that was kind of all that they really needed. But there was still more because Fiesta just refused to let up the pressure here. There is a beautiful, beautiful team fight win that happened here from Fiesta to stop one of the later attempts at pushing. We've got a couple of players all bunched up on CometX. And we're able to dive in right off the bat of that lot. Dooley's getting a couple there, and then we start a bombardment from there. We've got the Zuka that comes off on the left-hand side here that's going to get one, and then the Crab Tank, I believe, starts up from the right-hand side once this Zuka, the Crab player out, and from there, Fiesta are able to seize control of mid and are able to start snowballing again. They don't need much more, and so all they do is they just set up on the or they stall it when they can, they move it forward when they can, but when they're threatened, they have the ability to back away because the time is on their side. They're able to just leave the game to the enemy team to lose, to react and figure out where their opponents are positioned before they try to go in. So CometX, they get a desperation push, but that's about all that they're able to get because by the end here, Tri-Slosher in position on right. They need to go for the tower, but they don't have time to deal with the Tri-Slosher. There's a crab in front of them. None of the angles are safe, and this just gets absolutely demolished, completely encircled. This is the most powerful position you can be in a team fight, having one player alive, surrounded by all 4 members of the enemy team, and it was so over. So Fiesta, once they seize control of the map, they do not let go. And that's looking really, really scary and like a really fun to the way that FTWin are playing. They're very explosive play style. They're not the control team. They're the team that just decides they want to go and run you over and win off of those explosions. And seeing those kinds of teams meet each other in the finals here, I can't wait to watch that. That's going to be such a fun clash of teams, clash of personalities, clash of play styles. And we really couldn't set it up any better than that.
I'll echo your sentiments there, Jem. Could not set it up any better than that. This has all the makings, all the fireworks, should be a fantastic ending to our 20XX Series 5, the final 2 teams. Once again, though, before we get into it, I want to remind everybody that this is your last chance to donate, and you can do it right here. Donate for 20XX, folks. Here we're at $520 per the last read that I saw. That may have changed, but you can help increase that prize pool even more to help future events. To donate, go to paypal.com/paypalme/20XX Splat. 75% of that prize pool of the donations, are going towards the prize pool. 25% will be reserved for Dapple Productions so they continue to put on events like these and give these incredible players a chance to perform. And Genie, there's another stage that some incredible players are going to be on across the pond from me, I should say.
Across the pond from us. It's a great place to be. It's the biggest Splatoon Europe LAN ever. The United Kingdom's offline event, Breeze, returns for a 2-day event. Main rank tournaments, side event tournaments. Samurai tournament's gonna go fire this time. Found in the heart of Manchester, November 25th and 26th. What are you waiting for? Scan that QR code and sign up today.
And back to the online world, Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for getting started in competitive Splatoon. And if you're watching all this and you're still new to the game and you say, how in the world does anybody keep up with this? I'm here to tell you, I don't know how, and I've been watching it for years. But if you want to embark on the journey and aren't sure where to start, Splatoon Stronghold is your one-stop shop for all the information you'll need. On the website and in the Discord, you'll find helpful resources such as game fundamentals and how to find a team. Stay up to date on what's going on in the Stronghold. Follow them on their Twitter at SPL Strong and join their Discord at discord.gg/SPL Strong. We're going to have our set for you here very shortly, folks. We do have one more silly fun video before it becomes all business. Roll that beautiful bean footage, please.
It's fine. Like what? No, that's so bad. Pineapple on pizza?
No. You gotta hear me out, right? So if you have pineapple on pizza, you gotta add more to it. So then you put strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, watermelon on top of the pineapple, and then you also put chocolate syrup.
That is disgusting.
No.
It's gas.
That is the grossest thing I've ever put in my mouth.
Nah, it's good.
It's good.
Nah, it's horrible. What's your opinion, Q?
Don't eat it. Don't ever eat it.
Don't eat it.
Terrible, so bad.
No. I don't like pizza. I'll have the pineapple, but...
See, I can't eat
that is the worst take possible. That is the worst take you can have on this topic. That is like objectively that is incorrect.
I would say everybody who eats pineapple on pizza is not human or have a taste of how to say it, they don't have a taste in the mouth.
In the past as a child, I was like, okay, that's disgusting. But nowadays, I actually tried it sometimes, and it's actually fine. It's underrated. Hate it for no reason.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
You know, I gotta say, was not anticipating that for the final question. I thought we were gonna get some deep meaning of life from our top players, like what drives you to become better, or what are your goals? Instead, we find out that, unsurprisingly, the vast majority of top Splatoon players don't care for pineapple on pizza. So with that information, we are armed and ready to go in to FTWin versus Fiesta at the end of this set. These two teams have not played in this tournament. Should be a great one, and we're gonna start on Hagglefish Tower Control.
Yeah, Fiesta, FTWin. What we have seen from FTWin on the teams that they've been able to take out throughout this tournament, teams like Last Resort, a Black Lotus, Prestige, Jackpot, and CometX. That is a insane number of teams that they've taken out. You might not know the names if you haven't watched Dapple very often. Black Lotus, they're the only team to have won Paddling Pool 4 times in a row. It's the oldest running tournament, and no team has ever won it 4 times in a row outside of Black Lotus. So that is a really good team. Prestige, they were the team that knocked Starburst down into beta bracket. And I don't have to say anything else about CometX or Jackpot. And if you've ever watched Splatoon YouTube and competitive, you know who Last Resort is. I don't think I have to introduce that team.
No, I mean, what a laundry list of heads to collect as you make your march up, and you still haven't won the tournament yet. I mean, that tells you all you need to know about what the 20XX brand means for competitive Splatoon, all the work that these TOs have put in to gather these top teams. Your work has not gone unnoticed. Clearly, great teams come and put on a great show for Splatoon, and we're going to talk about these two teams now because Jem said something fantastic that I want to build on up as well, which is that the clashing styles of these two teams are going to create a banger of a set here. FTWin, I will remind you all that the F stands for feed. That is not a joke. That is real. They're going to go in and fight. We know what Fiesta is capable of, and we don't have to stall any longer because your grand finals is starting right now. On one side, Fiesta, the JP Overlords. On the other side, FTWin, back from the past with a vengeance.
And the past, it is scary. It's sometimes people say the future is scary. Oh, they have never met FTWin. This is going to be a nuts series, and already Fiesta trying to find something with the Zuka, but it, as we've seen all Tournament 9, does not mean an instant win.
No, not at all. You still have to find people, aim at them, and hit. Everyone is trading out. Of course, 2-2 are going. Kyo's on one side, Wasabifu on the other side. This jump is going to get punished here. Actually, did a decent job covering for it, but still goes down. They can't clear out Wasabifu, finally do, but because they were not tacticalered up, it's going to be the members of FTWin that will be able to push forward. Keep in mind, folks, one important thing about this comp that Fiesta is using, they're going to be relying on their Tri-Slosher to put out those tacticoolers. On the other side, it's going to be Bursty for FTWin. You would think that the tacticooler advantage should go for FTWin. Keep that in mind as this game moves forward.
Yeah, that's... On paper, it will 1000% be in the Zap, who's a much safer pinning weapon, but we will definitely see, because if Fiesta can start rocking this tower forward and get good pacing and good spacing down, that will be critical.
Oh, Xera's opening the game back up there. Xera saved the game for them right there. That might even be a quad. It's at the very least 3.5. The members of Fiesta had done a great job of forcing the other members back. Xera's maybe the last player who could have moved forward to say anything about it. But again, when you as a player know that your job is to simply go in and fight, it takes away any moments of indecision. Go through, hit your shots, and trust that your teammates will be there to cover if you need.
Yeah, first checkpoint had already been taken out by Fiesta. That should be good, but there's a punish on the low side. That's going to be Biscuit gone. And again, two members gone. Kyo's gone. That's just going to be Xera's. An effective wipeout if the tactical cooler hadn't come through. Fiesta, they're pushing it up to FTWin at the moment.
Yeah, they've done such a great job thus far. Kyo, where are you going to come from? You're probably trying to find an angle into the fight. Instead, it's going to be difficult. Biscuit's actually the only one who can do anything about this, and they're actually going to sit back and build all of their specials. Genie, they understand right now that in the firefights, they are losing ground. They're going to try to do it the old-fashioned way by building up a lot of specials, but they cycled all their specials, got nothing for it, and it's another Tacticooler coming out here for Fiesta. This could be over in a hurry.
What specials are you building up to? Ultra Stamp? Who's ever said Ultra Stamp's gonna be the game-winning special? It's gonna be difficult because Fiesta, they just have the better specials if you're gonna play the paint game. If you're gonna play this double sword comp, you have to be the ones taking the fights. You have to be the ones that are finding those first splats.
This is so scary. Now Biscuit has to rotate up here to the top left to help out. Meanwhile, Fiesta happy to hold on to mid control, take the points where they can, trade out the specials. You're exactly right here. They have the stronger specials. They're going to be able to siege these positions if they so choose. Instead, they're going to sit right back, wait for the members of FTWin to come forward and try to punch through, and they've done it once again.
Yeah, and that's going to be... Oh! Burst is actually massive here. Gets one, gets two, able to keep their team in it, staying alive through the torpedo. This is definitely going to be a camp landing. So much so that these jumps are also going to be punished unless Wasabifu can do some magic here and find a lot of members. Nope, gets run over by the tower.
The first clean plate that we have seen from FTWin. They're finally going to get to move back to mid. Not unaccosted, but at least they're going to find a foothold and set up and attack the way they want. The problem is there's only 90 seconds left in the game, and Bursty just went down to the hailest of Marys from this shot. Kyo has moved through now, and they at least have a foot in the door. They're going to need more than that. Finally, the Ultra Stamp does come through. Gonna get another there, narrowly missing. But now they're in a great position. Bursty is their tower rider. They've identified where this last member is. This is their opportunity for greatness.
Greatness, it could easily be achieved. The tower, it's going to get sold out by a good suction bomb placement. They've already taken out the Rapid here on the side of FTWin. This is massive opportunity as long as Izuka doesn't do Zuka things.
Zuka things. Genie, I'm sensing the moment here. They could throw it, narrowly missing there. Oh, poor Kyo. Had that at the exact right angle to throw, and it just barely misses. Now they've worked back around here. Bursty, very accurate, but not going to be able to close it out. Biscuit, thankfully, is able to make good on it. But the whole while, they couldn't close him out. Finally, they do respawn, and Kyo was winning that scenario for like 30 seconds. Great job by him. Biscuit's still here, but they're going to need Xeris to come through, and he just went down.
It's a difficult jump in there, and a smart jump out from the try, just to want to stay alive and play some life, as we got so little time left on the clock. If you fall in here and you fall now, this could be the end of the game, and FTWin, I don't know if they're going to have enough time to touch this tower.
No, they're probably going to try to jump into Xeris. They do, a couple people behind, but there is no shenanigans to be had here. Fiesta had already turned that out. Let's see, Bursty gonna get on the tower here. There's an opportunity. There's a couple specials coming through, and they're gonna touch the tower. Fiesta all over FTWin. The first couple of moments of that game, Genie, Fiesta attacking, rotating, giving a little ground back up, punishing then. Really the first half of that game in control of Fiesta, and they never fully let it go.
No, they didn't. This is also only the second team that's been able to take a game off of FTWin all tournament, both days. So, good showing from Fiesta. FTWin needs to find either a good counter map, because the double sword comp just did not look like it was working out. I mentioned it halfway through, when they took a second after they were losing their fights, mostly to the rapid and the try, just not able to find the connections that they needed with their swords. When they fell back and playing it for specials, what are you gonna do? Rain Cloud, Zipcaster, and Ultra Stamp. Those all worse than Crab Tank and Strikes and Zuka, which was on the other side.
Yeah, no, that's a very fair criticism, and it is the trade-off of that comp, right? We didn't really see it get fully punished, I would say, in the CometX set, because we talked about how CometX, when they can set their team play up and rotate around and get their crabs in the right spot, it can be absolutely devastating. We saw them do that to Fiesta. But when things break through, when that aspect of the game, rotating around for your set play, gets broken out, it can be very difficult to actually execute some of that. We saw FTWin take advantage of that. We saw Fiesta take advantage of some of that. But now that these are two scrappy, fight-heavy teams that move at an incredible pace, you are starting to see the special difference come into effect. One of the things we were worried about that game was if the tacticooler difference, the amount of tacticoolers would matter. I think you found your answer there. It didn't seem to matter one bit.
No, it didn't, because it was just the rest of the specials just didn't seem to be there. Even though the splats were kind of found halfway through the game for FTWin, Fiesta had already punched their hole way too deep. And as we are setting up the lobby for our second game, I do believe our counter pick is in, which will be Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. I don't know if we're going to see Sword here. I have seen Keo pop the 96 go out here previously. So I wouldn't be too shocked to see one Sword, 196.
Yeah, and it should be noted that he brought that out against Jackpot. This is not some early thing where we're trying to set up a maybe scenario for you. With the chips on the line, Kyo has played this weapon. We'll see if he determines if it's a good read or not against a team like Fiesta. But, I mean, it is wild to see the difference in specials. I know I keep harping on that, but it's true. In a game of so many strong specials, FTWin kind of brought one of them to the table. They don't have a traditional siege special, a siege weapon that we see so many of these other players, bring out so many of these other weapons, and that is kind of the dirty deal that you have to make in a game like Splatoon. Do you like the main weapon? Do you like the sub-weapon? You might not get to use a great special in that time. Now, thankfully, FTWin does have potentially two sets to find the right balance, and you better believe that they are scheming as we speak, but I don't know that I've ever seen a disparity like that. Normally, a team will at least bring one of those, one Trizuka, one Crab Tank, something along those lines. But it's intriguing.
It's going to be interesting as well, because when you look at a game like Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2, they had all their kits available later on at relatively almost at this point. At this point in time of Splatoon 3's lifespan, Splatoon 1 had all of its weapons with a second kit. Splatoon 2 was approaching that number. We're only about a couple weeks away from what that would have been. Splatoon 3, we still have another year before some weapons will even get their second. And we're not even talking about third kits yet. Sheldon's picks, they're not here. Whatever new brand line they're going to come up with, that's not thought about yet. So, some weapons, like I'm mostly looking at Zerus, who's been on Stamper the entire tournament, is stuck using Zipcaster. Burst Bomb is a great weapon, but Zipcaster might not always be there, so that could bite FTWin in the backside. On a map like this, though, there are a lot more walls than Hagglefish, because the sides of the map is not just the ocean.
Folks, we want to thank all 500 plus of you who have joined in for the show. Listen, earlier we were at 470 and I was going to pull the old caster trick of and nearly 400 people here joining us right now, but I didn't need to do it because I had faith that this team and these viewers would come in, and we know that this is going to be a fantastic back half of this set. Rainmaker coming back up here, and let's take a look. What is Kyo playing? No! Oh my goodness! It's Biscuit that's changing things up!
I do like the Rapid pick. It causes a lot of chaos. Inkjet's good here, Rapid is good here, and Torpedo has that strength. We are also going to be seeing the V Jet Sculpture coming out on the side of Fiesta. That is a weapon which I'm just going to be honest, why would you pay Vac against Double Sword?
Well, you're hoping for that one scenario that you can either cheese a game, steal a big lead, completely pull things back over, but hey, let me tell you, the Swords, more than happy to see it here. You're playing into what they are hoping for. Wasabifu is going to get absolutely annihilated by two specials going one way. Kyo must have heard us talking because he is moving through and breaking this game open. Checkpoint gone in 30 seconds.
Yeah, first checkpoint being gone is really nice. Now the combo will be the Zipcaster into this Inkjet. Being able to see those 4 members of Fiesta there, I'm not going to be surprised if I see an Inkjet come up after this tactical cooler and force the members of Fiesta in a bad spot. Unfortunately, the Zuka punishes all that before I say it.
Yeah, 2 of them are actually gone. That's both of the Swords here, so you called it. We'll see if it comes out now to stabilize. They might be okay with just the main weapons. Biscuit's got to be careful here. He's called out, but he is happy, saying, hey, if you're running at me, I'll clear you out there. Zera's going to miss there because, of course, that's Wasabifu for you. And it seems once again that FTWin has all the answers for the time being. They've simply collapsed on the top of them, and right now, Fiesta hasn't really had much of a say in mid, much less anything objective related.
I'm going to say it. Now we have a tactical here. Kyo's going to go for the opportunity to take out this crab. That is a phenomenal spot. You can hit the... You can't splat the people up there, but you can damage them. If the Rainmaker's up on that ledge there, you have a absolutely flawlessly free spot to pop the Rainmaker from with Ultra Slam.
Great job there by Bursty closing that one out. One of the most accurate players you'll ever see. Wasabifu, very difficult to pin down, but they've done it now. Look at this. Everyone pushing forward. The very edge of the suction bomb. Closing out Bursty right there. He had to have been hit by something else because that would not have been enough normally. But that's going to stop. That could have been a lot more points. The Rainmaker is going to go down there, and Kyo is up there as well. Now they're moving forward with reckless abandon.
Oh, but Zera's able to come up clutch for their team and really slow it down so Fiesta has to play further back. The Rainmaker is just going to go down in the Clam Blitz hole and kind of just play neutral and reset here. I need to see, if we want to see Fiesta come away with this game, I really need to see a large breakout on this right side, mostly to distract the members of FTWin who have all this high ground.
Yeah, and that's one going down there, so great work. That's the start that you're talking about here. Kyo gonna move forward there. Wasabifu fighting a 2v1, hoping that people would rotate over, and instead Kyo, I believe, took out 2, so there's a little bit of footing, but that door shut awfully quick. Now they're gonna finally cycle back out. Keep an eye on the top of the screen there. Specials aplenty. If they're able to get another one out here, this could get dangerous in a hurry.
A Zipcaster is, or sorry, not Zipcaster, that's going to be a Vac, try and go in, but the Ultra Slam is here, ready to go, but it gets punished, and that's Kyo gone. A lot of FTWin is already way back in spawn. They're going to be back fast because that tactical cooler had 0 drinks left on it. Fiesta, they're happy to get this checkpoint here, but now, the Vac, what can it do? It's going to go big, it's going to pop 2!
Oh, if they get the pop here, Wasabifu drops back in. Kyo is already away. Can Biscuit clutch it here with this Inkjet? He's firing. He hasn't taken anybody out, but it moves just enough time for Kyo to go up and grab it. That was the right play there, but they're going to have to find a way to do it again. Just a few more points. Zuka, who's going to grab? Who's going to move? Who's going to attack? Oh, they're stuck in the corner. Can Kyo do it? No. Wasabifu comes through. They cycle. They take the lead. They're looking for a whole lot more. A knockout. Oh, my God.
The only person, both swords were gone. The Vac was phenomenal. First, he's like, there's nothing I possibly can do. You have to fill up the Vac before the Rainmaker comes through. All the rest of the members of Fiesta are all just beelining it down to the checkpoint, to the end of the map. It's over. That was beautiful. I don't really know what the game plan there was from Kyo. He ran at the Rainmaker with his forehead and landed it in the same spot that it was. So,
I mean, I understand the decision there because you're trying to get the other 3 back up and you're giving yourself another opportunity. The problem is that the members of Fiesta are so gosh darn disciplined, right? I mean, we saw that first push ended, right, where they got it to like 48. They moved through and it was the ink vac that got them that far, then it popped. They had a second ink vac midway through that push. That means you're not going down, you're throwing the right bombs at the right time, you're being patient, building up as you need. And again, we started to see some of the special difference come through in the way that those fights ended and the way that they warded 2 members of FTWin into that corner, meaning that even if that inkjet didn't take out 2 of them, you knew somebody was going to be up there to clear it out the other way. And my, oh my, I'm hoping that this is because FTWin had to wait a while in between games, in between sets here. I hope this isn't indicative of what we're going to see, but Fiesta, all the answers for the time being.
Yeah, they've done their homework. They've been able to find themselves 2 really, really big map wins. Now, FTWin, I'm gonna go back to Tower Control. Tower Control Inkblot. I haven't really seen FTWin play this map too much. I'm gonna be straight up honest. But I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe the Rapid come back out again. Maybe Kyo see him on a V-Slosher. I have seen a lot of Ink Strike usage to clear out bats. That's one thing that I've seen consistent through earlier on in the tournament. The more this map has been played, the more I've seen teams even play regular 10-attack splatter shot to go out there and have ink strikes, because bats control is the name of the game.
Yeah, and that's the big question for them right now. If there's any pivot that this team has, it's Kyo switching off of Sword to something drastically different. He's got a roster of weapons that would make us all blush here, and he's probably got them all at 5 stars too, because that's just the type of guy he is. But that would let Xerath move over to whichever sword. Xerath can play them all at the top level here, but that's kind of the big pivot they have from a comp standpoint. Biscuit very versatile as well, but what Kyo plays I think will change it. This is match point of set number 1. If needed, there will be a set number 2, but right now FTWin hoping to close it out, and it's going to be the machine coming out here, the Neo Machine, a big winner in these most recent patches.
Yeah, definitely a big winner. Unfortunately, the main weapon has been suffering because of some more recent nerfs to it. But still, when you have that Zuka and you have wall hacks being those point sensors, it can really, really be a devastating weapon to play.
On the other side, it is going to be Biscuit, who is staying on that Rapid Pro. So a big change up from them here. This is do or die time. They're going to get taken out here as it's a wash in the middle of the map. But this is the moment. You see, you have 2 people on this side. Biscuit running forward, would love to clear this out, is not able to. But Percy once again trading it out. The window is so short here. Genie, this is a nice joust at the beginning of the match. As I say that, 2 go down, and Fiesta having a party. Oh my goodness, it's amazing how quick they are.
They're doing so well. This Crab Tank and the Zuka combo, oh, Percy, gonna be able to jump out with that super fast tactical respawn, but it's not done yet. Oh my goodness, Xerath just got punished by a Rapid at point blank range.
Yep, and that Rapid is going to be able to snowball this even further. Kyo somehow getting to there and might save the game for them at this part. I'm going to be honest there. If he went down to that very first one, they were going to have all 4 against 2. Xerath is going to get taken down, but look how far back Kyo had to go to do that. Bursty sensing the moment, moves forward there and closes it out, stabilizes ever so slightly. FTWin had to make some hero plays to keep this game, and they still don't have mid.
No, it's gonna be a jump out, and that's gonna be effective 2 gone. We do know that members of Fiesta are gonna be jumping back in with those fast respawns. Zera's able to find 1, but gets taken out. Kyo's gonna drop in there. Will he be able to find this splat onto the Trial Slasher? Has the range, but with those nerfs, you cannot get close to that thing or you go down.
No, you see sitting back and trying to joust there. Did a pretty good job. The problem is that everybody else on the map now knew where he was because he was jousting in mid. He got taken out there, I believe, by a Trizuka. What else is new? Another one goes down to a Trizuka, so Kyo happy to give it right back. Finally, FTWin's going to get on the tower and put some points on the board, but they have a lot they have to do if they want to make this sustainable at all, and 2 people going down immediately probably wasn't on that list.
No, again, it's going to be ramp control all the way up in the bats. Biscuit has to stay alive through this Crab Tank. It's going to be out. Kyo's gone. Early trade. I don't know here, 9. It's looking like a reset if T1 doesn't change something up fast.
Yep, they have a lot of work to do, and the first order of business is probably clearing out their own bats. Instead, Wasibifu was all the way over there. I think Biscuit may have 180'd that. That's an incredible shot that we'll never get to know for sure, but I don't know how he took out a Doolies in that position. All the while, though, everyone is fighting. That Tacticooler comes back out at the perfect time. Xeris is trying to chase down this Rapid, can't close it down. Will finally move back over to the tower. Sends 2 down. They're still fighting over there. The Rapid now, being the absolute thorn in the side, will get closed out. But Jimmy, there's 2 minutes left on the map here, man. What are you seeing here? How can they not keep up?
I really, besides losing fights and just generally being closed in on, the range of the sword, it's good. But if you get rolled on by a Doolies and a Tri-Slosher plus a shot, I don't know what you're supposed to do. I'm not even talking about this inkjet was coming in from the sky. We need to see a clean fight win. It needs to start happening now on this left side.
Yep, you see Xeris there, fires up that side, then opts to go the other way, probably pulls that out almost just to refill the ink tank there. I think the ink tank was out using it there. That's a nice resource. The problem is now you're not in the position that you wanted to be, which was a pretty powerful position. Fiesta might be able to make good on that, and just the one misstep, you called it out there. Xeris using that in that spot, tries to open up, that evacuates a little bit of that position. And listen, these players don't get the same view that we get. They do not have the eye in the sky, and yet they know when these small openings come through, and they walk right in that door.
They do. I did see a little bit of a flank coming through mid. What? What?
It just ain't fair, Genie. It just ain't fair.
Bro's catching shiny Pokemon with these kinds of odds. With these shots, I just don't understand how you know the pace and the swim speed numbers, knowing that they're gonna be there at that exact time. I'm gonna fire a shot here right now, and you're gonna expect that somebody's gonna die.
And what did we say earlier in the comment set? Sometimes everything just comes up your way. You take a shot at where you know enemies are going to be coming back from, and one of them swims right into you. That's just how it goes. And now FTWin 30 seconds away and a whole lot of points away from losing this first set and making me bring out the broom once again. Right now, I don't even know how they're going to get out of their spawn, much less get on this tower. Fiesta just too sharp, too controlled.
This is just Fiesta reading FTWin. They're reading them. They're making moves before FTWin even knows that they're going to make the moves. They're ready for whatever they have to throw at them. 19-91 going in overtime, plus the fact that the game is over. We're reset here, 9. We are reset.
I love that. 92-19 plus the game being over. I mean, that's... Well, folks, the broom is back out, and FTWin is more than happy that they won that first set, because they will move now into our reset of grand finals. And Genie, I'm not even going to talk about that game because it was domination from start to finish. We can't glossy it up any more than that. But you told me a crazy fact earlier about how these 20XX grand finals tend to go. Tell the audience, man.
The last time that a team won 20XX, for both times in Splatoon 3, so the previous 2, the team that won winners finals lost in grands. They got reset, and they also just lost the entire tournament. And the other fact that was on that roster, that were both on those rosters, it was Starburst. Biscuit was on both those teams. Cursed, maybe?
You all know I'm a fan. I am a fan of history. I always talk up in some of these other events. In Super Jump, I tell you always that it's been Jackpot in 1, AR in 2, another team in 3. I'm a big history buff here. I mean, whether it's an aberration or whether there's something to this, it is a fact that right now we are dangerously close to all 3 of these 20XX series in Splatoon 3, ending in the exact same way. FTWin, you got 3 more games to prove us wrong, my friends. I know you're capable of it. I know that this is the first time in a hot minute that you have been able to compete in an online tournament against this sort of competition at this level. You have done this before, but you got to find some answers awfully quick.
And I don't even, it's not that FTWin is even playing bad. It's almost like Fiesta's just reading them too well. I've seen it in fighting games where you read your opponent so well that you know what they're gonna do. I've just seen some of the Smash Gods play it like that. I've also seen it in other esports. Like, I know some people watch Valorant. If you watch the most recent Champions, it happened on the final map where the other team was just predicting what the other team was doing. They already knew where to be. They were one step ahead. They had the flow down, and it doesn't feel like when a team is cooking like that, I've never seen a team lose. I've never seen a team lose when they have the other team's cadence on lock. It's almost like you're running at the same pace of them, but running faster than them.
They've got the cadence, and they have a comp that they're probably not going to need to change up here. It's coming up all Fiesta right now. Folks, this is your final set of this tournament. No ifs, ands, or buts. And finally, Kyo is switching over to the shooter here. It's the Tentatech splatter shot here. So not the splatter shot that has been terrorizing us all for the past couple of months here. Trip strikes and a splat bomb. What a time to bring it out here. And you know that they are really looking for answers if Kyo is playing this.
Yeah, Kyo's just going to be painting for those early strikes, causing some chaos to push forward so FTWin can get those early zone cap. Everyone's taking their drink, trying to find which side they want to attack, and it looks like they've called out to attack on this left side.
Yeah, already you can see them starting to shift into gear here, and I really do like the trip strike for the fact that they are going to give the other members of their team room to move up and make plays happen from that perspective. Xeris cheeky there. Hold on, I think they think Xeris dropped off the map. Did Xeris' zip? Okay, Xeris' zip did end right before he could truly make a mess happen there, but that was so clever. I respect you for going for it. But all the while as these fights have been going on, it does appear that for at least a moment, Fiesta has found their footing here, trying to paint through, but one does go down there to Xeris. Bursty painting with the best of them right now, single-handedly holding. Nobody else is able to do this. They still haven't lost it. Ow. Xeris is now respawned and fighting. They've taken another one out here. Can we please get a zone? But Bursty says no, finally. After 30 seconds of diligent painting on the zone. I don't even know how Fiesta found time to fight through all of that, but kudos to them.
Yeah, and now the zone has flipped back in the favor of FTWin. There's going to be a lot of specials coming out. Who's going to be able to be found by it? Nobody. It gets punished out. Xeris is coming from the backside. Can they find the splats? No, but they forced everyone to drop down on the side of Fiesta. Now, this jump, it will most likely be punished. Can they? Xeris find another one? That is a beautiful trade.
Oh my goodness, finally you're seeing here with a little bit more stability there what Kyo is able to bring with this new weapon. Xeris, the game plan hasn't changed a whole lot, but when things go wrong, they don't go nearly as wrong. It's just a little bit more stable. Both of them aren't fighting or dying nearly as much. Now Xeris able to move over once again, do what he needs to do. If he takes out this Trizuka before it finds anybody, and he almost did, if that might have been enough, the game could be over. One does go down in the middle of Trizuka. Bursty simply painting back there again. Fiesta has found no footing at all through this game.
The cadence, it's gone because Kyo's on this shot. One weapon can swap everything up. You're no longer running this double sword comp. You're running a different style. Final push here, 9. Can you find a way in? This Jet is the only thing that can really paint it because no one else is here. The Tri-Saucer, no way in heck you're out painting Bursty, who just painted the living life out of the zone earlier on.
Set 2, a different FTWin here to play. You said it best right there, Genie. One weapon can completely change the dynamic of how a team plays. We'll see if that was just a Splat Zones pick or if Kyo's going to be sticking on the shooter there. But man, night and day, losing, I would say, 2 of the games in the last set very commandingly to go to win a game by yourself, dominating.
Like, the amount of dominance that Fiesta had compared to, like, the amount of pushback that FTWin had in this one, it was, you said it, like, I don't even think night and day is strong enough of a word to describe how different this was. There was nothing that Fiesta could really see or break through on FTWin, besides maybe that one bursty just super paint moment. It was realistically FTWin, and with this, I want to see FTWin stay away from the sword, but don't just keep yourself on the shot. I want to see other weapons. I want to see more adaptations later on here.
Well, we're going to see something that we haven't seen in a hot minute, and that's a Fiesta counter pick. It's been a while, and they've typically been counter picking to Splat Zone. So if you're FTWin, you're feeling great right now. Maybe it's map specific, but at the very least, you found a pretty significant change in how those Splat Zones games were going, and all you had to do was switch Kyo up. Everybody else was kind of able to stick with their comfortable pick. So this will be an intriguing one. Again, we're going to wait here for the counter pick. If you are just joining us, first of all, you joined us at a great time because our tournament's almost over, but also the counter pick system. The first map mode is predetermined. At that point, you can't counter pick to a mode that you have won during the set. And Genie, all important, winning that first game, you have counter pick advantage for the whole set.
Absolutely, for sure. And it's reset. Not only do the score reset after our bracket reset, but the map pool resets. So every map that was picked before is still on the table because we don't have enough maps to really, have it clocked down to just those 4. So the other thing is that I would like to say is Fiesta. The last time they counterpicked 9 was Zones Mako. They just lost that Zones Mako game. They can't go back to it. You can't pick the same map mode combination in the same series. So I don't know. I literally have not seen Fiesta counterpick anything other than Zones Mako, which they just lost.
Man. I mean, isn't it incredible how one weapon change, a new lease on life in a second set can completely change the conversations that we're having? Because we were hitting the fire alarm, my friend.
Oh, yes.
We were not sure how FTWin was going to come up with anything there. We so often say, blah, 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 they've got a new set, blah, blah, blah. Part of this is we believe it, and part of it is we're also just trying to give you, the viewers, some hope. It doesn't usually look like that at the start of set number 2, and now we're wondering if Fiesta has any answer.
Yeah, and we are still just waiting on the counterpick. I would like to say it's unique scenario to find yourselves on the winner side of Grands, as Zones Umami will be the counterpick, because if you take some time to read your opponent and figure it out. If you're in that first 0-2 hole, I know that game 3 was very dominant on Inklock tower control, but you really get to see maybe take a second to look back and instead of play to win the game, which I know all the players on FTWin always play to win, but you also take a second chance, maybe a little bit more glance to see the play style that the opponents are beating you in, because there isn't that much of a panic. It's like, we have another set, we have another opportunity, it's not over, it's not done with yet.
And they're such even keel players too. If you've ever talked to anybody, despite what Kyo's Trash Talk may tell you, all pretty chill. Splat Zones on Umami Ruins, and we're gonna see the pencil come back out. It's been a hot minute, so you talk about an adaptation. Now we're going all the way over. Kyo gonna stick with the Tenatech splatter shot, but here we go. We're into the depths of these teams' rosters, Genie.
I'm not super shocked to see the pencil, because it's a better painter on this map than Tri-Slosher is, but now it's also because I feel like the Double Sword would beat the pencil. Double Sword was what was kind of controlling the games against the pencil comps for FTWin. So now it's going to be a very, very, very different ballpark for both these teams playing.
Yeah, look at how FTWin is moving to attack the one player. The one player, though, Metatron is actually staying alive, took one out, and really that's a 1 for 2. Oh my goodness. When FTWin sends 2 after 1, they usually get 1 without any of their own. Instead, this is all starting to snowball off of that one play. Bursty probably going to jump all the way out, and he does, knowing the moment is not there to fight it out there. But they did give up a lot of space for it. If they're able to set up a crab at the right spot, this could start to get dicey.
Dicey indeed. There is going to be that tactical cooler on both sides. So whatever spots are found are just kind of more or less stalled. And we do see Zeros go down on this right side. Crab has been used. Not a lot of specials on the side of FTWin have been utilized. Now that I say that the Ink Strike is out. Lots of spots are gone though. That's going to be FTWin reset, and Zeros to wait patiently. Final fight here, 9.
Yeah, final fight here. Take a look at what Kyo is doing. He's set up on the top, and they have absolutely identified that that's where a push is coming from. They put everybody over on this side. Excuse me? They are putting it all on this one push. One goes down. Zera's trying to make it happen, but they didn't get the painter out, which means that they're probably going to start losing more points here. Can the fight go on this side? Biscuit doing everything right now, trying to keep them in this game, but when it's just Biscuit at the end, he can do his very best. No way. No way. You cannot hold this long enough. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No.
I thought it was over, and then it wasn't over, and then I thought it was Jover, and then it wasn't Jover, and oh my gosh. Don't play with my heart. Don't play with my heart.
Don't play with my heart, and don't play with Fiesta. All right. Dominating on one team, and dominating on another team. Same mode. The map has changed, but man, when you see a pencil play like that on that map, you start to understand why you would opt to stick with it. And now the question once again becomes, will we see that? What is our counter pick going to be? It's almost like we're in a best of 3 now, Genie, with how dominating. We can't really gather a whole lot of information from those 2 games, except for first game, FTWin counterpicked something to Fiesta. They weren't really used to Kyo playing that. The tempo of the game started to change. Then we go back to another one, another counterpick. Fiesta brought out the pencil. FTWin wasn't quite used to that, and it's a map that pencil is really strong on. So now what? Well, we have 3 more games, and these teams aren't going to be able to go back to splat zones. It's all on the board.
Yeah, it's whatever is on there. I've got a whiteboard over there, so could write on that and figure out.
I go for it.
All the things. No, not now.
Yeah, I've got a whiteboard there too. I love a good whiteboard, but
it's always good to write team strats on and whatever you need. But overall, one thing that is chalked off the board are zones maps. 9. We can't go to a zones map. Both team has won, so whatever we go from here on out will not be zones. Clam Blitz out of FTWin. I am very, very, very curious to see if we see the Kraken cheese come out. Because I have seen Keo play it throughout the tournament. Yep. But is this the time and is this the team? Do you want to do it? I'm currently watching Keo stream and I do see it being hovered.
Well, it's interesting to note that the one game that Fiesta did lose in their earlier set with CometX was a pretty convincing loss, I might say, on Clam Blitz. Now, that was Crab Leg. Very, very different, but who knows if that's why. Maybe you don't have a strategy cooked up and you're just trying to play to a weakness of your opponent. But I want to say, I know we had for just a moment, but I do want to call it out, 600 viewers. 600, count them up, folks. Thank you so much for supporting these events and cheering these teams on. We are down to our final 3 games. We might not even need all of them. I hope that we do. Genie, we have been doing this for too long, too many sets today to not get an incredible 5-game series. I think that we've put our time in here, and Carmen needs to swing back our way.
Yes, please, I would. And I would like to add to that of all the viewers that are watching here on Dapple, thank you so much. Don't forget to watch the rest of our tournaments that we have. We have so many other great tournaments. And to everyone that's watching around, I know we have over 1,000 people wherever they are, whether they be watching watch parties or other players' POVs. Thank you to the thousands of people that are watching, because I know it's over 1,000.
20XX is at the center of the Splatoon world right now, and Dapple, make no mistake, folks, we're stalling right now, but make no mistake, Dapple has built up this tournament series and everything in this org from the ground up. They put in the time, okay? If you're just joining us and you're not as familiar with Dapple Productions, or you're only familiar with them as an org that puts on great events time after time after time, it took a while to get here. A lot of consistent events, weeks after weeks, people putting their own personal projects aside to come in and make this happen. Running a weekly takes a lot of time. Running something so consistently takes a lot of time. And we have no time left, because Game 3 is starting right now. Clam Blitz, taking a look at the comps. We are seeing a Jet Squelcher come back up, and there it is. The cheese, the Kraken is there. But take a look at what Biscuit's playing there, Genie. This is a full swap.
This is a big swap. We got triple shooter plus a sword. That is going to be more similar to what I had been seeing them play on day 1. That we're rocking the people in the pools games. So it's now they've fallen back on it, but unfortunately, Zuka can still rip through you at any point in time, as we see Fiesta with the early advantage.
Early advantage here, but Xera's wisely moved back there and made sure that they didn't give up their own side. Needs to be careful not to poke out too far, but great job there from Biscuit, having that special at the right time. They keep the door closed. Kill once again goes down, I believe, to the Crab this time. We're going to see, I would wager, some sub-weapons be thrown out there as they cycle specials here. And actually, as I say that, there's no cycling to be had, no jousting at all, because FTWin finally seizes the moment.
Yeah, that power climb, it could jump back if it wants to stay alive. It's just opting to stay on the plat underneath of the clam skull. This is an opportunity we could see, but Keo's already popped his Kraken, and it's on the low side, so it's going to take a long time to get up to the high ground. Unfortunately, punished out. Lots of the members of Fiesta able to fight back against FTWin's push. The door, it was open slightly, but got closed in their face.
Man, not a long time that these doors are staying open, and once again, the only defensive resource they have being Biscuit with that Trizuka. Biscuit's been hitting the shots, to his credit here. I mean, if your only resource is that and it makes good on it and takes a couple people out, you're fine with it, but once again, Kyo caught in a really awkward position there. Thankfully, though, the bomb takes one out. Another one goes down. This poor spectator cam can't keep up with everything that's going on here because everyone is simply fighting all over the map. Biscuit goes forward, another one goes forward. Oh my god, the direct with that shot! It's just Kyo up there. Everyone is going to dive forward. Surely some points come off the board now. Surely? Yeah. No? Still
no,
not?
Somehow, some way, it's just the Jet left alive, and I don't think the jumps are going to be in here. They're going to have to go out. There's no way. Normally, I would say in a Klamath game, if we have an early score, the lead is a lead no matter how small, and at this point in time, that feels like it could ring true. Unfortunately, a Kraken push will always be able to open up the door, and at the moment, we have 2 power climbs and a Kraken online.
Let's see. Here it comes. Are they going to wait, and how much space are they going to give up? There goes the jump. All right.
The other jump wasn't able to come through.
Wow, and they traded an awful lot. Thankfully, they are tacticoolered, so it's not as much as they would have given up in Splatoon 2 or in a similar situation. I mean, a lead is a lead. They traded a lot for it, and so far, that trade has proven to be good. They have zoned the other members into the corner, and actually one goes down. The other two were able to get away and respawn. But normally, Genie, when a team goes 3 down after scoring, they do not control mid. Right now, FTWin has controlled mid and a little bit of their opponent's side.
Tacticooler. Tacticooler is the only reason. You're able to jump back in to one of the early spawners, and you're already back in mid control with half your specials alive. I've heard Keo talk about it before. That's what makes Tacticooler such a frustrating special to push up against. And there's going to be an early splat. A power gun's going to be able to go in for Bert. Zipcaster's out. The vac is through. The vac is not safe, especially when you have a Kraken and a Zipcaster coming at it.
Oh my god, absolute pandemonium right now. Great follow-up there, and Biscuit narrowly missing that. Now Bursty is back. Actually, a pretty good job, I would say, by Fiesta, all things considered. Just a couple more points have come off to the side, but I think there could have been a whole lot more. This is still within striking distance for them as we enter the last 90 seconds of the game. The real question is, again, can they get any sustainability? As soon as Biscuit has switched over to this shooter, his Trizukas have been saved for the defense with that long, narrow hallway. They're going to have to push through that. Kyo's Kraken, and even more. Biscuit uses this early. If he doesn't find anybody, this might give them the small opening that they've been waiting for.
Yeah, the window's going to be here. The Tacticooler is on. It's online. Lots of power comes here. And we have that Keo Kraken. Are they going to go for the crazy play? Keo's got a long way to go here. And they're going to shut him down from going up that ledge. No way in heck are you going to be able to go in now with just such a little time on your Kraken. I like the attempt, though.
I do like the attempt. It gives the opponent something to think about. They're going to have to jump out here, and they're pushed back very, very far here from Wasabifu. Now, Wasabifu is going to try to run forward. Keep an eye, folks. This is just 2 power clams and 1 other clam. They gave up a lot of space. Wasabifu has moved in there. Firing Biscuit can't close this one out. Zeres went down somewhere in the mix.
No.
Another one goes down. They dropped the power clam, though. They have enough power clams and regular clams to score this here, spamming this way. They've got the resources, Genie, but do they have enough time? Do they have enough people?
You have to beat the Kraken push. You have to beat Keo. Where's Keo going? He's on the low side of the map. We can see him on the bottom right. He's going to start making his way to the basket. It's going to be a all-out scramble. The jumps are going to come through, but are the jumps going to be too late? Are the jumps going to be able to go in time? Here we go. Bird's going to go straight up, and they're going to have one more jump, maybe? No. There's going to be an overtime push here. I don't know if that was good enough for FTWin. You needed one more person to throw a clam in at the end.
Thankfully, you were tacticoolered, so there's not a huge punishment for you. And now Zeres can go dive. You rotated back around the backside. Even if you give up 1 clam, you're okay with it. But it doesn't look like they're going to give up any. 3 down. And you can see now why this was the counter pick coming out of FTWin. They had the strats, they had the comp, and I know we talk so much about the Kraken, but I really don't want to get lost what Biscuit switching over to the splatter shot gave them right there. What did we see in that first set? Whenever a couple of them would fight and go down, they had to rotate back out with weaker specials. Yes, the main weapons could fight, but they didn't have anything that they could sit back and stabilize with. That time, every time there was a little bit of momentum from Fiesta, Biscuit was sitting right there with the Trizuka to take one out and force everybody back into mid.
Yeah, this is what FTWin needed. They needed a strong game 1 and are able to come up with a really, really strong game 2. I was just looking at the scoreboard, and Zeres dropped, well, I believe it was 19 splats, and the rest of their team not able to really get into the double digits, but that's A-okay. You needed this. It's not about when, like how many splats you get, it's when you get those splats. Those critical splats from those Zukas. It's the critical splats also from the bombs from Bursty and just the zap shots. And whenever Keo went in there, just causing enough chaos. Because realistically, Keo didn't get all that much done on the weapon of the 96. More or less got the work done on the Kraken.
Yeah, I mean, that's the play, man. Know your role. Zeres, you go in there and fight the world right now. That is your job. You continue to fight. You'll get the gaudy numbers. We'll play the moment-to-moment of it, and we'll play the objective, and we'll win the game. So this is, again, one of the reasons why it's so important to win that game 1. FTWin had that counter pick. It's completely different if that's your game 3 versus if that's your game 2, Genie.
Yeah, honestly, I cannot agree with you more. And now, map-wise, I don't know what Fiesta wants to go to. Maybe a tower control. Your options are go back to Clamblitz, but I don't think you want to go back to Clamblitz.
No.
Rainmaker or tower control, because you cannot pick zones.
Right. You've got Rainmaker Humpback that you won last time, but Rainmaker Humpback was pretty well contested. I know it was a knockout at the end, but they had just a pure moment of pandemonium, and that was also still against Double Sword to kind of go back to that. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
you see like Rainmaker Scourge, Humpback, Hagglefish, Undertow. Those are your Rainmaker, and then your tower controls are Cargo, Mako, Inkblot, and Hagglefish. I don't. Out of those 8, I maybe Humpback because you did well on it, but like you did well on it, so maybe you don't want to take them back there. I guess Undertow would be my other option.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Fiesta plays well on both of these modes. Really, Clamblitz is the only one that they've shown any signs of stopping on, so that one's out of the way. You don't have to worry about it again. I mean, maybe Tower... They looked very dominant on Tower Control, more so than they did on Rainmaker, but maybe these counter picks from FTWin, these different weapons have given them some pause, or maybe they're just letting the timer run down so they can have a breath. And it is going to be... Surprise, surprise, Genie. It always comes. Tower Control, Inkblot, Art Academy. Here we are once again.
I feel like I'm an astronaut looking out down at Earth, and it always has been. It always will be. Tower Control, Inkblot, Art Academy. There were other options. I guess Mako Mart was on the table, but didn't want to go to Hagglefish, and definitely I don't think the new map. Oftentimes, teams don't want to have a massive tournament where a lot of money's on the line come down to a new map.
That's right. Over $500 here that these teams are competing for. And believe me, every one of them would love to have a little cash after fighting this long. I mean, these players have been playing for the better part of 5 hours now. Over 5 hours, I should say. That's a very difficult time to keep playing high-level Splatoon. Get on solo queue right now. Try to keep playing at a top level on a razor's edge for 5 hours straight. You're not going to be able to do it, and that's one of the reasons why these players continue to reach the top of this game. The endurance, it's an aspect that we talk about so much, and yet I think you can't really talk about enough.
No, it's that also like what you eat in the morning. It's the difference between the top gamers and what like the average gamer eats. You have like the average gamer breakfast. That's not going to survive you through this tournament. You gotta eat some good food. Keep yourself hydrated, and especially in this meta with Tacticooler, you need to be more than just Tacticoolered up.
Well, take a look at this. If you blinked here and you were like, wait a minute, this was the comp they ran for the last game. FTWin has brought the same composition out once again that they won with Clamblitz. I will admit this was not in my bingo sheet. I mean, maybe you could see it come out from a Biscuit on this, but I did not think that Kyo would stick with the Kraken.
No, I definitely thought the V-Slosher, if they're going to stick with this, because I'm not 100% sure what the 96 scale is going to get done, besides just trying to be RNG behavior at this moment in time. And realistically, early shutdown there because of the Rapid Blast.
Yeah, a little bit there, but now the Rapid is gone. It's just Wasabifu, and he's all the way back, so he's going to try to use this Crab to stabilize a little bit, but you can't stabilize against a Kraken, and I'm starting to see the wisdom here. If you know that your opponents are going to set up on certain power positions, you can crash right through and try to break the game open there, and maybe that's what they felt that they needed there, an invincible special that you can use to break any formation that your opponent's trying to set up from.
Yeah, that was honestly phenomenal gameplay and phenomenal cracking of the defense. The problem is that you've given up a lot of control in mid. Now the plat fight will begin, and these duelists, they need to be punished. Luckily they are, but the Jet able to have a nice follow-up.
Yeah, and there was Tacticooler as well, so all of the timings are about to change. Xeris moves forward and actually gets another one. That's the follow-up you needed, and they hold on to, for the time being, their checkpoint. And yes, it will shift back the other way. Just one more tick on the timer would have taken that, so they're going to have plenty of time to defend, although it appears that they've already been cycled out, and that's going to change the other way. First checkpoint will fall, going in favor of Fiesta thus far.
Oh my goodness, lots of splats coming around, but Kyo, the backside, is going to get called out from the super jumpers through. Smart play. Having your map open while being able to get the jumps in is going to prove to be good. Unfortunately, FTWin just comes up with just a pure aim advantage and just built different.
And look at what getting them to turn around one time to look at Kyo did there. Because of that, Biscuit was able to move up, and then you get to see the classic efficiency and godly aim of Biscuit as Wasabifu punishing that perfectly. No frames wasted, but it's amazing, again, just getting somebody to turn around one time can completely change the dynamic of a push.
It's the mechanical speed that you can't turn around fast enough is not how the Switch is able to operate. You just won't be able to get your controller around fast enough and then back to spot your opponent. You're not using mouse and keyboard here. It's not millisecond reaction speed. So it's at some point in time, if you just outswim your opponent, you will have the advantage.
3 people fighting Wasabifu now. Xeris has moved up there, is going to take a couple hits from that bomb, so he's going to have to rotate around. But look at how far Biscuit has moved in. Kyo's going to move up to cleared bats here. Kyo desperately looking for it, almost found it there, turned right around, and finally does. Probably didn't even know he was going to hit him. That was the very edge of his range. They're going to move forward here. Biscuit goes down. Can Bursty hold on long enough? No! And Kyo was not able to take the other player out in time. It's going to be a delayed wipe from FTWin, and they will not have the lead to show for it. But this, much more competitive than the last game on this map mode was.
Oh, for sure. Crab Tank, Jet, here they go. Burt already gone. Tactical did get used. Kyo's on this bottom side here, 9. I don't know if they're going to be able to spot this one out. They will, and easily punish. The rest of the members of FTWin, especially Biscuit and Xeris, he's still here. They're trying to stay alive. They got 2 down for themselves. So they did keep this fight still alive.
They did. Now take a look at this, though. Komurino did a great job there of backing up, so everyone's going to be able to jump in a relevant position, and he's very close to Tacticooler. Down it goes, and a lot of the players are already over here, so they're not going to have to waste much time getting this Tacticooler, but are they even going to try to dive through? It looks like they're trying to set up their specials on one side, but FTWin was very patient in trying to set up their own. Xeris went down, though, in all of it, so they better find somebody with these specials, because they waited an awful long time to use them. Instead, a couple are going to go down, and thank goodness the last one is Kyo on the Kraken. That's going to take 2 people to fight, and he actually got somebody in all of that. Are you kidding me?
I don't really know what the game plan is there. You know the Kraken's going to run up the tower. Why would you put yourself onto the tower to easily get taken out by said Kraken? It's only when the Kraken's sitting actually on the top of the tower where it has that extra pushback effect. It's like an invisible like hitbox almost on top of the tower. It's below it, it doesn't get pushed off any more than it normally would. So you're still easily able to get like spotted by it.
Here we go. Last 30 seconds here. Fiesta needs this win if they want to keep in. FTWin has the opportunity to take the tournament right here. Biscuit moves up to attack here. He is tactical, but he still needs a little bit more. Biscuit gets one. They're moving through here. They're fighting after another. That's another one down. But what specials do the other have? Wasabifu goes after Kyo, who pops his Kraken just in time. Everyone's diving. Top of the screen. Not a lot of points they're going to have to take. Wasabifu moves in. Kumorino goes in. Kumorino tries to dive for the tower, but gets taken out by a bomb. Another bomb comes through. Kamichen gets on just in time. There are 2 squids standing on that tower, but it doesn't matter. One got there a frame earlier. And Genie, our prayers have finally been answered. We're going to a game 5.
Oh my goodness. This is what everyone asked for. A game 5 and a reset. I'm here for it. I had no plans for the day. As long as I got a test at 2 in the afternoon tomorrow, so that's all I need to be. I have the rest of my day to watch this game 5. This will be the biggest game 5 of a lot of these players' lives, because oftentimes we see 3-0s in this Splatoon scene. I know you've seen it before at NA Championships and other worlds. We don't get a lot of these game 5s. So to have a major like this with this much money on the line, I can't remember the last time I've seen FTWin be in a game this high stakes.
I mean, if you're a fan of Splatoon, competitive Splatoon, like, you cannot help but just have a giant grin on your face right now. I know the players from FTWin didn't go far, right? Biscuit, of course, switched over and dominated the game for a good while with Starburst. Kyo has Flippa and other pickups here, and Bursty, always close, always willing to sub in for Kyo or play on some of these teams. But man, there's something so great about seeing FTWin fighting here with a top Japanese squad at the end of it all in a 2-day event with money on the line. Man, I'm so happy. Regardless of who wins this, happy that we get to see this and that Splatoon continues to deliver.
Yeah, I just want to say shout out to all the people that are watching on the YouTube VOD later, because I know if you follow Dapple, you know that we got a YouTube channel where these are going to go. So I hope, Nine, that we've got lots of views on that later on, as this set will be immortalized in time as one of the ones that we go back and watch. One of those all-timers. And it will end on a Rainmaker match that could end in 5 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Don't do this to me.
No.
I want a long, drawn-out fight. We might not get it here. We've asked for an awful lot of this set already. So far, it's delivered everything that we want. We've seen counter picks. We've seen drama, full-on switches, and high-stakes games. Can we ask for one more good game from these two teams, a back and forth set? Can we plead a little bit longer? Everybody, hands together, please. One more game here. High-level gameplay between two incredibly strong teams. I really don't want this to end anticlimactically. Judd, you have the power to do this, my friend. Can we please get, like, I don't know, you know how some people think that, like, refs favor certain teams to keep games going longer? Can we get Judd to actually do that, please? Please?
Judd, you know, because it's Judd and Little Judd, so Little Judd's not here. So, like, Judd only controls one side of it now. In S1, you would have been able to be okay with that, but right now, I can't. If we go to break down this game, if I either see a Kraken or a Vac, I most likely might see that Kraken. I might most likely see that Vac on the side of Fiesta. It's that leap. It's that leap to the 32, and being able to fill that Vac up enough, this could be over so fast if we're not careful.
The new graphic there, it's a tiebreaker, it's match point, it's the final game of the final set. Here we go, the same comp 3 consecutive times from FTWin, and surprise, surprise, there's no surprise. Fiesta going with one of the variations of the comp that they've enjoyed the most success with. Rainmaker's popped, and here we go.
It's funny, Fiesta's comp is one of every weapon that has had a special that has defined the meta. One Crab Tank, one Inkjet, one Zuka, one Tacticooler. It's just a almost harmonic comp.
On the other side, Kyo is going to look to be the wall, the objective player here. You know he wants to win if he's playing objective here. He's
real.
He never saw a fight he didn't like, but look at this. Wasabifu rolling right in. Could get another one. Oh my goodness, Kyo barely holds up, but he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it out. Oh my god, we might see the jump now. Bursty, what do you have here? Can you close this down? Falls down. He got taken out. They might get the jump this early. Not like this, Genie. Not like this. Do they make the jump? They do. 33 already.
Stopped down by Kyo. 33 is good, but if you go to the left just a little bit more, you'll get to 32. This Crab Tank is out here, 9. This game could be all but over. And Inkjet is here. Nobody's playing on objectives on the side of Fiesta. They need to be able to pop this Rainmaker and get it forward, because at the moment, the door is wide open all the way down to 25. That is good. Members of FTWin are falling left, right, and center. Just Bert and Kyo. This Kraken is going to come out. It has to go big. It's able to get one splat. Kyo still has the Kraken at the ready. Will they use it to punish this person on this right side? They get able to get 1. Can they get 2? They will, but the jump's not able to come through. 10 points, 9.
Great call right there, because I was out of breath and I wasn't even saying a thing. Oh my goodness, 10 points already. If there was ever a mountain for FTWin to climb, getting this high of a score. We talked about how different Splatoon is when you have a lead, the way that you can play it. And in Rainmaker, there is no mode where that is true more, because as you're pushing, your opponent passively starts to build special. It is that much harder to break it through. They're going to try to pick this flank to work through on this side. A lot of work that needs to be done. 3 down. Oh my god, they might actually have the opportunity to do it. Kame-chan did take 1 out, but I'm not sure that anyone's going to be able to defend this side. No, they're going to take it left. I'm sorry. You're going to go this way at this junction? No, sir.
There's no way. And Kyo's able to at least punish one with the Kraken, but not going to be able to be on that high ground. The splats have come through, but we do see that the members of Fiesta are here, ready to go, ready to defend. Zuka is out. What can it find? Oh, luckily able to find 1, but these suction bombs, 9, they're proving to be too much that nobody can grab this objective yet.
They finally do. They push it through, but did they give enough time? That's 1 cycle of specials, and Fiesta has built up theirs as well. Where's Bursty going to put this? Okay, he opts to push it back towards mid where everybody is jumping to. Precious seconds they're going to be gaining back. But with Biscuit going down here, the members of Fiesta have kind of just been okay to sit up on this point, wait for them to come through. Kyo was running up there. Yep, right before they pushed back, the Rainmaker reset. Kyo went in with the Kraken, but there were too many players left to close it down. We have a Rainmaker reset and 2 minutes left on the clock.
The specials, they were all there. We had a Zuka ready, a Kraken, and a Zipcaster on the side of FTWin. If they wanted to find an opportunity, that looked to be a good time as we take under the 2-minute mark here. Now, I'm worried about this Inkjet from the side of Fiesta. It will probably shut down a lot. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, commentator's curse.
It could have, but they got taken out there, and now Bursty narrowly missing that second one, but somebody else followed up here. Now Bursty's gonna grab it. They went down with Tacticooler, so I believe they're gonna have it here. Kyo has the opportunity to break this open with one of the oldest specials in the history of Splatoon, the Kraken, trying to go through, but nobody goes down at the very edge of Trizuka. Now closes it out. Wasabifu is firing backwards, and because of that, it's open. Now Biscuit is back and firing at everybody. How do they all have specials? How are they all not dead? And how do they continue to fight?
I don't have the answers you need, Nine. I wish I did. I wish I did. The Zipcaster is gonna be back up online, but I don't know what it's gonna be able to do. We need to be able to maybe find it, punish the crab tank. That's its best option. Or go this top right side. When you have the rest of your team going this lower left, that's gonna be the duel. He's punished out early. Now Zare's gonna be opting for a flank. The Zuka is out. Members are trading left, right, and center. Oh, final fight is approaching us very, very soon here.
There it is, fighting forward there. Wasabifu firing at the Rainmaker, trying to take people out, knowing they were going there, knowing that he was basically down. But that's a Trizuka that I don't think found anybody, and Bursty is stuck in a really awkward position. Somehow almost getting a player there as Wasabifu rolls back through, and this is the danger of this left side there. If you don't get everybody immediately, that's it. They're going to put this up. No, they are going to pop it. Excuse me, I thought they might wait. Genie, they're going to try to
drop it left.
Left.
Yo, you want to drop it down in this area. This is one of the hardest areas to get it to. Now, if you're FTWin, I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for them to get there. It's just theirs, too far away, and you need a Miracles caster at this point in time. It's not going to be here. It's not going to be here at the time. And Fiesta, they do it again. They take out NA when they're sitting on the winner's side to win the reset and win 20XX Series 5.
And what a run it was. What a run it was. Every strong team that you could put in their way, they found a way through. They get through Moonlight. They get knocked out by CometX. They beat Duck Motif. They beat Fiesta. They beat CometX. Then they beat FTWin in 2 consecutive sets. You see the names right there. Kame-chan, Wasabifu, Gugu, and Kumorina. Listen, a lot of our viewers are probably very familiar with them at this point. They come over and compete in a lot of 2-day North American events. It's like 5 a.m. for them right now. They don't care. They came to win, and they got the job done. Took everything that FTWin had. Three counter picks that FTWin was able to go to there. It didn't matter. They changed stage. They changed mode. They changed their entire comp and the identity of what that comp wants to do. Fiesta, all the answers. But a round of applause for FTWin. 1 game away. The way that the Rainmaker game opened, you knew that it was going to be almost impossible for them to come back, but they gave it their very best. And again, seeing FTWin in Game 5 of a Grands in 2023, Genie, what a treat today was.
Honestly, yeah. And most people, I thought, like, going into the tournament, I heard a lot of versus Japan in finals. So being able to see a little bit of a different twist on it with FTWin, it was really good. But I gotta say, a insane performance from both these teams, and all of the teams that were here. Our top 4 was stacked. Our top 16 was stacked. When you have teams like Last Resort and Starburst not making top 16, mind blown.
Anything can happen, man. I said it earlier. Splatoon is a game that from the ground up is engineered to create tension. It's there to create back and forth, that there's always a chance. Sometimes the game makes good on that. Sometimes it does not. That's simply the way that it goes. But I hope you all have seen with all of the Game 5s that we saw today in both of our winners semis sets, here at the end of Grand Finals, in one of our losers quarterfinals set, these teams are still competing, still getting better. And speaking of getting better, I mean, a round of applause for the entire Dapple production team for putting on a great event. Our final prize pool, Genie, $535. Again, 75% of that is going to the players, 25%, much deservedly, is going back to the org to put this on. And you can bet they're going to put it into making the next event even better.
Oh, for sure. I've been here since Alice started Dapple, so I've seen the hard work that they've been able to, that everyone's been able to put in here, and especially Pinky on the side of Dapple, Lip Blue as well, and Baja, the main face, the main organizer of 20XX. Interesting fact, Nine, because I know you like your history. Do you know that there was a Splatoon team called 20XX back in 2018?
I'm not at all surprised. The 20XX meme has been around since 2015, and I mean,
I was on it with them back at way back in the day. So anyway, well, while we're still rambling here, we really don't have too much to do besides thank you all the viewers for coming out. And Nine, I gotta say it, it's been an absolute honor to have you here. Where can the lovely people find you next time?
Well, the nice thing about having a ridiculous name is that nobody takes your tags on any platform. On basically any platform that exists, you can find me at 9hole Grains. I don't do a lot, I'll be honest. I am not a streamer. I have retired from that game. It has passed me by, but I will always be here to try to bring you the very best of Splatoon. I love doing this more than anything else in the world. And Genie, thank you, because, you know, I said it before, this has been your show here. When I think of 20XX and commentating it, I think of you. It's been so many times you've asked me, the cards just haven't fallen together, but it was an absolute pleasure to do this here with you. And where can the people find you, good sir?
Well, they can find me at the bottom of the screen there, at Genie7. That's GEENIE7. _ on Twitter, no underscore on all other socials. Like U9, it's a unique name, but I'm so excited. 15 minutes before we went live, I got a call from the computer store saying my computer, which was supposed to be here a week ago, is now in. So my streams are coming back. My laptop, which by golly did not overheat through this massive run of tournaments today, having 8 streams open for round 1. May it rest in peace. I loved you, gaming laptop, but my streams will return with a new PC, and you know where to find me, everybody.
Good soldier that laptop was. Folks, I'm going to say it one more time. Thank you so much for joining us here from 20XX Series 5. We have some wonderful credits. Take a look at them, and until next time, stay fresh!